it's all their eyes on me. It's my time to make history. For my brothers I will bleed and bring home all the glory. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call. There is only one way I can survive. Fighting through all of the pain, the best will rise. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. No, my fears are buried down tonight. And I dried my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter, won't ever back down. Now I'm breathing fire. I'm breathing fire. Now I'm breathing fire. Now I'm breathing fire. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. No, my fears are buried down tonight. And I dried my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter, won't ever back down. Now I'm breathing fire. I'm breathing fire. Now I'm breathing fire. Now I'm
Every second that I breathe is going down in history. We are victorious, can't stop me. Maybe today we'll fight our battles. I'll show you the way if you can handle it. You follow me. For you, no matter the circumstance, no, I won't back down. No matter how they show up to lose.
Yo, I'm back with my squad, fight for my squad, chasing that hot glory, trying to make a story, never been the one to own it, now's the chance to show it, huh? PUBG Mobile, striving to be a mogul, get your hopes up, number uno, not so far from you, so move on.
No matter what, I won't back down. I'm not afraid. I'm here and I ain't going nowhere till I reach the finish line. Won't give up, no, I will keep on fighting, winning right here by your side.
I don't ever know, don't wait it, world made frozen. I gotta know, don't send my love.
Just when you thought it was over, better keep goals on different types of mode, keep your focus, feet below, your hoe is an enemy, so keep yourself cautious, never see me strike like that, y'all never ever been hit like that, I'm built like that, Hakeem like that, I'll never ever lose, I've been like that.
I was born to be at the pinnacle. I can't go back down, gotta win it all. Let everybody know I'm invincible. I'm not afraid, baby. We're for you. No matter what, I won't back down. I'm not afraid. I'm here and I ain't going
action. Take them on, it's all at stake. The time has come, so see we are fate. Painted scars of past mistakes. We stay strong and refuse to break. You know the world is yours to take, and we will be the one. Time to take a stand. The world is in our hands, and you can feel the weight. The circle's closing in. Time to carry on, and we will be the one. Roll the dice and hold on tight. Go all in and raise the stakes. Glory lies in wait for you. Just trust yourself to make it through. Final hurdle, victory awaits. Enemies will crumble in your wake. Shake them off, it's time to move. You have everything now to prove. Painted scars and past mistakes. We stay strong and refuse to break. You know the world is yours to take, and we will be the one. Time to take a stand. The world is in our hands, and you can feel the weight. The circle's closing in. Time to carry on, and we will be the
Hey, tell me if you ready, tell me if you hear 'em coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. Better pay attention, they might come around the corner. Keep your eyes open, any second you can be a goner. It's a countdown. Hey, I got to remind you, if you wanna survive, better not let 'em find you. High beams on, all the lights they could blind you. Keep your head on a swivel, I'm airdropping behind you. Bow down to the boss, never taking a loss. If you ready, let's get involved. Make it happen like any day. Your crew cannot be saved. In the zone, I'm not afraid. Set the whole town in a blaze. Hey, I ain't scared of nothing. I'm going all in. It's my time. I know that it's my calling. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest. Be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show 'em you the one. Champions never back down and they never run. Never run. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest. Be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show 'em you the one. Champions never back down and they never run. Where your squad at? Time to airdrop. Going all out and we don't stop. So where your squad at? Time to airdrop. Going all out and we don't stop. Don't stop. Hit up in the game, I ain't running from nothing. Got 'em jumping, they ain't see it coming. Bang. 0 to 100 miles an hour. You my chicken dinner. Watch how quick you get devoured. This is my domain. This is way more than a game. Check the stats, I'm the best. Better stay up in your lane. Yes, I got the passion. Got no time for distraction. Let's get into it, cause I'm ready for that action. Might have had the title, homie, that was in the past tense. After I attack 'em, I got 'em running backwards. Hey, fall back, I make 'em fall back. If I ain't the greatest, then what you call that? Number one, the champ, yes I am all that. Legacy in the making, that's where my heart's at. My opponents, I make 'em vanish. You just collateral damage, don't really think you can manage. Put heat on 'em like they branded. Studied your every weakness and I'm about to take advantage. I'ma hit 'em right where they standing, let's go. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show 'em you the one. Champions never back down and they never won. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show 'em you the one. Champions never back down and they never won. Hey, I said the hunt is on. Time to make it happen, time to get in the zone.
Every second that I breathe is going down in history. We are victorious, can't stop me. Maybe today we'll fight our battles. I'll show you the way if you can handle it. You follow me. For you, no matter the circumstance, no, I won't back down. No matter how they show up to lose.
Yo, I'm back with my squad, fight for my squad, chasing that hot glory, trying to make a story, never been the one to own it, now's the chance to show it, PUBG Mobile, striving to be a mogul, get your hopes up, number uno, not so far from you, so move on.
No matter what, I won't back down. I'm not afraid. I'm here and I ain't going nowhere till I reach the finish line. Won't give up, no, I will keep on fighting, winning right here by your side.
Down every low, don't wait it, worm it, frozen. Got it for now, don't send my love.
Just when you thought it was over, better keep goals on different types of zone, keep your focus, feet below, your hope was in enemy, so keep yourself cautious, never see me strike like that, y'all never ever been hit like that, I'm built like that, Hakeem like that, I'll never ever lose, I've been like that.
I was born to be at the pinnacle. I can't go back down, gotta win it all. Let everybody know I'm invincible. I'm not afraid, baby. We're for you. No matter what, I won't back down. I'm not afraid. I'm here and I ain't going nowhere till I reach the finish line. Won't give up, no, I will keep on fighting, winning right here by your side.
The battle won for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end. Can't see what's written tomorrow. Some call it fate, but one thing I know, this time I will be in control. I'm caught in the fray, but we'll survive. The battle won for glory. All our brothers in arms feel the fire. We're conquerors, never back down. The battle tells our story of survival. The challenge will never be over. This is the race, it's not the end game. You've got to believe you can win. The world, it won't give you the time. It's now or never. We pick our arms for the battle. It's time to hunt, and one thing I know, this is the moment to rise. Oh, I'm caught in the fray. One more time, let's go. The battle
racing experience. Wow, racing maps await you. The new racing template is online. Create your racetrack gameplay. Navigate the forest racetrack. Unleash your racing passion. Surpass your opponents. Become the king of speed. Unlimited speed. Ignite your passion for speed. Play WoW now.
Welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship, coming to you live from Bangkok, Thailand. I'm your stage host, the 7WG. Starting today marks the beginning of the ultimate showdown, where the best teams from around the world will compete with one goal in mind: to lift the amazing PMGC trophy as the 2025 champions. We will start off with the Gauntlet, where top-tier teams will fight to get a direct ticket to the grand finals. The pressure is high, and I can't wait to see the breathtaking gameplay. I'm excited for PMGC. I know you at home and the desk is excited too. Let's send it over to the desk.
This is it. The world's sharpest aims, smartest minds, and strongest teams all are here in the arena, hoping to secure one of the 7 slots that'll take them directly to the grand finals. I'm your host, Todd Jukes, and right next to me, I got 2 of the best analysts in the business, Maxman and Neptura. Max, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling fantastic, Hot Juke. So good to have you back here for PMGC once again. And yeah, the best of the best is here once more for PMGC 2025. And we'll see who's going to be taking that trophy away from D+. If not, maybe D+ will take it home once again. We'll have to wait and see.
Hey, I'm so stoked for that. And, you know, speaking of stoked, Neptura, this is your first time here on the big desk. How are you feeling?
I'm so excited to be here, Jukes. Let's go. PMGC back at it once again. It is time. I'm here. I'm so excited. I can't wait.
Oh, me neither. For all you guys that are just tuning in here, haven't seen all the social media, this is the Gauntlet stage, baby. We got a whole new format, which we're about to get into. Max, man, I'm going to have you break down the schedule. But, man, I'm telling you what, this is insane. This group is ridiculous, bro.
I mean, yeah, this stage is the toughest. All the best teams from the full season in their respective PMSLs or regional tournaments is going to be playing in the Gauntlet for the next 3 days. And of course, for the Gauntlet stage here, we know you need to be in the top 7 if you want to advance into the grand finals, because otherwise you're not in top 7. Niptura, Group Green, Group Red, you're going to be put into groups where you could be eliminated. So if possible, you want to avoid going in the group stage.
No, 100%, right? Because that is where you start to get eliminated. The Gauntlet stage is going to be a little bit more relaxed. Yes, you've got that opportunity, that top 7 to go straight to finals. But once you go, you're not in the top 7, you go back down to group stage. And this is where it gets really tough, because only 4th to 11th of each group go to last chance. You have 5 teams that are going to be eliminated out of each group there. This is where it starts to get to have a lot of pressure for these teams, because as you go further and further on the stages, your chances dwindle massively to get to the finals.
Yeah, because group stage in your respective groups, you have to be top 3 out of 16 teams in group green or group red. And then in last chance, you have to be top 2. It is going to be incredibly competitive here, Hodrix, to see who's going to make it. But of course, the point system, the trial and tested point system, it's back. It's the same, and we love it.
It's the same, but we got that $3 million prize pool. Are you kidding me? For downloading a mobile game that you can play for free, man. This is so awesome. I always love to see just how crazy this is. And you know, you guys are so right. I mean, we got 7 slots available here in the Gauntlet, and there is a lot of monster squads looking to get those instantly. Because I'm gonna be real, you know, when looking at this roster with how stacked it is, I think there's a lot of these teams that it's pretty much do or die at this point. Like, they have to be able to get that slot to the grand finals here and now. Otherwise, it's going to be a big problem, Max. One team, though, I know that we're going to have a whole lot of confidence in, right? It's got to be Alpha Gaming, right? I mean, Zol, he's won this back in 2023, right, Max?
Yeah, I mean, he's an absolute OG. And look, if you don't have APG on your radar, we're not looking at the same esports, okay? Let me be very clear with you right now. We are not paying attention to the same level. Doc, Zyol, Top, Reefus, East even on the team right now going to be playing. Of course, I do believe Reefus is going to keep on playing here, Niptura, because the guy put on an absolute just destruction fest going forward in PMWC. He was putting everyone down, and I feel like it is great to see him hopefully play moving forward in PMGC because the guy deserves his slot. And will Doc stick with his team? We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, that is the question, right, Max? Because, you know, you're talking about Reefus sticking onto the team, and I think he's such a great addition, specifically because Doc does what he does, right? And if that doesn't go well, if Doc splitting becomes the docketing, Reefus is the guy you want on your team that's able to clutch it back up and save the team from the doom that docketing often puts the team in, right? So I'm really, really excited to see what he's going to bring forward coming into the Gauntlet for sure.
Oh, yes, indeed. You can see right now, these are today's matches. We're starting off with Rondo. That's right. If you haven't heard, Rondo is now in the mix. No more Sandhawk. So a little bit of a rip in the chat for Sandhawk. But Rondo is here. And for those of you guys that don't know, right, the biggest thing about Rondo is that they have those recall towers, Neptura. And that just changes the whole dynamic of how this tournament starts, right?
Ladies
I
and
love
gentlemen,
the idea that we have recalls in one map in Rondo, and Rondo is the one that we want here for sure, because I think the recall splits are going to be super interesting for these teams because you have different strategies you can use, and that's how you adapt to the strategy. Different teams do different things, so it's really, really cool. So I'm excited to see what we've got going on.
Yep.
Representing Turkey, Ulf Esports. From South Korea, DRX. Mad Bulls from Central Asia. From Saudi Arabia, GK Esports. IQ Orangutan from India. The hometown heroes, E-Arena from Thailand. Reigning champions of PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Split, the Xavier, Vietnam. RA Esports from Saudi Arabia. From USA, Wolves Esports, PMSL's America's Full Split Champions. The champions of CSA Full Split, Virtus Pro, Central Asia. GS Team from Iraq. Representing Turkey, Kara Esports. Regnum Korea Esports from Turkey. Straight from Brazil, Alpha 7 Esports. From Mongolia, Alpha Gaming. These are the elite squads that will be battling across 3 days in the Gauntlet. Only 7 teams will punch their ticket straight to the grand finals. So let's get right into it. This is day 1 of the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. The Gauntlet starts now.
Well, there they are. We see them ready to go, man. Live in Bangkok, Thailand, man. This is so great. We talked a little bit about some of the squads that we got looking at right here, right? One thing in particular that I think that is so awesome here about PMGC 2025 is there's a particular region that we haven't seen in such a long time, right? And that is India, baby. They are back, right? We got Orangutan joining the field. Neptura, I know this is a team you really got your eyes on.
I do. I love the way this team plays, and I think out of any of the teams to come out of India, this team has the most chance to actually do something and actually compete against these teams really, really well. Yes, they don't really have the experience that we've seen from other global teams right at the global stage. That is fair. But the way they play, they're mobile, they're opportunistic, they split, they use their vehicles to get any information, they third party as much as possible, they regroup really quickly. Like, this is a team that is very smart, and I think when you have that kind of skill level to pair with that, this is exactly what you need. This is all the elements of what you need in a team that will compete against global teams effectively.
But sorry, I gotta interrupt and also correct you guys. It's not Orangutan. That's not the team name. It's Team India, baby. Okay, that's
right.
what they're going by here in PMGC.
All right.
And actually, we had a little graphic talking about Rondo. As we go into Rondo, Mian7 had a video a few days ago talking about what they could really do. I would actually really like to see a hot drop coming out from Orangutan on APG, doing the typical 3-1 splits on Rondo. That would be such a good strat and a good way for them to kick off PMGC possibly.
Yes, indeed. Oh, man. We get a hot drop right off the rip here in Rondo. That's going to be just absolutely crazy. But you know what? Let's get this started. Let's go ahead and head on over to Blank and John Allen to get this started.
We're ready to go. That's right. You know, I'll get that. I'll get that sorted for him. So he is right retrospectively. But we are thrilled as ever to be back here at the PMGC, ready to ramp up towards the finals later on over in December. It is all to play for, and the Gauntlet Blank is the place to do it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a very, very good opportunity to get whatever you want going into the finals, right? You get a lot of points here in terms of, well, not points, but if you get a lot of points here, you have a fantastic chance to get in. And even if you don't make it through Gauntlet, you get even more chances in the future to get towards those finals. So it is a perfect opportunity. We're starting things off here over on Rondo. I'm sure some of you may have seen this map previously over on some of our other PMSLs. But if this is first time tuning in, we do have a new map in. It is this one. It has the recall system that the guys on the desk were talking about, and the one gal, of course, which allows teams to get back into the match should they get knocked and flushed. It's an interesting mechanic. It does make it quite chaotic at times.
Absolutely. If you're wondering, where can I find these recall beacons? Well, it's the handy green hearts all over the map. They'll be visible on the mini-map as well, but it looks like we're already in for a fast start here. R8 dropping down with Alpha 7 over on the northwest side. Blank, it looks like Alpha 7, though, they've already taken a knock and a flush. But remember, the recall beacons exist, so it's not all done and dusted for the player from Alpha 7. There's a second falls as well. I think it's time to turn tail and get on out of there.
I think they actually do already have an outpost ready to res if needs be. From the guys on Alpha 7, so that's fine, should be okay. I think that when you look at this over on Rondo as well, what you typically see, decent nade to start off with 2, and 97 looks to move up. Ida, sorry. Memori.
Dangerous though. Stu has a shotgun. Oh, he's only got 2 more rounds though. 1, no, we can't find it. The AKM in the back pocket though, and the swap out is good for the turn of the spray, but the vents don't keep him safe. A couple more breathing holes than he would like there, and get slashed to bits in the end. R8 able to get a lot of points in the meantime, Blank. We've got another hot drop going on between Virtus Pro and Ulf. Is that a full squad wipe, or is that just the flushes coming through? I think it was just the flushes.
It's scrappy. It always is really scrappy at the start here as well. Marfanning Revo, as Alpha 7 looked to get back into the mix here, in fact, after that double knock occurred upstairs. Squeeze out underneath. GS9. Pretty decent submachine gun exclusive to Rondo. Amori's looking for the parachutes. Not seeing any just yet. Alpha 7 back up to 3 now. Again, as I was saying before, the typical strategy is to send 3 in towards a location you want to control. You have 1 outpost sent over towards the recall beacon.
Ooh, what's the battle of the M249s? Plenty of lead being thrown either way. Not too much connecting, though, but in the end, it was Marso to win that little duel there. You can see we've already got a lot of elims on the cards, Blank, but only 2 people are currently flushed. Make that 3 now. But look at the number of elims. We're already up to 11 elims found, and only 1 player has gone down. Orangutan have lost 1. And it looks like R8 and Alpha 7 aren't done just yet either.
R8's actually profiting quite a lot off of this, actually. 5 points already on the game. It's very fantastic. Rio off in the distance, Obscures having to send away now. And R8 may just get 6 points from Alpha 7 total, which is a little bit weird considering they're a 4-man squad. But for R8, fantastic stuff.
I think this is the first time I've seen a team get more than 4 points on a hot drop.
Yeah,
certainly in Rondo. I'm talking about the Rondo recall system, but because we've hypothesized, you know, what's the maximum number of points you can get from one team. It looks like R8 are trying to set that record right now. Goodness me. Okay, if you get 6 or 7 points from a single team, I mean, they're called Alpha 7, right? Maybe that's because they're worth 7 points.
Yeah, we'll take 7 off them. That's 6 elims total. But also that indicates that Alpha 7 has lost the fight twice, which is not great for the prospects of Alpha 7 going forward. I mean, losing to R8 as well, in the past, that might have seemed as like a big upset, but I think R8's actually improved a lot over the years. Most of those players are veterans now of the game. They've been playing a very, very long time. I think they're all very good. There's some small changes here and there. But yeah, I think Marth's always been a bit of an underestimated player, and he's consistently been getting better. Ida also has just always been a strong suitor on that team. So I think for R8, you know, that is a fantastic start for them, but also not too surprising considering their uptick in their trend.
So, I mean, it's a great start, right? If you want to have a big game, crack on with Rondo. Get towards the top of the gauntlet. Alpha Gaming starting to make their move from Yulin down towards that southeast side. Crashing into the rocks there. Zol not going to go any further. Maybe spotted a couple of mad balls ahead of him and decided, you know what, I'm going to wait for the rest of my team to handle this one.
Man, APG's got brightness on maximum there. Like he was gazing into the sun. The screen was illuminating half the stage. When he switched the phone up to 120% on the brightness.
Hey, you know, they can handle it, those phones. They got all the bells and whistles. Thunder Talk.
Oh, bring sunglasses in.
Off the wall. Yeah, I don't think they put sunglasses on your face. I think they're just short of that feature. But everything else, they pretty much got it on lock. Mad Balls crashing in, and Kara, Tulika spots one of them. And Moss has to crawl back upstairs. Remember, the recall beacon's still active, still accessible potentially, although it's going to get harder in the middle of the circle, which is where we find ourselves right now, Blank. It is going to be a little bit more difficult to find those recall beacons. So losing a player here is a little bit more terminal than perhaps losing a player further towards the outside.
It does get a little bit tougher. That's the sacrifice you have to make, right? If you want center, likely you're not getting a second chance here. Certainly possible to make happen, but by the time you start heading center, a lot of teams start to gatekeep on these recall beacons, which is something that's happening a lot more frequently. And I do think that this initial stint of eliminations, of aggression, does start to die down a little bit as teams head on over towards that early game, that mid game. I'd say that probably kicks in around about 12, 13 minutes here on Rondo. But it can kick in a lot later, as we've seen in previous PMSLs where things get really dicey the entire time. The question is whether it's really worth it or not. And I think teams haven't quite figured that part out yet. I think there's still decisions to be made whether to send 3 in, get some points here and there, and just send 1 out towards the center of the circle. There's decisions from certain teams. I mean, Papua Supermassive did this where they actually profited quite a lot off of Rondo individually by playing a 4-man all the way through to the end game. They never really participated in those early fights, but they were still getting a lot of big points, because by the time they got towards 80 minutes where they were stacked, they were looted, they were ready to roam around as 4, there was still around 50 players in the lobby. So you still have a lot of time to pick up those points.
Absolutely. Right now, I'm looking on the map at Regnum blank in the middle. And they are on a 2-2 split, currently looking at 2 recall beacons, and one of them just went up massively in value. I'm expecting that they've regrouped to the east now. No real reason to stay on that western side one. Get a move on, because you know that recall is so valuable for you. Kaya wants to keep that one under control. Alpha 7 still has 2, by the way, in the northwest side. And they are now near Virtus Pro. R8, they feel like, you know what, 6 points is enough. We'll crack on, lads. See you guys later. You'll stick around as 2 in the blue.
I mean, for Alpha 7, that second fight was really poor. The vision was that after that double knock, they were going to try and clear up the fight from there for R8 and deal with them. Unfortunately, there was a quick response from their side, and suddenly Alpha 7's plans get massively cut to shreds. Now they're sat on the outside edge, trying to move in. Real difficult maneuver now to make. I mean, they're passing through VP as well, and they sort of have to make a straight shot towards the circle if they want to catch a recall beacon in time and still have a chance to get some loot on board before you're transitioning towards those late game fights. I think it's tough for Alpha 7. I don't think that this initial match is going to go all that well for them whatsoever. Good shot from CEO over towards Solus. Real quick put down from him.
Yeah, Kara, remember, they lost a player earlier, and so they are staying as 3. They didn't break out to go for that recall. That's what I was talking about. Even though they are still available, they're kind of trapped in now. So Mad Balls being able to find that opener, really very valuable. And it looks like they are still under caution, but CEO, as you saw there, getting that knock over to Solus. That should be fairly resable. Uh-oh. Poser has to live under the cover fire of his teammates there, as Lemon nearly takes him down out of the rotate.
It's one of those tough things, and it's a good point to bring up, is that if you're knocked and flushed towards the center of the circle, typically you're not getting that player back up again. But there's also that thing that's talking to you in the back of your head, right? The evil voice that sometimes you get that tells you that maybe you could go for one of the recall beacons. I think that is something you had to kind of have to disconnect from your mindset in these games. If you're going down towards the center, you have to play on as 3. Yes, there's a possibility you can play on as 4, but does that possibility pose more risks? Most likely. So I think that teams do struggle with this idea of making those bold plays. I think if you go down to 1 or 2 players, I think it's absolutely fine to try and go for one of those maneuvers. It's probably not going to work out, but if it does, you salvage the game off the back of it. But I think playing as 3 is absolutely fine if you are center.
Ooh. Nades over the top. This is Kara down to 2 now as Wolves took their 3rd player out. So it's just Lewis and CEO, and Nade bounces on the backboard, and it manages to land on target. The circle shifts out to the side, so this has the hurry up on the fight, and I think that Mad Balls is just going to be able to close this one down here and now. CEO, though, has something to say, and Nade out through the door, stops first breach, gives him a little bit more time to play with. Teams are going to be leaving from around them, so not too much danger of third party, as Nade starts to bounce on in, and he goes down to the bombardment in the basement. Too much to handle. CEO, you're fired.
Given the old basketball maneuver there as well, bounced it off the floor into his face. I love that nade. You don't see those all that often. This is very messy right now. And I mean, we didn't really talk about the circle but too much, but this has shifted over towards the eastern side. There is a lot of space down towards the southern edge of Yeongu right now on Jidana City that is available. This circle could push towards as well. Most teams are sat down towards Tulang right now on the south side. Huge amount of water involved. It's a very uncomfortable circle. Very, very uncomfortable. And you can tell that just by this terrain that you're looking at right here. It's, you know, small divots to play in, small defiles you can set up, but other than that, very rough. And I mean, this is where you really want to be able to use the destructible terrain to your advantage, right? Being able to bomb out some of these areas with the nades, create those small craters is going to be very, very useful. More so than this is having buildings like GS. That does make your life a lot easier.
Yeah, that's a big advantage right now. Coming in through on that south side, a little bit closer to Tuling. I think the teams on the south are going to have a little bit cleaner of a time for now, but I think as things move forwards, it is the teams further up towards the north where Thundertalk were playing before, and well, actually where DXavier are trying to send towards right now. You can see they're trying to get around the edge of this one, regroup onto Lambor, who is their northmost point blank. They're 3 players behind, and they are sending it forwards. They managed to find a sliver through. This is good scouting coming through for DXavier. They find themselves on the coastline on a nice little plateau.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. And for DXavier as well, there's always this chance to move over towards that northeast side and try and cross the water if the circle does shift towards the northeast. It's there's a chance there. I'm not going to say it's like a startlingly large possibility, but it is one of those positions you do need to be aware of, which is quite like DRX's spot. They haven't set themselves up for a massive elim game, but should the circle move over towards the eastern side, they have the bridge to work around, and also they could just gatekeep if they wanted to, and that's where they could pick up a lot of eliminations in the chaos and the panic that ensues after a circle like that. But as usual, I'm going to set all this up, and we are not going to go towards the eastern side, so I won't talk about it until that happens. In the meantime, Thunder talks over towards that central arena, like you said, alongside with DXavier. Well, maybe I do need to talk about it. Completely undefined, right? Completely undefined. I'd say it was slightly more over towards that northeastern side in terms of land. But yeah, I think that you just have to, you pretty much have to stick to your guns here. If you're Alpha 7, you are having a great time off the back of this. Mad Bulls moving into GK. Very, very bad stuff here happening for them. But luckily, Flip's on the outside. Wonderful off-angle player, but then he's got 2 enemies to deal with here in front of him. Safji and Ragnarok. See what Flip can get done here. He's very good when it comes to the clutches, usually, for Mad Bulls.
Oh, Ragnarok rolls on in and finds the 2 players. I think there might have been 3 on the middle there for the Mad Bulls. Flip with a nade on in, looking to try and stop Ragnarok from doing any more damage here. But the rest of his team has melted. He might be an off-angle player, but now he is the angle. And we'll have to try and find something. Nice. A real big re-knock there as Ragnarok actually has to send around the edge. But fortunately, he is kowtowed down behind as Regnum Kaya chime into the fight. There's off angles everywhere, Blank. This is the messy area we were talking about. This northern road, so difficult.
That's a bold push. Very, very bold push from Flip here. He's been taking a little bit of damage from behind, hoping the snake goes through. Regnum Kaya completely stymieing his approach. I think it's a very smart play from Ragnarok as well to immediately switch back over towards the rest of the team. It put the pressure on Flip in a big way where he had to speed up his gameplay, accelerate a little bit because it meant his teammates dying. And Ragnarok might just get... I think getting the full team res is going to be a bit difficult. Maybe if he cleaned this up slightly sooner. There's a slight indecision here, and now Regnum Kai should be able to clean up the pieces nice and easily.
There we go. They are indeed eliminated. Regnum Kai are now up to 5 elims. They've lost one of their players, but there's still plenty of firepower for them to play with, and 5 points. It's not a bad game by any stretch. Now, we head over to the route out of Jejina City, the bridge mouth here where E-Arena have sat. DRX were up in the buildings for a long time, and now they want to exert more control over the area and get past this E-Arena blockade on this northeast side. But R8 are pushing in from the west. They're already up to 7 elims. Like, they've had a hot start to the game, and they want to continue taking out Hyunbin like it's nothing.
Hyunbin going down is pretty problematic. I mean, Hyunbin's probably one of DRX's better players as well. So him going out early there is pretty tough. Soaz now has a very, very big task ahead of him. But I would say that, you know, probably second best on the team here for the squad. Is able to take out 1, making this into a 3v3 versus R8. Now, R8 could continue the warpath here since taking down the Brazilian squad in Alpha 7. Look to push out now. There is enemies all around, though.
Ooh, giving them the quick start steps, but it's not going to phase them at all. All right, have been through the ringer already, and they know the tricks of the trade. They'll move up to the north side now because Arena are struggling against one. They're getting mashed up across the road. What on earth just happened over there? All right, the major profit makers, though, on this engagement on the south side with IQ over the horizon, they continue to push up north.
Yeah, I mean, disgusting Molotov going through from QXE. He's able to find a lot of damage. Luckily, Prestige is able to move around the side, get the backstab, but he was putting up a valiant fight. Well, I don't know what to say here. This is such an evil circle to start off the day. In fact, just to start off PMGC in general. And Alpha 7 get incredibly lucky with this one. I think that's the play you have to make if you're a two-man squad, is you head to the unknown side of the map, which in this case is northeast. But they get so lucky this continuing to be in the circle in stage 5. I mean, by stage 5, you're usually assuming the circle to pick one of two landmasses to go to. But because this has been so central each time, the algorithm basically just says, well, we just have to split.
Yeah, it's a real nasty circle right now, and I mean, at the start of the game, playing like lemmings, you think that Alpha 7 do need to have a little bit of an uptick on performance there. As a rotate comes through for the Wolves, they're trying to crash on in. They do not have any other option. Thundertalk are going to be on the defense here. Plenty of teams trying to crunch their way through, as well as R8 try and move up north towards the IQ position, but they are finally falling. With 12 elims, though, they've already had a banger of a game. A nade onto the outside leaves just the one player now. Baton for Wolves, alive, up on the wall, dancing around, trying to find an opening, but it's not being presented. Thundertalk playing solid, stalwart on their defense, and there's nothing doing. Now he's at long range with the shotgun, and he's got to keep the lead pouring out, but it's not going to be enough to get all three. But goodness me, it was close.
I mean, it's the correct move. It's the correct move from Thundertalks. It was slightly less glamorous than they were hoping potentially, but it is the right move, is to send 3 out on a quick spin there to take down Baton, because the way he was running around, I think they realized that they were just going to be wasting nades, sending out the window, hoping for something like that. If they get this done right now, it means they can have a lot more pressure over towards the future. DXavier played a blinder here on this game, moving over towards that northeastern position after seeing that circle and getting it done so effectively. APG with some good nades as per usual, but one is sent back their way in Scarface as well as Ketch, doing a huge amount of damage. Now APG down to just Doc on a sliver of HP.
And we talked about them a lot earlier, Blank. DXavier making that rotate in has really paid off. I mean, the circle's helped, but they have managed to maintain that position on the north side here. They are not across the water. They are still on that southwest side, and they are rotating through. They've had oversight on so many of these fights. I mean, we saw brilliant nades just then, but none of them really mattered for the teams throwing them because of so much pressure coming through from DXavier's position.
They have held a really nice 4-man split as well, which I'm sure the desk will talk about at some point, but being able to do that over towards that tree line is not easy. There's plenty of positions teams could backstab you from, but I think they were keeping tabs on the circle very, very well. And immediately, as you saw there, as soon as the team got anywhere close, that's where they started to open up. VP, who did fantastically well within their own region, now have set themselves up beautifully on this north side. They're one of the last to the circle as well. They were on a similar trajectory to Alpha 7, so both teams had similar ideas here. But in their case, VP has 4 players as opposed to Alpha 7's 2, so has a much larger chance at taking this game. I think for DXavier, it's a tall task ahead of them, right? They need to take down most of the teams on the western side. Then they need to get an initial knock over towards Virtus Pro to enable even a swim to take place. I think if you were to put money on this match, fake Monopoly money, of course, you'd probably be betting that on VP.
Yeah, I think that is the smart money right now. I think you might be right on that one. IQ trying to leave, GS dropping down, trying to find one of their backstops, and they will be able to do so fairly simply. I mean, the rotate necessary coming through from IQ. They're rotating up, and Prestige, who did manage to get out of this one, does finally fall down, will fall to IQ, and they will stop at 13 elims blank. Almost 50% of their points this match have come through from Alpha 7. Pretty fantastic, if you ask me. Thunder Talk now pushing in as well from that western edge.
Yeah, look to push through APG. Top and Doc were able to get back up with the position. It's a cracking nade. A lot of splash damage on that bad boy. Flashed his own teammate, but he had eyes on. That was the main thing, right? He had eyes on. So the flash didn't matter. They mainly flashed Doc there.
It's all shock and awe. You know, they're just rolling on in. Big bang, big boom. They know where the player is.
Throw the stun grenade.
If you're both flashed and only one of you knows where the other one is, that's an easy win.
It's
hey,
a
look
big
at this.
win.
Alpha
Yeah.
7. They've managed to find some divots very early across the way. Talked about them before. And now here we are, with them being given a massive amount of circle luck to keep themselves in this one.
Wow, what a lob from Parajim. Very, very long on the nade there. But Thunder Talks get up effectively, and DXavier have nothing to say about it. 7 elims so far for the Thunder Talks. And overall, I would say the team play is phenomenal this game. I've been very impressed with maybe not the mechanical skill, but the decision making overall has been very, very good from Thunder Talks.
Xavier with 2 players now, holding off against 3, but it's Lamball to fall, leaving just Nate left. He is closer to the water, and Thunder Talk do need to move on in, move a little bit closer here as the nades continue to roll on out. This is a bit more of a difficult push now. Virtus Pro may have oversight to some of these side angles that Thunder Talk are going to want to use to approach this situation, so it could be a little bit harder. That deployable cover as well, airdropping on in, giving them that concrete barrier, keeping them safe, but Alpha 7. They're still alive, by the way, and they've taken down DXavier.
That's an annoying one for Thunder Talks. I think they were just about to get that knock as well. But Alpha 7 salvaging this game as best as possible. I think that was only doable through this.
What on earth?
Yeah, this is rude. It's very rude. Thunder Talks might win this game. I might be wrong. I think for Virtus Pro, I mean, all things considered, this absolutely made sense for Virtus Pro to win this game. And I think that I would be lying to myself to say that I made a mistake that I don't think I did. I think it's just a case of the circles messing with us all right now. But for Thunder Talks, I'm going to go ahead and say that I think that just off the back of this game, there's been multiple moments where I thought that the team play is very, very good, which is usually something that is quite present in Chinese teams anyway, is that their team play is very, very good, but they're backing up with very, very quick maneuvers. So I quite like this from Thunder Talks. Virtus Pro immediately know they need to move across. I don't like that Thunder Talks aren't holding the water aggressively here, and I think that they're worried to go too far forward and expose themselves to angles from Alpha 7. But that does get Malai as well as Milky Way up with the 2 backstops in Aragon as well as Voston just watching their approach. Very well done. Very, very well done.
Yeah, I think this is really well played by Virtus Pro, and I think you're right on that. Alpha 7 off angle suppressing Thunder Talk on the western side. Just a note on the circle on the minimap, it's slightly offset from where it actually is. It's a little bit further southwest than this, so it is actually centered up into the water here. It does look like it gives more of an advantage to the southwest coastline, but that is not the case. It's really nasty. It's really nasty to everyone involved here. And I mean, Alpha 7, they might also have a chance in this one, Blank, which is crazy.
Yeah, this team's
There's a difficult rotate out for them, so that's definitely the outside chance.
I mean, teams are bruised up and cut up, and I think that you'd be, okay saying that Alpha 7 has a chance in this game, because I am kind of concerned that there's a case where this game is all down to chance now. On this next circle shift, it'll be the last one of the game. We'll see where it goes. If it goes down towards the southwest, people are looking fairly happy, but I can't quite tell where that is on the mini map. I'm waiting for the map feed to update here. But that does head back over towards Boston as well as Aragon-ish. And I think Virtus.pro still do have the edge here.
I mean, just about. It's really difficult, though. You can see the open beachhead that sits in front of them. And they have to get over this next ridgeline and play on nothing, really, which is difficult. Really, really tricky. The circle closes central blank, which is actually in the water. I think it's time for a swim.
I think it might be time for a swim.
Certainly for IQ.
But India getting themselves at least top 4 to start things off with. But a cop has been discovered by a detective in King.
Be able to take him down. 3 teams now remain. 4 players for Virtus.pro. They're split 2 and 2. A nade here could be dangerous. Could cause themselves to bleed out a little bit further. But this is the time that Virtus.pro are going to use to flex out. They're really needing to control Alpha 7 here. And ThunderTalk can't take shots over towards their backstop with these front 2 playing it. Virtus.pro playing on a knife's edge right now, but it's working. And a nade over the top, over towards Xing. Milky Way might drop down into the path of the nade, but the work has already been done. AJ getting taken down to the last player to stand for them. And the players across the way, Carrillo is chiming in too.
So
ThunderTalk up against the wall, and Virtus.pro have played this masterfully.
I mean, you might have a 2v2 here, though, between Alpha 7 and Virtus.pro going over towards that end game, depending on how AJ plays out these final moments. A lot of indecision there coming through from ThunderTalks. And there you go. This is exactly what I was talking about. Aragon now has to hit the deck. There is shots from the sideline. Obscure has to be clean with this one. He is not. And Malloy is providing support. Carrillo with it all down to him now in these final moments.
And he will not be able to meet the mark. Virtus.pro able to claim that northern shore on a deadly circle on Rondo Blank to kick us off. Alpha 7, I mean, they played like lemmings at the start of the match, but they claimed second place off a big shift up to the northeast side.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would call that a big win for Alpha 7. It's a bit of a salvage game. But let's head back over to the desk to see what they had to think about this one.
Switch.
Man, what a tough game there for Virtus.pro at Alpha 7, huh? I mean, that was a very difficult rotation. It's so ridiculous. Rondo, there's only the tiniest little bit of water, and it just so happens to land on majority of water here. Hey, it's PMGC circles, Max, man. What else can we expect, right?
Yeah, like Rondo, there's just a little river. There's no way it's going to come into play, right?
Yeah.
Right? And it does, like, it's genuinely so impactful in the later stages of this game. And it keeps shifting to the east every single circle shift. I don't know what the hell was happening. Alpha 7 and Virtus.pro, of course, congrats on the amazing game. You guys got a little bit lucky with the circle there. And you know what? They made the most out of it, Hot Jukes. That's what you want to see. And Virtus.pro, Aragon in particular, and Malloy, Milky Way, the guys putting up the numbers and coming out huge here on this first game on Rondo as the kings of the CSA region.
Let's go. I mean, it's so crazy. I mean, towards the end of that game, I mean, for us in the background, we were like, all right, yeah, you know what? Alpha 7, they got this win. And then for a second, we were like, all right, ThunderTalk, they are in the best position here. And then all of a sudden, just Virtus.pro at that 2-2 split, man, they crushed it, Neptura.
They did. I don't know how they got off of that ridge just into complete nothingness with only smokes, right? But it was the controlling aspect of the 2-2 split either side of the river. I was skeptical at first about how that was gonna go, but honestly, it worked so well because it meant that they could control each other's enemy aggressors rather. So really loved how they played that, controlled the circle, amazing.
Yeah, as we can take a look here at that game one more time there. Virtus Pro, man, they were able to just get it done right at the last second there. We saw Obscura try to be able to get that double knock, and I think that's really came down to that last little fight there, but he ends up getting taken down, and Virtus Pro just cleaned things up here, Max.
It was down to the smokes. You can see for a split second on the other side of the river, those smokes coming out from Virtus Pro were just paramount in them securing this chicken dinner at the start of the day, at the start of the Gauntlet stage. And but Malloy, Milky Way, this duo sending it across the river, Niptura, and holding off all of Thunder Talk while keeping 2 players on the other side of the river to control the ridgeline. That was the game-winning play from Virtus Pro. And I don't know if it's too much to say, but I would say it's as close to perfect as it really was in that scenario for Virtus Pro. It was beautiful.
And to make such a perfect play out of such a difficult zone as well, right? To take that sort of high pressure scenario, it was not an easy game by any means. Yes, they might have had more time to think about it because they were on the other side of the river, but yeah, it's insane that they were able to bring that out of it.
Wait, Niptura, Hot Jukes, am I seeing Malloy with 870 damage, 4 limbs, and he's only taken 22 damage?
What?
That's what I'm talking about.
Bro.
He's out of the Matrix. Oh my... That's crazy stats. Okay.
Dude, ridiculous. I mean, one thing I really love from them, though, was to have that heads up to cross the river, right? I think a lot of teams in that position, they're just like, you know what? We're going to hold this side and just see what happens. But no, they end up making that split, and it worked out for them big time, Max.
Yeah, definitely worked out for them big time. Let's go through some of the replays here of this match. And of course, a lot of hot drops, which you would expect Niptura, right, going into Rondo because of the recall tower system. But Alpha 7 losing to R8, definitely an unexpected run of events here in the compound northwest of Rondo. And Alpha 7 got to maybe rethink that hot drop because R8, they're coming in hot. They're swinging here for the MENA region.
Yeah, it is interesting that we weren't expecting to see A7 really not come out on top on that one, but yeah, maybe they'll have a little bit of a rethink. At least now Rondo's done and dusted. They got some time to think that one through maybe a little bit more. I wouldn't be surprised though if we see them do it again tomorrow, right? Because one time does not a decision make. I think they gotta lose twice before they go, okay, yeah, maybe not. So we'll see tomorrow what they've got in store.
Yeah, I think it's harder to make that decision too when you end up in second place. You know what I'm saying? Like the recall towers, I mean, it works out big time for them. But at the end of the day, yeah, them losing that fight was pretty tough. I mean, R8, got to give some big shout outs to them. 5 eliminations off the rip in here, really utilizing this whole mechanic to their advantage.
Just farming eliminations in the early stages of the game. Though, we did see a few quick little replays in Niptura of a fight I think we both found very interesting. That southern fight on the gas station next to the bridge. You had DRX, you had E-Arena, R8, and Orangutan that I know that you wanted to talk about that actually, instead of going for the aggressive approach, went a little bit slower here, and that allows them to secure 9 points on this first game.
9 points, top 4 is exactly what they needed to start the day off right. Start all of PMGC off right? But I really liked what they did there because they knew R8 was right next to them and they thought, listen, if we third-party DRX and E-Arena, then R8 are just going to third-party us. We're going to leapfrog all of this, let R8 do that third-party, and then we're just going to gatekeep them the whole time. And that got them those placement points. They were able to full send it to the middle and get top 4. A brilliant play. And this is what I'm saying. They're a smart team. They know what they're doing against these global teams.
Yeah, and though looking at the leaderboards, we saw for a second there, Hot Tricks, we need to mention Thunder Talk. Like, those guys, 15 points right out of the gates here for the PL region. Setting up absolutely game-winning positions onto the western side. I think earlier on they had a big 2-2 split, then they regrouped onto mini heaven, as we were calling it in this game, a little plateau area, and their zoning capabilities were just second to none. They were so efficient at making sure they were creating space for themselves to transition later on in that game. Thunder Talk, I want to see more of this because this is the Thunder Talk you expect to see coming forward after their PL season.
Yeah, and their quick decision-making, I think, really showed off right here because you saw D Xavier in a really dominant position, but Thunder Talk wasted no time, pushed on them, and took them out the game. But, you know, D Xavier ended up with 8 points. Thunder Talk ended up with 15, but it's all Malloy here. I mean, look at that. 870 damage. What a great start here for this team, Max. So here's the rest of the top 4 players, and I'm not surprised we see, of course, one of the Thunder Talk players right here and now, Max.
Yeah. Setting up the plays at the end there. And I think Niptura, talking about actually sitting and Thunder Talk, that push we saw later on in the game onto, I believe it was D Xavier over that little valley point, keeping one player on the backside, I believe it was King.
Yes.
That was literally the most perfect execution of that play for Thunder Talk in particular that we could have expected in that situation. It was so well played.
It was so nice. I love to see sitting pretty number 2 here on the top 4 players. It's really nice, and it's really it's a good example or a good representation of what this game was for them. It was really nice.
Beautifully done, beautifully done. I mean, man, R8 starting off strong. So many different things to talk about, but that's it for Rondo. Next up, we're gonna go into Erangel, Max. And when it comes to Erangel, right, we already saw some hot drops in Rondo. I know that we're gonna possibly have some ones here in the big map of Erangel. Which ones do you think are gonna happen here, Max?
Well, I'm a bit scared about Virtus Pro and Alpha 7 because they both drop in George Pole / Lipovka. Also, they do drop in Milta Power for Virtus Pro, so there could be a little bit of a clash there. But the main one, I think that me and Niptera are both going to be heavily paying attention to moving forward, is going to be GS Team hot dropping APG in military base because they kept doing it during the scrims. Are they going to do it today, Nep? I'm hoping no, but they might.
I really hope they don't, because like we discussed yesterday, right, while we were watching that, it's like, if you want to go and hot drop another team that maybe has just switched to that position because of PMGC, then fine. But you don't hot drop APG in the location they have had for years across multiple different teams. No matter what team they're on, they drop military base. They know the ins and outs so intimately of that location that for GS to go, hey, actually, we're going to uproot you out of that. No, you're not. It's not happening. Go somewhere else. Don't hot drop. Don't do it.
It's big enough to have 2 teams, okay, guys?
Dude,
it's way more than enough
but
buildings in
APG's like,
military
nah.
base. Yeah, it like genuinely hot
Military.
jukes. If we see the fight happen again between GS team and APG in military, it's 100% intentional, and I think GS are kind of throwing. I want a chance to be top 7.
Because even when we were watching it during the scrims, it's not like any of these teams were, either the two squads were walking away unscathed, right? Like they were all walking away with 2 players gone or 1 player out of there. And I mean, when we're playing 3 Erangels, this is the map in particular you don't want to waste any time on, right? So
yeah,
it's crazy to see. I mean, a hot drop of this scale. But I mean, we talk about, I mean, these teams here, and APG in particular, they don't move for nobody, Max.
They're never gonna, like, I think that we're gonna be 10 years in the future in PUBG Mobile Esport, and APG will still drop on Sovnovka Island in military base, okay? This is their position for the longest time, and it will stay that way moving into the future. Though, looking at the hot drops that used to happen, we used to have Orangutan, right? Neptura hot dropping versus Regnum Karia in Rozhok. They changed their drop location now dropping around Shelter area. They can also go to Severny if they want. I think this is a great change for the better, and I'm really happy with Orangutan making that switch.
Yeah, I am too, because it really plays into their edge style, their edge play style, right? They like to wrap around the edge and control as the game gets later and later. And so to go center when a lot of teams also play center in this lobby. So to land center and then try to play edge is going to be too much of a hassle, and you're probably going to get caught out early. So it's really nice to see them move to a more of an edge position on the map. And so then they can actually play how they want to play a lot easier.
Yeah, you can see these players locked, loaded, ready to go here into Erangel. Are we going to see those hot drops? Military base is going to get crazy. And it still just freaks me out every single time, because I'm like, why are we dealing with this? There's so much room. You could easily have a team go Novo, loot half the place, and be fine with it, but they're going to crack away at it no matter what, you know? Now, we got some other teams, other players here that I definitely want to talk about, right? We didn't get to really talk about at the top of the show about GK, right, Max? And I know Nerzed joining them has been a really, really big improvement for them. What do you think about that?
I really like the way Nerzed has been playing with the team during PMSL Mina. He was so impactful, but also not just solo carrying. Very clearly, it's the entire team putting up some really good results. Berlin, Kevin, Nerzed, Ragnarok, everyone's doing fantastic in their games. Safety also, of course. And I do think it's still a slow process, because adding a player as experienced as Nerzed in this team, it's still taking time for them to adapt, because they have a completely different meta, right, from when he was in CSA, now joining the MENA region. But they've had time now since PMSL MENA, and now going into this tournament. So I feel like that synergy is going to be even stronger. And if that's the case, maybe we could see a MENA team make it to the finals. I feel like that's the region a lot of people are looking at that might not have any teams to represent them in the finals. But if any of them is going to make it, I think GK is definitely one of those squads that I'm going to be paying very close attention to.
Yeah, and I also think that maybe in PMGC, in a global lobby, they're actually going to be a little bit more comfortable because now Nerzet is able to bring that global experience that he has to the team and forge the team as it needs to be, you know, tweaked or whatever, right? Whereas going into the regionals, they were still playing as a regional team a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see if that experience, if that influence is going to actually make them have a better time at PMGC.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to see. There's so many different roster changes, so much things happening right now, but it all comes down to this, guys. There's only 7 slots to be able to head towards the grand finals, and if you do not get there, oh man, it's going to be a tough battle in the group stage. We got 10 seconds left to go. These guys are getting locked and loaded. We are headed into Erangel for the first time.
Got a feed again, Blank, and I think we're into Erangel. I don't know about you, but we'll see. I think we're all good. Okay, well, here we go. What's life without a little bit of thrill here as we get a little bit of a hot drop as well. Okay, down on the south side, GS and Alpha in C block. Gonna continue to scrap this one out. Let's see who's gonna get the better end of the stick here. A hop in through the window from Doc and actually finds an AKM. DBS though in the hands of D3S. That's going to be nasty. Fortunately, Doc's down as well. And Alpha Gaming actually definitely on the back foot of this as Reefus takes a lick down the hall.
Yes. GS. Not a bad start for them. APG were fighting over this in the test matches as well. It's interesting to see this one come back again. So this was a little engagement that was taking place multiple times during scrims. Looks like it wasn't one to conclude too quickly. Both teams kind of were going back and forth on this. APG were winning a couple of times. GS were winning a couple of times themselves. So it really was undecided who would be able to take this one. You also got Geekay over towards Novorepnoya as well. So it's certainly a difficult scenario now for APG as well as GS. Who's going to be winning off the back of this one? I mean, APG down to 3 players. GS still at 4. So the ball is in their court, realistically.
No recall beacons for Doc this time around. Zjol biding his time. Reefus ticking up slowly on the stims. Icon puts the pin back in the nade. Missteps a lot more costly here on Erangel, obviously. Taking that recall beacon away. Alpha 7 far flung from the thick of it right now over towards Lipovka, heading up towards the north. And given the circle, I think that's probably the right choice. The circle did pop all the way up to shooting range. Long road for these two teams. They need to conclude pretty soon if they want to get in with a chance of actually having a decent shot to the circle.
Definitely a long journey, and there's no recall beacons anymore to assuage those problems. APG is kind of stuck here now too, because you can't really make the backstep over towards the hillside behind them. Very exposed. Once you move out the way, GS, all they have to do is head over towards the roof and start taking shots. So APG's sort of locked into this fight. It's a long journey up north as well, with the circle staring up over towards shooting range. It's unideal.
Zjol. He's been hiding behind this wall for a while now. I don't know if they know about it, but if they get up to that high ground, they will. Can't really move up to the roof. It's just so exposed, and you don't really know fully where Reefus is. Nade from D3S. I think they know he's behind the wall now. Long nade. Don't think that tagged too much damage, but Zyol had to reposition and the footsteps give it away. They know where they're playing now. A stunner out wide to slow down a push that didn't come through for GS. And Alpha Gaming still just holding, playing as 3. Top off in the distance as well. A Molotov out on the door. It just keeps just at bay time and time again. It feels like every single time GS are stepping forwards, but they're just getting rebuffed.
It's very much a stalemate fight. And again, it's one of those things where APG has to commit to this now, where if GS want to keep dropping on them over towards military, then APG need to make it as hellish as possible going forward. If you want to keep dropping here, we won't leave. Even if you take down one of us, we will remain, and we're going to make your lives very tough. Which is a bit of a stubborn approach, but I think APG and stubbornness go hand in hand anyway.
Yeah, I think that's...
But it's the start of the tournament. So they've got plenty of time to convince other teams not to come here.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they want to get up towards the top 7 in Gauntlet, which really is the ultimate goal of these teams here, they do need to try and get that one shifted a little bit further down the pipeline as fast as possible in the next 3 days. See what more they can earn. Aaron Gold, obviously a major feature of these days, with a 50% of your matches played on the grassy pastures. Taking a look at the points right now, I mean, R8 with 13, which is crazy on that first match, despite going down fairly early on in the overall standings. I think it was 6th or 7th or something on the placements. The Virtus Pro and Thunder Talk just a little bit ahead of that. And the fact that Alpha 7 got 9 in the end boggles the mind. Kara moving parallel now to the so-called hometown heroes right now. Certainly the only representative from the hometown in the Gauntlet stage. We'll be seeing Vampires in the finals as well. But Irina going to be moving alongside Kara.
Joker just watching this unfold. They pass on by, which isn't great, to be honest with you, for E-Arena. I think I would have rather have got moving a little bit early with Kara, taking a proactive approach there. It does set up a bit of a landmark that's going to block off E-Arena when they start to come through. VP also will be making a bit of a rotation over towards the north side. Round Stalba likely. APG regress over towards GS.
Reefus with the pump action. Alpha Gaming taking a little bit more ground back under control in the long building, but they left a backstop in the cupboard there, and 2 players go down immediately as well. It's getting turned around, it's getting traded off. It's chaos on the inside here, Blank, but Alpha Gaming managing to stand tall amongst it. The push back in has worked. They are making it hellish indeed. There's Jafar now, the last player to stand for GS. Spots Reefus, ducking down behind the box, and has to head up the stairs instead to stay safe. The blue zone is ticking away. It's slow, but it's there. The dropout from Jafar into a 1v1 now, and Alpha Gaming and GS still toe-to-toe in C block. The bomb action through the window. He gives them the do-si-do and puts them back in the lamp.
I mean, the one tap as well is pretty impressive. Coming through from Jafar. And their wish is granted, like you say. Military base is theirs. APG do go down. They do lose a lot for it, though. Only 4 elims and only 2 players remaining off the back. Thunder Talk over towards the north side compound, just the west of Severny. I actually don't mind this position at all. Quite like it on our screens right now. A lot of capability for maneuvers later on, which is good stuff. It shifts down towards the southwest side, where DRX is currently playing on the dead trees. Zaki for Alpha 7's an interesting one.
They started at the
they have been cowed.
Well, fine. You know what? I mean, they sent there early, right? And they're going to have to play from that northwest side. GK moving on in on the east edge with Ulf. Just to their south up in the hills, you can see the ridge lines, the trees, the terrain play here will inevitably be incredibly crucial As DRX look to regroup, Alpha 7 poking their noses in too, but Carrillo, he's turned away. Spots too much danger for his liking. Waits for the rest of his team.
It's a good time for Alpha 7 to move. I mean, you said it started in Lipovka, moved over towards here. You're getting a lot of value off the back of this one with the circle moving over towards that western side. GK currently on our screens. Moving through the center of the circle, but no real position to stay right now. The arena finally made that move from the western coast. They are on the south side. Kara is still posing a bit of a threat to them. Being a little bit annoying, but Marcel having to swim here does give free reign now for E Arena to push over towards that eastern side. Potentially even past the Xavier. Kind of like their split. 2 and 2 across the roadside. Tucked in over towards the hillside on the east.
I'm confused about what Marceau's doing right now. Because Kara have got control of the bridge. Fully. He just fancied a swim. He wanted to go back to the last game. He's like, oh, we went in the final circle. I want to be in there. Nah, just get on to North George. Come on. Kick up the pace. Regnum Kaya, they are slap bang center, but they're in a bit of a divot here with a lot of oversight from on the surrounds. It's going to be difficult to move away from this, but it's very central, which is the big positive of that spot. And they'll be able to play on from there. The DXavier 2-2 split to their south flank as well is a big threat to them, but could be a bit difficult for DXavier to hold. We'll see if they have more success than they did against Thundertalk from the last match.
Yeah, honestly, I loved the Thundertalk gameplay from that last match. And I think that it is definitely difficult to deal with a team that is very coordinated like that. I want to see more from them. I mean, 15 points already is a really, really good start. And for Thundertalks to get into that top 7 will be a big boon for their region. Alpha 7 starting to cross from that field on the western side, but still really difficult to determine where you want to play on this circle. It's not amazing spots all around. I think even moving down this way, you're very, very tough to find decent spots to play now. I think a lot of teams are going to shift over towards that western side, try and play the east edge of Georgia Pole. First Bro up against Thundertalks once again. Like you said, sighting does go down, but for their troubles, they're at least able to find one.
They're able to get... Oh, Virtus Pro able to claim a point there. Thundertalk not so lucky, and IQ are tagging onto the back as well. King going down, should be flushed out. Going to be real tricky to make that one work. Rectum Kaya holding their central spot as well, defending as they move. Sorry, they're not holding. They sent all the way down to the south coast. Goodness me. Okay, a big rotate coming through in the midst of it. They give up the position a bit further up the hill and instead take control of the roadsides blank, which slither through the middle of this next circle. A lot of control for Regnum Kaya still.
Yeah, we didn't get to talk too much about Regnum Kaya other than that initial push from last game. But definitely a team that we're expecting big things from in the future, and already a very, very good position on this map to play around with across the roadside. It is going to require a little bit of gusto from them to hold on to this spot, but I think that Regnum Kaya can make it happen. R8 currently playing box, which is not a bad position at all. I think for E Arena, it looks better than it actually is. Over on this south side, it's going to be kind of tough to move across that open ground, even past all 4 DXavier or Wolves even holding on that north side. So I think for E Arena, they may struggle slightly.
Alpha 7 trying to dodge the spray downs. Looks successful for now. Kara moving in from that western side, slowly moving through North George. Marceau did finally get toweled off after his swim under the Georgia Bowl Bridge. And now they'll have to try and move further east with Virtus Pro and Alpha 7 in the way, though. That is going to be tricky, and the blue zone is starting to hurt now into stage 3, closing in 39 seconds to stage 4. That's where it starts to become impossible to play inside that blue, and they're kind of caught in the crux of it, Blank. I think Kara not long for this one.
I mean, they didn't have a bad spot to play around with. They even got ahead of the issue with Arena. Like, the initial rotates from Kara were good. Yeah, getting torn to pieces by Virtus Pro a little bit here has been pretty rough, at least. We should be able to get the players back up in action. Next move, right? What's the next step here? How do we move Knight from here? Because I think that they're likely not taking a win back of this one, and it is more checkmate on their side of things right now. Regnum Kaya pushing over towards the bridge. Actually, unironically, a very good position. Looks bad. Is pretty good.
I mean, yeah, right now it is brilliant cover, brilliant hard cover. The downside is that our rate are sort of just around the corner. Could be difficult if nades start to pour on through. In the meantime, this northwest side is getting treacherous. DRX moving on through, and Alpha 7 clashing with them. They stayed back from the fight for quite a while. They moved all the way out to Zaki on a wide wrap from Lipovka. And now they're starting to push towards the circle. Kara spreading out in a line behind them might prove to be a difficult obstacle. And Obscure going down means DRX are starting to turn the tides of this fight. A second knock found as well. And really not too much damage seen in response towards DRX.
I mean, that's one way to do it, right? Is if you can't quite see your target, you just blindly spray through the smoke and typically gets the job done. I think for Kara, they're so far on the outside of the circle that, yeah, it was only a matter of time before this started to happen. DRX still trying to put the pain on over towards Alpha 7. Greasout moving off in the distance. Tanky gets taken down. Quick jump into the vehicle from DRX. Can I say slightly low, but is healing. I do think for Regnum Kari, it's not actually that bad between them and R8, because the chances... right now, at least, I think the chances that R8 leaves box in the relative safety of those outside windows right here to take shots or nades down towards Regnum Kaya, very slim. I think for Regnum Kaya actually working pretty well in tandem with R8.
Ooh, Ragnarok. Doing a lot of work for Geeky there as well on that northeast side. IQ cut down. Still going with a little bit more gas in the tank, but you don't imagine that they've got too much more for Orangutan. It is going to be a difficult move now with one player left. Marso's in as well, but he's taking fire from across the way. I think that's Thunder Talk. I think that may be Regnum Kaya if they step up on that south side that they've managed to move out for an outpost with. Loxy, I mean, he spotted this cross. This is, oh, a nice little pick up there. A little bit too bold from Loxy, in fact, there as R8 spot him on an off angle.
I don't really know why he pushed out so far. He wants to take down the straggler there from Orangutan, but it's not meant to be. The Xavier, do you remove Mad Bulls? Only 4 elims this game. Will be taken down. Virtus Pro currently playing on the bridge alongside on that western edge, but Ulf has something to say about Aaron here. This team's actually really quite strong. I think that we haven't seen all that much out of Ulf recently, but Aaron does get clipped by the circle. And like you say, in stage 4 here, will start to hurt quite a bit more than a zap, more like a proper taser on that side of things.
Yeah, he gets flushed out as well. Couldn't quite make it. Couldn't quite make the run. Ulf now a player down. Not ideal, but they are on the Kobe. They can go way towards their advantage. It's going back up to that northern side blank. That gives the position for DX on the buildings a bit of potential here, and they were able to a lot of that area and play that ridgeline potentially further towards the south. This could be a pretty solid spot moving forwards for DX. It is a lead that is going to be difficult. No one really tested on the north, so maybe that's going to give them an opening.
It's nice the circle does come over from the south and heads up. I mean, DX do have a fairly strong spot to work with. Even trying to remove GS. GS3 on the backside of this building. They're being very vigilant clearing this one out, by the way. There's only 2 players. I mean, they have to be if they want to wrap around towards that north side. 2 good grenades, but no dice on that.
Joker crawling back to Sakura. I think find this res. Jafar not quite in position, and a big nade from Tony K gets that knock and almost immediately gets the flush there. Well, nicely found. Sakura gets that res, and E-Arena playing on now as 4, but they have to move up to the coastline here and into the waiting arms of R8, of Regnum Kaya. Mormon makes first approach and will get immediately backed off the angle. I think Marso's chiming in there as well. This is a really difficult rotate for E-Arena. I would be surprised if they make it unscathed.
If they can regroup on Mormon, sure. But we'll have to wait and see. Like you say, it's a tough rotate for them to make. Wolves now wrapping on DXavier on that northwest side. Let's see if DXavier are able to hold them off down the line of shields. It's a pretty good regroup. That is a fantastic nade. Honestly, an airburst might have done the trick there. Silas has to do it all himself once again. With the double. Fantastic stuff. Zed Wolves goes a little bit too high, but Silas really throws the dazzler.
Sometimes the old dog doesn't need new tricks. Just play what you know. And the nade on target is brilliant for Silas. One of the longest standing veterans of the PUBG Mobile scene on the global stage. No one really has more experience than him. That's going to calm the nerves. Marth spray down towards Mormon. And E-Arena, I mean, I said I'd be surprised to see them make it unscathed. They did make it, but they were not unscathed after that. Silas saw to it, and now 2 of them have fallen, but they do manage to get into the next circle.
Good nade from Coops from up on high over towards DXavier. It's a good opening. And after that, instantly Doran's in as the front man from Romania. Very, very good stuff that he can bring to the table. Has always been a fantastic fragger, and now on a team that can really utilize his performance.
2 players from Wolves down. They managed to get an opening too, but that is not going to be enough there. It seems like DXavier can't hold off these pushes. Thunder Talk and now Wolves have been able to take advantage of positions that seemed very, very strong. And with Wolves being able to pick up those 3 elims, now GK are going to try and capitalize. 1 player does stay down. Doran is back up to his feet with a nade in hand. I'm surprised he's not going for that heal. There's that first knock, and Wolves look to hold off in a solid fashion where DXavier could not. Coops, I think he wanted to hop out the window there. Maybe a little bit too slow. Second time's a charm, but Hicksword goes down on the sideline. 3 players fall on the approach, but 3 in response, and it's up to Doran versus Saf. And now pushing onto the outside there. Doran loses one of his teammates. They are flushed away. It opens up for the door frame, but will be blasted back off its hinges.
Safji underneath. Ooh, trying to make his way back up the stairs here. Like you say, Doran, all down to him now. Nade in hand. This has to be a golden throw. And will head further down the stairs. Has 1 more to try and make it happen. Quick switches between the weapons. But teammates are starting to bleed out. Safji realizes he's just going to go for those elimination points. Pick those up where he can. Doran jumps out the window. Goes for a similar scenario. Takes down the entire team between the 2 of them.
Saf G has to go for the reload there, but he's managed to get it in time. Oh no, the off angle comes through as well and forced into the fight. He wasn't ready for it. Wolves fall and nobody can hold these buildings. GK very, very slow to be able to get out of this position as well. It's going to make their approach really tough. They're playing now as 2 players on that northern side. Regnum Kaya still in a great spot, and R8 as well, having a second really strong game to open the tournament.
I mean, for R8, I've been... Well, again, I said it was unsurprising. I think they're a team that's improved a lot over the years. And they have remained steadfast between one another. So I do think they deserve all the prestige that they're requiring throughout this gauntlet. Good shot from Marth over towards Saf as he attempts to leave that position. Will explode on the vehicle there. Leaving GK high and dry with just the 1 player in Kevin. Tries to make a move out. Marth's got his eyes that way too. Doesn't quite have his number though.
Not quite on the bead fully, unfortunately. Kevin gets a little bit further forwards. R8 regroup back down to the compound that they've held for a while now. And continue their solid hold on the riverbank. Circle definitely north-leaning, but Regnum Kai have been holding this 2-2 split for a while. They like these river splits. They've played quite significantly on them in these sorts of situations. And they played them pretty well in the past. And they're looking to do just the same here. Mormon still alive for E-Arena. Tony K as well, off on that western side. The 2 players left for the team from Thailand as the circle pops.
Towards the west. Still has a lot of water in this one as well, so getting flashbacks over towards Rondo now. Thunder talks with their singular player looking to pump the placement points a little bit with their 18 from their last game. Very obvious someone's in here, at least. Marth again, really not leaving Kevin alone. Despite asking multiple times, Prestige gets an off angle on it and will pick him up. As the circle moves further towards that western side, Regnum Kaya get more and more of the advantage here. But I think that both Silas as well as Zedwolf know they need to have a very, very strong hold towards the south side, because this is the position that's going to allow them to take on R8 when they do eventually try and move in. But with E-Arena still around this area, that's what Silas as well as Zedwolf are definitely most worried about.
Orangutan, last player in the drink. Been hiding out for a while. Almost cost Loxy his life to try and pick that point up. See how much longer they can survive. R8 making that western push, the real big maneuver that has to happen here. The question is when. The question is what do they need to get in place to feel confident enough to go for this push. Ida pushed off that rooftop now. They have to keep marching forwards, regroup onto the tower and go from there. Regnum Kaya yet to really fully chime in with force. AJ being a bit of a thorn in the side here. You see, I think as soon as AJ goes down, if Zedwolf can find those shots with the Mini 14, I think that's when Regnum Kai can really start to leverage this.
All right, moving out, but Wild immediately finds the first shots on that one, which is a good pickup. Looking behind him as well, I mean, very, very good awareness on this one, but minimal ammo to work with, no nades. Realistically here, Orangutan still holding strong. R8 just about get themselves in a position to start sending nades, but Wild evades every single one of them. M79 out of the smokes now as E-Arena looks to move across. How is he not down? Goodness me.
Oh dear, Tony K takes a lot of damage as well, and it is going to be maintained on that south edge. Regnum Kaya now playing with 2 on that south side. Don't go down as well. A knock there would have been really nasty for them, but they keep it going. Loxy, close to Marth, close to Ida, close to Prestige. Orangutan still just with their solo representative as well. Just clinging on there. On the off angle, down under the bridge. Playing down in the dark. Wild somehow doesn't go down to that nade. Felt like I went off right in his ear. And Prestige strikes out towards the south side. And Silas is going to fall. Zedwolf now needs to pick him back up as Marth continues to move on over. Spots a leg, spots 2, and clocks the shot. Able to take down Loxy. Regnum Kaya faltering on their hold now. They play too timid blank. They haven't been allowed to do what they wanted here. And Wild needs to stay alive but can't. Another nade. And there's Amori finding the shots onto Silas. Zedwolf now the last to stand. Will give it a good go, but it's not going to be enough. Falls out and will go down. Regnum Kaya eliminated in 4th.
I can't believe Regnum Kaya loses there. I mean, they did everything they needed to do, which was to take out E-Arena, clear some space on that side, and then push over towards R8. But R8 have really been putting on a clinic during this game. Very fantastic play from inside of box compound, never straying too far away from their safety. When it came down to it, this has been a really, really good hold in terms of playing from one position to the next. Marth, oh my goodness me. I think he'll give his life for it, but you don't really care.
My goodness me, what a stylish way to close that down. R8, they were on the warpath in Rondo and they wanted more. A bigger slice of the PMGC pie. That is a massive game for R8. They held the box compound and nobody could deal with it.
That is some silly stuff. I mean, I think I've seen Moth do that twice this game, by the way. But you don't expect it in those final moments. You really do not expect it in these final moments. What a way to finish the game. And Orangutan, once again, gets some decent placement points.
R8 putting Mina on the map right there. That is what I'm talking about. That finish, by the way. Oh my gosh, Marth onto AJ. That was one of the most disgusting ways to end a match. These guys are not messing around here, Max.
I can just hear Marth on that push just like, YOLO! Just like, let's send it. Let's try and get that. And it actually worked out. They get rid of AJ. They're like, wait, there's still someone alive. And it was Aru from Orangutan. But R8, given a free tick into the late game by playing box compound, they were able to hold on to their resources. But the flex out at the late game, Niptura, that we were super hype about, of Amori to get the off angle onto Rengnam Karya. R8 coming out swinging here in PMGC in the first 2 games alone. I'm
nice.
Genuinely so impressed.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with them as well. I love that Rengnam played that really well. 2-2 split either side of the river. They were going against 2 different teams at the same time to minimize both of those teams' control. But Amori was like, not on my watch, bro. Going around to the north side, getting that angle and just demolishing Rengnam after that really set the tone for the game. And they were just able to just bulldoze through that after all.
Dude, R8, I mean, started off strong in Rondo. They had 5 elims to start things off and then just would continue to put up points. They win the second game. They are off to the best start they could possibly ask for, right? Now, speaking of starts, Max Man, you know, this match started exactly as we thought it was, right? What a ridiculous fight once again, right? We just see APG, right? Just going at it with GS right off the rip in military. What do you think about that, Max?
You're trying to make me angry right now, Hodrux, because it's working. Just to tell you, it is definitely working. It's
crazy.
Yeah, GS versus APG, it's an ego fight we're seeing between these 2 teams. It's completely unnecessary. We talked about it. Military Island, it's big enough for 2 teams. And look, in comparison, you can look at GK, right? They don't fight in Novo. Yep. They're instantly in the circle, going for great third party onto Wolves and Dig Xavier on the northern position. And then you have GS team and APG constantly fighting, clutch after clutch. Really good fight from Jafar at the end, by the way, but completely unnecessary. But you know what? I'm going to talk about something that makes me happy. And it's this R8 win. You know that? I can talk about positively because Amori, the off angle, sure, maybe it doesn't show itself through his elims. He only got 1, but the angles were so impactful for them to wrap up this chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's the damage that really makes this and the knockouts well. And also look at Marth. It's very similar to what we saw in the last game as well, right? 67 damage taken for 894 damage is insane. So I wouldn't doubt that we're going to see him MVP.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that'd be good to see here. But, yep, look, this is what we love to see right here. Oh, my gosh. At first, we thought that Top was clutching it up with that double shotgun, right? Woo. And then Jafar just cleaning it up right there. And you can just see the frustration and talk amongst all these players here, Max.
Okay, genuine question for you guys. Are they going to stop the hot drop? What are we thinking?
No.
I agree. Unfortunately, I agree. They're going to keep doing it, right? It just seems like something APG would do, and GS team are like, why not? That's their reasoning, I'm sure. Why?
Who cares about the grand finals? You know what I'm saying? Who cares, dude? You know, we still got group stage. It's not like we're out of the tournament, right? Right? In the tournament, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that's what they're going for, or that's the vibe right now, but that's definitely not the way to play it. Come on, guys. I mean, we've talked about it before, Max especially, right? We've been saying, hey, if they don't make it, if the teams that don't make it to Gauntlet, they're going to have an extra hard time making it to finals through the group stage. You've got to be in that top 7 for the best chance, and it seems like both these teams are kind of throwing that already.
Yeah, looking at these replays, though, big highlight on Marth, not only for that final send on to AJ with the car that was just like an absolutely crazy clutch at the end, but also how he was able to just peek over the rocks to make sure there wasn't just a solo straggler around there, and they do find that one solo of Regnum and just eliminate him. That could have been a big issue as you go back over the entirety of this game. I love this graphic, by the way. I got to say, production. Love
So
this.
much.
I want to see more of this kind of graphics. I'm looking at, in particular, R8, the winning team of this match, holding on to George Pole, moving into crates, actively scouting the entirety of the early stage, and they see this circle instantly. Where do you want to go? In a position next to the river, and they send it instantly in that spot, which not only facilitates transition in case of a bad circle shift, but it also allows you to just zone teams away from you, which allows them to instantly have an easy access into the late game with cars to move up and just clean up the entirety of the lobby.
Beautifully done. I mean, that's such a great position too, because for some reason the zone just hard shifts back to the south. You were right there, right? You control the bridge, you could gatekeep and get points, or just head back to a position. So I mean, R8 not hesitating there. I think it paid off dividends for them here in Neptura.
It really, really did, and it's one of those things of like, you know, zone prediction and trying to figure out where the zone's going to go next. And we do see a lot of zones over on that bridge specifically. So really, really heads up play from them to try and take advantage of that and go, listen, it's either going to go straight up to the north because we've often seen zones up there, or it's going to stay on this bridge. And they were really right with their prediction there. It turned out very well, and it worked in their favor. That was a big Elam game for them.
Look at that. 20 points for R8. Woo! These guys are feeling great right here. Tons of great fights in this one, too. As a matter of fact, we look a little bit down on the leaderboards there, right? We saw the Wolves, right? They had a great push onto D Xavier. I was honestly shocked that we saw GK push all the way out there and actually make that third party max. What do you think about that fight?
It was all down to SafG, really. SafG, I think it was actually a 250, 300 meter third party from a distance between Wolves and Xavier. It's like, well, I got an easy angle there. It's so flat around the compound, I'm instantly going to take it up. And when he gets the knocks, they regroup, send it forward, and get a really good cleanup. It was down to just a solo, I believe, on both sides between SafG and Doran, and luckily enough, SafG wins it. But I like to see GK being this opportunistic in these third-party opportunities, so keep it up, because right now, Mina, they're coming out swinging, not just R8, but GK too, and I want to see more of that moving forward.
Yeah, I want to see more of that as well. I want to see more of that last play that we saw from Marth. Oh my goodness. If you guys could, we were in the back, right? And when I saw that zone shift there, I thought we were going to see AJ possibly clean things up, make a crazy last stand fight. But then Marth just said, nah, you know, you're out of here, dude, right? Just driving up the vehicle, backseating himself and going to the blue, right, Neptura? Like literally, if he did not hit those shots, he's gone. So that was a crazy play.
Yeah, it was insane. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like do or die, really. You gotta try and go for the risky play to make sure you get the rewards that you're wanting, and they did. I mean, look at the overall rankings. That match puts them top of that leaderboard, 33 points.
I mean, we're looking at teams that were so well placed there. Thunder Talk, despite not getting a win, currently in second place, and also Orangutan looking really good in the top 7. They are looking really comfy despite not getting a chicken dinner. They both have 10 placement points, which means you're still reaching the late game. I would like to see Orangutan survive as more than just a solo in the later stage. I think it was AKOP on Rondo, and this last game it was just Aru in the water. But you know what? They know when they lose the early game fight, we'll just try and survive as a solo, get some placement points, and so far it is successful for those teams.
And the consistency is all about, right? Especially when you don't get that opportunity to have a big game, right? You got to put something on the board, and Orangutan are doing just that here in Neptura.
Yeah, they really are, and it's all about that momentum, right? If you try and go too aggressive and play exactly how you want to play, even though the zone is against you, you're actually going to end up demoralizing your team in a lot of ways. So it's really nice that they're like, listen, we're going to scrap what we've done. We're just going to go solo again. It's fine. Get a top 4, get a top 3. We've got those podium finishes under our belts now, so that when a zone actually comes that we want to play and we can play the way we want to, we have that at our back to go, yeah, we got this. We can do this.
I love it. I love it, man. What a crazy couple games so far. You know, one team in particular, right, that we're seeing all the way down the leaderboards, and I didn't really think we were going to see too much, right? It's got to be APG Max, right? So I know that we're probably going to continue to see these hot drops because they're just that stubborn.
Yeah.
But like at this point, like with them so far down the leaderboards, do you think there's a possibility of them changing things up?
Unfortunately, no. Knowing APG, they're just going to keep going with what they're currently doing. I I wish they wouldn't, Hodrix, to be completely honest with you. I wish they would be like, this is not working out. Maybe we did a bit of a mistake here and changed it up. But unfortunately, that is not the APG style. But talking about another team here quickly, Niptrode, I think we would both agree on that is currently underperforming is DRX. They're currently standing in 14th position, only 5 points. And those are 5 eliminations, no placement points, which is very much not like DRX that we used to see in the past. I need to see a bit of a step up from them because so far they've been invisible these 2 matches.
Yeah, it has been odd, I think, but I think that's kind of the way they will want to play this. It's been slow, but maybe just, you know, we've had 2 really tough zones. Maybe that's really what's coming into play here. They tend to rotate quite slowly. They tend to, you know, play center, but then they've got large splits. And maybe with these big hard shifts that we're seeing, both the slow timing and those big splits, they're just not working in their favor.
Yeah. You know, the good thing is here, though, with the Gauntlet is that it's top 7, right? So top 7 move to the finals. And at the end of the day, we're going to see a whole bunch of teams go on over to the group stage that don't make it, right? So it gives teams, I think, a little bit of more room for error, right? To be able to have a couple, you know, games to kind of adjust and kind of get things to happen. But at the same time, I mean, we're seeing squads move at a pace so fast here, Neptura, right? I think that if you let one of these squads, even a team like R8, get a lead, I think it's going to be tough for them to lose it.
Yeah, this is where you've got to be so adaptable, right? You got to tweak things in the game. You don't have time in between the matches to do anything. It's got to be from zone to zone. You've got to be adapting. And that's where teams that are opportunistic are going to have that advantage. So really need to see the other teams try and curb that gap because it is going to just get run away with.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Kara here in 12th position in the rankings, need to do a little bit more in their games. And you've got 1 placement point, 6 eliminations. A team that, you know, have some great players on their roster, especially looking at old Melis esports players from Turkey. There was just a rising star squad back in the day. And I think they're going to try and redeem themselves a bit more in this PMGC. As of right now, definitely a slower start alongside also Ulf that I think a lot of us here, Niptra and Hodrix, we were looking at Ulf like old 5-fuck squad with Eren in particular, rising star of Turkey, that they were going to do well. But unfortunately right now, playing way more passive than I expected moving forward.
Yeah, it's weird. It is weird, right? We knew that they were going to play more passive, but this passive, I don't know. I don't know what I feel about that.
Yeah, it's so hard, right? It's so hard for me to really, you know, adjust when we've only seen 2 games, right? I think once we see at the end of the day, we're going to have a much more like clearer picture of what's happening here. But I mean, with these 2 games, and let's be real, guys, right? These zones have been going ridiculous, right? They've been yoinking all over the place. That's been making things really tough. Even in this match, right? We had a hard shift on over to the southwest side. So I think that's making things a little bit uncomfortable. But at the end of the day, I mean, these squads, you got to be used to these hardships, right? You got to be able to put something on the board. But I will say, you know, it's hard when you're hot dropping, right, Max? It's a little
talking
tough.
about it. It's making me
I'm not
angry,
gonna stop, right? Because it's like we got 3 today, but it is what it is, right? You know, hopefully we can start seeing some adjustments. That's what I want to see, because at the end of the day, we talk about consistency, right, and how important that is, Max. But adaptability, I think, is going to be clutch, especially when you have just so many monster squads here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like some people would. I see a lot, especially in like chats and just comment sections in Instagram, when people give up a hot drop position. They're like, oh, they're scared and stuff. No, they are playing to win. It's a battle royale. You want to survive as long as possible in the game, okay? The idea is to get a chicken dinner. It's the whole point of how the game works. So giving up a drop location or going slightly off to your drop location to have a similar rotation path, but just to dodge the early skirmish is a smart play. It is how you play this esports. And unfortunately, as of right now, we've not seen those big changes. Of course, it's just 2 games in. It's still day 1, okay? But we do need to see those adaptations being made, because otherwise, for me, if you keep hot dropping an entire tournament, you're just not first place caliber just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It comes down to this. Do you want to control the beginning of the game, or do you want to control the end of the game? And a lot of times you can't do both. So you got to pick, because I think the end of the game is going to give you a lot more of what you want versus controlling the beginning of the game. So you got to make that choice and make it fast, man, because yes, you know, we still have that opportunity in the league stage or the group stage or whatever to get where you want to be. But it's the Gauntlet. There's only 3 days. You only have so many matches. If you want to make that top 7, make the changes, control the end game.
Yeah, and you know, I think at this stage here, you know, we try to be as open-minded, I think, about certain decisions that these players make. And at the same time, though, I mean, we have to be critical, right? Because I mean, this is where everything's on the line, right? I think there's a lot of squads here. They're all confident in their ability, right? But you don't want to deal with the group stage, Max, because we got some monster squads coming along the way, right? So if you could just head and just straight to the grand finals here and now, you got to do it. So if you feel like we're being a little too harsh on some of these squads, I mean, we got to be right now, right? This is what they worked the entire year for, you know, being a little bit more, you know, passive and kind of like hypothetical. I mean, for me, that's for PMSL, some of the earlier stages, Max, right? This is the PMGC. There's no room for error.
Especially in this Gauntlet stage. I'm sorry to say, but for some of these squads that I'm looking at, their highest opportunity to make it to the finals is going to be through the Gauntlet by being in top 7. Making it down to relegation into the group stage or into last chance, where you have to be top 3 or top 2, it's even more competitive. It's even harder to be at the very tippy top of those rankings. If you fail now, chances are your adventure might just be over unless you do a massive comeback in the next stages and you can actually qualify to the grand finals. So we need to see changes very early on, because otherwise top 7, it might be out of the question. Because this lobby, the Gauntlet, looking at the other teams in the group stage, it's so competitive, and it is the toughest lobby. But still, this is your best opportunity to reach the finals, so you've got to bring your A game here.
Yeah. And the good thing is, like I said, it's top 7. So you got to, it's not like we're only, you know, having 2 slots where you have to have absolute perfection, right? If you're able to get 6th or 7th, you're going to be screaming for joy, right? But I like that point that you made, Max. And, you know, we got a little bit of time to talk here. So how about this? Okay. Neptura, I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Max was talking about how there's some squads that need to perform here, because if they don't make it in the top 7 now, they're probably gonna not make it to the grand finals, right? So which teams in particular do you think are really in the hot seat, right? Which squads do you want to see make it in the top 7 and are possibly not going to make it in the grand finals if they don't make it to that top 7 here now?
Okay, I've got a really hot take, and I'm slightly scared. I think A7.
Oh, wow.
A7.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't make it. They didn't make it to in the World Cup, right? They didn't make it past the survival stage.
Exactly. Exactly. I think the longer they have to fight against more and more teams, the more pressure they put on themselves, I think the worse they're going to do. They need to come out super strong with no pressure, top 7, easy peasy, knock it out of the park, go to finals. I think if they go the other direction, it's not going to look good.
What do you think about that, Max?
Alpha 7's a pick and a half, but I could see it happening. Alpha 7 are the team that, or you get the best team in the world that can win PMWC, or you get a team that unfortunately can't even reach the PMWC finals. So it's a bit random what you get sometimes. I feel like you spin a wheel at the start of the tournament for Alpha 7, and that's the team you're going to get in the entirety of the event. But if I had to go for one team, I think is going to be a big upset here moving forward. Oh, it's a tough one, man. This lobby's really stacked.
It's so stacked.
I do think Alpha Gaming would be the one to just fail in the Gauntlet and then just dominate in the harder stages where you need to be top 3 or top 2 in groups or last chance. So APG strike me as the one that's not going to make it.
Ooh,
you know, that's I wouldn't say that's a bad take, only because considering that they're hot dropping so hard, right? In military. I mean, that's the part that just kind of like, it's a big asterisk for me, right? Because I mean, we know what this team's capable of. Their roster is absolutely stacked to the teeth, right? So to see them hot dropping like this, if they don't make it here and now, right, and they go to the group stage, that is just going to tell every other team that this squad's predictable, right? That, you know what, they're hard-headed, they're not going to leave, they're not going to adapt. And when you have that advantage over so many other squads, Neptura, I mean, these guys are using any data piece they can to take an advantage, right? So if if they know that Alpha are not going to move, right, Alpha Gaming, then I think that's a huge advantage. What do you think?
Well, of course, especially when you think about APG being one of those top teams. I mean, they are one of the top teams in the world. They are, in my opinion, one of the scariest teams to go up against because they're aggressive, they're opportunistic, they're unpredictable. You don't know which side they're going to come from, how many there's going to be, and what angles they're going to take. So if you can find the one predictable thing about them, you're going to take advantage of that. You're going to change your strategy or tweak it or do something to try and knock them as far down as possible, because once that gets to the later stages, you're going to have a real problem with them. So for sure, they need to be able to be adaptable so that they have that power over teams, so they still have that fear factor, because they might just start to lose it otherwise.
No, I fully agree. But you know what? We have a little bit of time before this game starts here. Hot Jukes, I know we have time to ask you a question. Which team do you think is not going to reach the finals based on, who are the favorites right now?
Oh, okay. Let's see. Honestly, I'm going to go with my team, the Wolves. Right? I love this squad. I'm going to say that. And this is the reason why, right? This Wolves team, it has been given myself and I think everybody the highest hopes for an NA team we have seen in years, right? So when it comes to the squad, I am so confident in their abilities. We saw that wonderful push that we just saw a little bit earlier onto D Xavier of all teams, right? And they win that fight, okay? At the same time, just knowing the whole logistics of what's going to be happening in the group stage with only so few spots available, I think you're leaving it to chance, right? I think Wolves are a good enough team to definitely make it to the grand finals. I just think that their percentage chance drops like down to 10% if they're going into the group stage. So I think for Wolves, I really want to see them clutch one of those 7 slots here. I mean, it's top 7 with how they're performing so far and how they're looking. I'm confident they're going to do that. So if for some reason they don't max, oh man, it's going to put me on the back foot big time. My hope's never going to die, okay? But I want to see it. You know what I'm saying?
A full-on support of NA, also known as near the airport. Maybe that'll be after this one. But but looking at Wolves, actually, I was really happy, and you covered PMSL Americas, right, Hot Jukes? Looking at how they played around the whole Gauntlet point system and rule set, I think it was so well executed. I feel like this team, and I think we talked about it a bit yesterday also during the rehearsal and the scrims, if Wolves have a good day one, which as of right now, topsy-turvy, fair to say, if they do have a good head start day one today in these 6 matches, I do believe they will be able to make it top 7 at the end of the Gauntlet because they play around the rule set so well that they know how to slow down or accelerate based on their position on the rankings and how far they are in the tournament. And I feel like that level of adaptation is very important in the qualification stage in particular. So I do get your point again with Wolves, Hot Juice 100%, but I feel like today we can instantly tell if they have what it takes to be in the top 7 and go to the finals, or unfortunately, if they are going to be making it into the group stage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with just that push on the D Xavier, it just showed me that, hey, you know what? These guys are not messing around, right? Because any team could have easily just sat back, right? All right, we'll wait for the next circle, and then we'll make a move from there. They didn't hesitate before the circle popped, and they pushed on a D Xavier and won that fight. So for me, I'm like, for sure, I'm confident this team's gonna make it into the grand finals here and now. So after seeing that, for some reason, if they don't make it into top 7, that means something went horrifically wrong, right? Something went happen with their mental. They're getting caught in bad decisions or something like that. And that's what I don't want to see Neptura here. So that's the reason why for Wolves, I don't even want to even think when it comes to group stage. I just want to see them in the finals here now.
Yeah, and this is the thing that's so difficult, right? Especially for Wolves. I mean, yes, they've got individually a lot of global experience, but at the same time, they're a relatively new team to global, let's just, put it that way, right? And I think that is the problem, that's the concern we might have, is like, strategy-wise, really good team. They're holding their own, they've got those smart plays, like you said, they're doing their thing. The thing is that they have one bad day, or a few bad games. I don't know how they would react to that. I don't know if they go, it just affects their mental way too much and they go, okay, we're done, or if they're able to actually do something about it.
Okay. Alrighty, man. We are back, guys. Thank you so much for being so patient with us as we get this next game started. But we are here. We are live. And I'll tell you what, man, we got a lot to talk about, right? One team in particular that I think we got to talk about here is Virtus Pro, right? They've already won one game so far here in Neptura, right? What are the chances you think we see another chicken dinner from them here soon?
100%. 100%.
100%.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Right?
100%.
Guaranteed.
Yes.
Guaranteed. Yeah.
All right.
No, because
I
I
like it.
think the way these teams are playing, you gotta be adaptable. And VP are one of the most opportunistic teams in this lobby. They will do anything. Long rotations, short rotations, compact split. They will rotate through the blue, so you can't even be 100% confident there's no one behind you, because VP, they're coming up over the hill to get you, to third party, to play exactly how they need to play for a circle. That's my favorite kind of team, is how they play, is they play game to game, not based on a team strategy that they're super stubborn on. I love that for them.
They're just very adaptable, really. They can all play super passive, edge, or play very aggressive, zoning teams away in the center of the circle. That range in their gameplay style is what allows them to be so damn consistent and always reaching the later stages of these matches. Virtus Pro here, Hot Jukes, 100% a contender not only for the top 7, but maybe for the first place in the Gauntlet. This team is a menace in this lobby.
Yeah, they are not messing around here. And that's what I love when you have such a stacked lobby here. If a team gets the zone, they're going to get a whole bunch of eliminations and chicken dinner all day long. But you know what? The next game is about to start. Let's head on over to John and Blank and take us away.
And welcome to match number 3. We're going into Erangel one more time. Well, for now, we have got another one in the back pocket still. But match number 3 is underway. The plane path from Kameshki over towards the southwest side of the island. Blank. We'll look at that hot drop down in C block. It's probably happening again.
I mean, GS as well as APG really going at it that last game. That's been going on for quite a few times in the test matches as well. So we'll see how that one ends up. Last time, it was pretty poor for both teams. We'll see if they can improve that on one side or the other, because only one team can come out on top there. Thundertalk starting over towards Kameshki to begin this game off. R8 doing fairly well so far. Some good games from them. Fortuitous start over on Rondo into a well-controlled finish over on our previous Erangel. We'll see where the circle heads over towards in this game. Hopefully less atrocious than our Rondo match.
One would hope. For now, teams dropping out. I am looking down at that south side. I'm noticing maybe a lack of team over on the area against Alpha Gaming. That could be a quick reassessment. North side on the circle, and it will be up towards Yasnaya. We like going north, it seems, this time on Erangel here for the PMGC 2025. And we'll see if that continues to play out. But for now, it is going to be that rotate up north. We'll see if that's going to benefit the teams who are already up there, like Thundertalk.
I mean, GS dropped out nice and early over towards Severny side, so a complete opposite end of the map here for them. And again, I think that's completely acceptable, considering I think GS understands how stubborn APG is, and that APG is not likely going to give up their spot. They're a very proud team when it comes to that sort of thing. So I think for GS to be the first one to give it up is quite an achievement, I would say. And you'd expect it to happen here at our largest international. That gives them more chance at points. Top 7 is what most teams are going for. You could afford one bad game, I'd say. For GS, they decided their bad game was right there and then over towards Sosnovka, where they basically got nothing done because the fight dragged on for so long. Oh, I think it's a good call. And they get a decent position in the circle off the back of it as well.
Yeah, up on that north side, they can play out of Severny. It's about speed on that northern side, because a lot of teams are going to be rotating through that area, right? They're going to be looking at that side to find it. I think we've got a little interview.
The Gauntlet, they won RA. Ida. I mean, Rondo was quite a performance, and you guys back it up here with the win. How are you feeling?
Great now. So we start in Rondo with good points. So in Erangel, we must do the same.
Are we going to get more wins from you guys today?
Of course.
Ooh, he's...
Thank you very much. Confidence from R8. They've had a good time so far, Blank. They're on 33 points. We'll see if they can keep that 10-point lead, or was it the circle helping them out? They'll have to prove themselves this time. They're starting in South George. They'll have to make their way across to the rest of the teams in the circle.
That they will. The 7 was here and he was gone. Wasn't
He's
around
quick.
for
He's
long,
in, he's
but
out.
We missed him already. We missed him already. Northeast side of the circle. Yes, not completely empty. More Regnum Kaya probably heading over that way, but making an assumption they could be heading there. GS, Max is saying that this is their second spot on the map anyway. This is not too big of a deal for them. Able to Severny. I honestly, I'd hope they would avoid the fight in South Africa. I think Severny's open right now. I don't think there's much reason not to go there. I think if you're getting a southern playing path, though, I imagine that, yeah, likely both teams will clash. But we'll see as the game progresses. Again, it's one of those things where I think having a free open drop spot is far better than clashing between a strong team like APG as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they, despite being able to win it that last time around, right? It's not guaranteed, and you do have huge chunks taken out you, almost guaranteed. Oh, the lone survivor from Orangutan from the last game. He's riding strong into this one. Let's see if they can make their way up. Currently, Orangutan making their way up from around Shelter, around the lumber yard, the top of the hill on the southeast side, and they're moving up to the east side of Yasnaya right now. They have got 2 players a lot further back, so I don't think they're going to be looking to take on Alpha 7 anytime soon. You can see them just over the hill, but they have stopped off in a pretty solid compound here. We'll give them a couple of opportunities, a couple of decisions to make, and options to rotate into the next stages of this game. A nice little foothold for them to be playing forwards. Hopefully they can do the same as last time and get into those later stages, but maybe with a few more players.
Possibly a few more points as well, because for Alpha 7, who is a prestigious team overall, with a lot of background of being one of the most aggressive in the lobby, it is a little bit unfortunate seeing them play the way they have, but it's given them 9 points at least. But RA is quite clearly leading at 33. I think generally our average right now is probably about 18 points, right, across the board. So any team that's in around that 10-point region, it's not a massive jump you need to make to get over towards the top side, to get towards the top 7 position right now, but it's a case of holding on to that spot at the end of the day. Over towards northeast, though, Kameshki split from Thunder Talks. That has been regrouped over towards the south side of Stalba now, who are on our screens. They are rotating similarly on the path of Alpha 7, and Thunder Talks, I think, are realizing that they need to hold out on this eastern rotate.
King moving over on that northern side. One of the few players that can go toe-to-toe with Silas in terms of accolades in the PUBG Mobile world. He has got a storied history, although it has been a while since he sat atop the pack. Certainly Silas with a more recent dominant performance showing. We'll see if that clash continues to bear out this time around. So far, both Regnum Kaya and Thunder Talk doing well on the game so far. The first 2 matches have gone well for both of them. It's 23 points for Thunder Talk. Regnum Kaya with 16, and still plenty more to prove themselves further. So we'll see what more they can do. DRX, again, another global championship title team. They're moving in over that North Yasnaya Lake. So a lot of our teams with that global legacy currently packed in on the north side of Yas Lake.
Pretty atrocious gear, though. The Scar, level 1 helmet, vest, and a long journey from DRX to get towards a position. And honestly, from this spot, not massively guaranteed a lot of looting capability, unless they're able to shift on down on the south side of the lake there and pick up the buildings. Matt Bulls finding shots over towards Silas, immediately removing him from the equation. That was an outpost, and that was instantaneous. So Regnum Kaya loses a critical component of the team nice and early in this game.
well, you say nice and early. Not nice for the fans from the Turkish region or for Regnum Kaya fans, but brilliant for everyone else around them. We'll see what they can do with 3, though. See if they continue to find some fights. Hang on a minute. Are they split? Is that Loxy all the way down on the south? I think it is. Oh, dear. That is... I thought they were all up on the north side, and that might have been a lot better for them because the circles just popped up there as well. DX Xavier with a large swath of that land to the southeast side of Severny. Great for GS on that pop as well. The question is, can DX hold? Because they have faltered in their hold so far in both of the matches we've seen.
I mean, both times has been a little bit difficult getting backstabbed as well on the third party, but for DX Xavier, they are a pretty damn good team, honestly. I'd hope to see them do a little bit more. I mean, they haven't been having a horrid time so far in this tournament at 12 points. It's not the worst thing that could happen to them. Realistically, they just need one good game on the day, and if they can keep going on this trajectory, they'll be fine. This was the rollout over towards Silas. He was attempting to get towards our Wizard Tower, some kind of position to hold strong in, but nice pop out on the vehicle. And again, you're getting to that stage of the tournaments now in the year where those plays are common place. So yeah, you can't really just be rotating wildly out in the open.
No, you will get spotted. You will get taken down. Weighed and measured, found wanting this time around for Regnum Kaya. Taking shots out towards Orangutan as they move over the hills. Actually doing so fairly successfully. Forward position, working out, and they'll stay as 3 for now. They did lose a player earlier, but I mean, this is a solid shot straight on through. The difficulty is, though, there's a lot of teams on that north side already packed in, not least of which Thunder Talk. They are here on this north side, playing near those cable car approaches to the Stalber Hill. Playing near one of those stations. They're taking shots over towards Ulf as they try and rotate through. Teams are getting neighborly, but it is not a solid place to be moving into right now. It is very, very dangerous.
I talked a lot about VP, and I think for fair reason as well, as that they were a menace in their region and continue to be a menace here. PMGC, they're rotating in from that northeast side though, so they are late to the party. Will be coming in at the back of the QE arena. Already set up DRX, moving in towards Severny alongside them on the south side. Have a couple of 2 stories to work with. DRX currently only on 3 players though, so not wanting to engage any fight early. I mean, a very ambitious shot. I'll put it that way.
Sometimes you got to take them, you know? If you land 1 in 10 times, you get a point. Or you get an opening. You get a huge profit from it. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We'll carry on. We'll crack on with it. Next circle coming on through fairly soon, as well as the Wolves try and take the shots over towards APG, but it's being responded towards over towards that shooting range hill. Wolves wanting to get away and wrap around towards where Regnum Kaya sit. With this circle, that's probably the approach they're going to try for Regnum Kaya. As 3, actually, going to continue to send in. We'll see if they make that mystical rotate, but Thunder Talk may be slap bang in their way. I think this is going to break out into New Mutiny here in the middle.
Thunder Talk on a very quick rotation as fast as they can, pushing through the middle of the field, but where do they go from here? And a nasty tire burnout from King. Well played from Orangutan. Should be able to pick up that elimination. No, DX Xavier actually finding that off on the side. As they assault the position. You're right about them holding on to these spots, but DX Xavier, the rest of the backers coming in through thick and fast, but a good step up from Singh there.
Can't quite find the crossfire for DX Xavier. Now a nade in hand for Xing. There's 2 players in action on the inside here, AJ and Xing, both holding 1 door frame as Paragin. Nades as well. DX Xavier, they are cut down to 2, and R8 are here to play. Current lobby leaders, they want another piece of the pie. And in they go. 4 players alive on side. They push on up, and 3 players now in action on the inside. They get the res for Thunder Talk, and they get the heal off as well. This is going to be crucial, and DX Xavier may have a shot. R8, though, storm the gates. They are not going to allow Thunder Talk out the back here with a Molotov, forcing them to stay around, and a second knock, a third. R8, a tidal wave of force rolling on into the compound.
Yeah, this is a weird time to third party. You're not really third party. You're just entering the fray here. Warzone now available for RA, but plenty of points to pick up. A total of 5 here if they're able to make it happen. Paragin should find the Murray. The rest of RA were not there to respond. Bit of inaction there, in my opinion. Playing on both warehouse doors, 2 and 2. But no one really ready to refrag him as he went for that nade. It's a good play from Paragin pushing up the way he did. Now it's in a 2v2.
And DX Xavier, who looked like they were on the ropes. They had one player knocked on the outside, a full force R8 to deal with, but gets caught on a tire, and now maybe they're back where they started. Unfortunate, but R8 still continue to win out these fights, continue to impress. They're up to 5 elims now. They lost a player to an unfortunate push out. You talked about Amori moving out. Maybe a little bit overzealous, but they get the benefit for it. And a 5-point game to capitalize on their first 2 blank. This is impeccable stuff.
Yeah, I think that what we're kind of missing from all of this is that they took down 2 teams in that process, right? Very, very quickly as well. So there's no one really outside the borders to third party them. But not only that, they clear a massive amount of space around the area, which you can see right here. So thank you very much for bringing this to everyone's attention. But you can see right there, there's just so much space that now they have cleared in that position. Gives them much more freedom to breathe. You can see for Alpha 7, when they're moving through Regnum Karya, Mad Bulls, Kara's in the way, GS2. But R8 can sit pretty for quite some time now. Such a dangerous push. And an odd time to do it in. Again, very lucky that they entered as DX Xavier went on the defensive. But yeah, I think for R8, they still play it fairly well. I think the only mistake there is that Amari pushes out solo. But even then, I think he thought he was covered by the smoke. And it is just a smart play from Paragin to just push the smoke, which most of the time is a bad idea.
How are they? FGS just moved as 4 through about 9 teams just there and got through fairly unscathed. Massive confusion tactics as they move out in a straight line, swerving left and right, and nobody seems to be able to understand what's going on, least of all me. They've managed to make it to Severny. I don't even know why you would choose to go to Severny. It's not necessarily the strongest spot right now, but they'll get there. They'll be safe for another circle.
Yeah, I think that they assume that the only area that's still free of space is probably Severny, considering it's on the western side of the circle. I don't think they're taking into consideration the previous circle, though, in which case quite a lot of teams would have wrapped onto this spot. ESO goes down, sadly, to QXZ, who has held this position for quite some time. I think most teams just weren't prepared to take shots and were worried that shots would be taken at them if they stepped up there versus GS, because it is such open land over towards that eastern side, which is not fun always to rotate through. Obviously, GS has a much easier time of it.
Somehow, I mean, it felt like Mad Bulls should have had massive broadside on them, but just was not to be. Kara, they take a knock, but not going to be flushed just yet. Alpha 7 want to descend on the position, though. Look at that forward pressure. Moving in for Obscure, playing close, and Marceau goes down. Lewis up on high, trapped out in the blue, and Kara have nothing to say about it. This is a brilliant little piece by Alpha 7, picking up a nice little opening for themselves. On that eastern side, though, they still have to put the pace down because the blue zone marches forwards, and there is so many more obstacles left in their way.
Kara attempts to move up, but Orangutan immediately put that to an end as Poser goes down. I think Mad Bulls might have actually even found that knock and flush there. Wolves on the south side. A clear crossing over towards the north and see if they can pull a GS and just push on through. They have a lot of vehicles to work with. Question is where are they going?
Where is their destination? Will it be a little brown box on the ground? I think. Well, it's the ridgeline just before Severny for now. I mean, this is actually not terrible here. They've got terrain cover out to their east side. It's unlikely the OG step up and take shots out their way. This will be okay for now. For now being the operative word.
I mean, it's closer towards the center. It's closer towards the center at least. We are waiting on the next circle shift, which does go north over towards APG and Regnum Karya. So our 2 teams that are basically the stragglers inside of this lobby. I think Orangutan is going to have a little bit of a difficult time moving over towards that north side. But this is such a disgusting area to play. Very open over towards the beachhead. Not ideal locale for anyone. There's going to be between DRX as well as GS right now on the north side of Severny, who basically have a lot of control here because they get to decide the momentum that they want to take, as they will hold on to the compounds the longest out of anyone in this circle.
Mad Bulls playing this 2-2 position. They've had it for a while. They couldn't really control too much on the rotate. Certainly not from GS, and now Alpha 7 going to try and move around it. Tulika sprays towards them, but again, just not connecting, not even taking shots anymore. But Pusher, the same story. They're waiting for the back two, but they're not even taking shots there. Maybe this is how GS were able to get on through it. There's just no shots coming out from the Mad Bulls. It might be an ammo issue. To be fair, looking at those numbers, maybe that's what they're looking for. A little bit of ammo conservation. As Alpha Gaming, yeah, they're immediately pushed off that beachhead.
It's tough. It's very, very tough. And I mean, as just two players, it's pretty easy for Alpha 7 just to wrap around on that side. It's the tiniest of a hill here that's giving Alpha 7 a little bit of space to breathe. They are having to drop down quite a few smokes to make the rest of the cross. Squeeze out, making sure to remain vigilant.
Wolves still holding their little ridge line. Higor's really an important feature of their hold right now. The only thing that's stopping E Arena fully overwhelming this position. Them and DRX, to be fair, from the north, a potential third party on the road crossing, but they're establishing their smoke lines. This, though, is the opportunity for Wolves to bring Doran back to his feet. If they can get back to fighting force, that is huge. And a pick-off onto Morban is even bigger to keep the Wolves safe on that southwest side. In the meantime, on the southeast, you've got Ulf pushing their way through. They need to get past what remains of R8, which is Prestige, and the Mad Bulls, who seem to be completely reluctant to take shots at anyone. So perhaps easier than they thought it would be. A knock sent over towards Coops, though, and there's that trade-off. The Arena still making this fight navigable.
Patton has to push that. Like, he has no choice but to push that. Sadly, now down to just Higors off on the backside. I don't really know what Batten's game plan was there. He's just running backwards and forwards. As soon as your two teammates get knocked, you have to relieve pressure, right? And the only way to do that is to hope that Higors is able to hold out players peeking from the window as you push up and take down the player underneath. Alpha 7 gets some great nades over towards Regnum Karya. We'll flush them out. In the meantime, Mad Bulls is currently absolutely tearing their way through Ulf.
We had a word from our eyes on the ground from 7WG. He gave us some info that OG said that they're building some confidence and they're looking to adjust tactics. Obviously, coming through from India, having a great time here so far at the start. They're up into 5th place now, Blank, on the overall standings. And if they can continue to build that confidence, it would be great to see an Indian team back towards one of those really competitive spots. It's been a long time before since we've seen that sort of thing, and it would be great to have it once again. That representation would be brilliant. We'll look forward to it, but they need to hold their nerve. They're on the south side of this one. In the meantime, DRX, GS, after GS's mad dash, going to come into conflict on the edges of Severny.
DRX will just be holding the high ground. 3 players for them. GS underneath. Still pretty incredible. GS are able to get here. But a fantastic game from Alpha 7, I'd say. Playing slowly from that northwest side. VP were taken down a little bit earlier, but RA still have profited massively of this game. Immediate shot from Revo over towards Pusher. Kulika straight down. And more nades been sent over the top. That nade was so on target as well. Very unfortunate, doesn't take down Flip. Luckily, there's another angle from the side, from Obscure. This is a fantastic hold from Alpha 7. You love to see it.
I mean, they're playing with the barest of scraps, but they are making one hell of a broth right now. They'll add the chicken to it in a bit. That's what they hope anyway. GS moving on up through DRS as well. And it looks like there's no retribution just yet. The hop through again, not working with the DBS. but it is going to be the drop down, turn the corner. It's going to work out. Jafar, though, we've seen him anchor these positions before for GS. Last man standing. He did it against APG. Can he do it again here? A long-range shot. Real hopeful with the DBS on that one, but puts him back behind the corner, and Arena are going to be a third party to it. Jafar still, though, moving up to the top rope. Looking to try and drop the elbow, but maybe overexposed now as teams across the way. They'll get his sightlines. That woolly hat looks mighty tasty as a point, but he's got more to say.
He's down. He's taken out. Jafar's gone. Shot from afar, very, very much afar as well. Alpha 7 up to 10 elims now. DRX is just going to give up the ghost, try and send away in a vehicle. QXZ swerving all over the place like a snake, but it's not enough as Obscure will grab the snake by the neck and take it out the back. Very, very well done.
Goodness me. Arena. Okay, hang on a minute. They managed to make their breakout here after getting rid of Wolves. They have got that little ridgeline to move up towards. They're going to work it out. Prestige, last stand for R8. Takes a lot of damage, and you've got to imagine that this is going to be done and dusted, but he finds a nade. Will fall, though, to Mormon's answer. And R8 down, but in fourth place with 6 elims. Blank, it's again a good game for our table toppers. Let's see what everyone else can do, though, as Alpha 7 continue to extend their line of influence. Orangutan, they're up into third.
I think the thing is about Orangutan is that they're consistently getting towards end games, but it hasn't looked pretty. It has looked pretty bad, honestly. Last game hiding in the water. Previous game hiding in the water. This game hiding on the south side. There's been some points here and there, but like I said, it's not saying it seemed too phenomenal. You got to respect that they're making it far into a lot of these games, but again, it's hard to say. I mean, this playstyle does technically work. If they're able to pull this off at an international level, there's nowhere where I can say that, you know, hiding will only get you so far for so long. It's like they're already doing it at an international level, so you gotta give them praise for that. But it's definitely not going to get you a first place.
No, not first, but maybe a 7th. Right, and that's maybe what they're looking for. I did have a little correction from 7WG, who I gave some info that he sent over towards them earlier. He said that OG are actually looking to adjust to be more focused towards elims as time goes on. And once they build that confidence, that's what they want to end up as, a high elim focused team. Well, maybe not a high elim focused team, just maybe more focused than they are now. So perhaps that's what we're going to see from them here, potentially. They're up to 3 elims on the match. They started on 16 points blank at the start of the game. They're guaranteed to be on 19 from the elims they found already, and then you add on the placement points as well. But this is their big test, moving against the Arena.
They lied. They straight lied, dude. They have not adjusted tactics for elims at all. Again, it's been another slow game. Some okay nades, though. I'll give him that. This one to the side does find a little bit of damage there. Good shot from Kriov in the distance over towards WizGod. Again, you're exposing yourself towards the beachhead on that jump up. I think this is exactly why Arena is playing down this position. This should be a textbook Alpha 7 win, though. And one that couldn't have come sooner. I think for Brazilian fans, this is a very, very good way for Alpha 7 to save face after what had been a couple of pretty upsetting games.
This is hopefully their game to take, but never say never, as Arena still have got a shot onto this one, and the nades aren't quite connecting towards the Arena. Revo under danger, under threat here. The nades are still coming out for him. He's like a mortar turret there in the grass, but it's only a matter of time before he gets spotted. Orangutan, though, in the meantime, getting put through the mincer. Having a real tough time. Their backline's cut down to 2. The heal comes out, but Alpha 7, they're faltering a bit on their 3-man push here. Not quite as effective as maybe they would have liked. They do hold a lot of ground. That is their major asset right now, Blank, but it is all up pushing, and that is not the way to do it. One knock found, a second needed, necessary to take down Orangutan right here and now, but they're not going down without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is bad news. They absolutely need to keep 3 players up, otherwise this happens with E-Arena. They immediately reposition. The reason they were taking the fights on towards that high ground, though, is specifically so they could dominate over towards E-Arena later on. But I think that initial knock has been a little bit worrisome. I still think Alpha 7 has a strong chance to finish this one out strong, though.
Yeah, with just Sakura now remaining, Mormon getting that knock onto Carrillo made me worry, but there was an answer. Carrillo kind of missing that spray, but it's not going to matter. The numbers still firmly in the favor of the Brazilians now. As Guizal moves out, Sakura takes some shots, but there's an answer from the side window. The lean out shows him the shoulder, and it is a cold one. Alpha 7 put them to sleep.
It's just funny how that's the second game in a row we've had a drive-by be the ending moment of the game. So very cool. I like that the players are all putting a little bit of pizzazz on the game, a little bit of panache here. I think that for Alpha 7, Carrillo goes down because he realizes he makes a big mistake by not holding that off angle. It's the only thing stopping E-Arena from pushing over towards that north side. So a little bit difficult. Anyway, we'll head back over to the desk with their breakdown of that previous game.
Back up, cause it's lit. Keep it cool, eyes go for the shit. Cause I'm ballin', look at all these chicks. Whip it up, all these rocks on my wrist. Bring it back. Bring it. Keep it back. Look at all this, bring it.
Woo! Alpha 7, get the chicken dinner. Let's get it going right there. I mean, beautifully played by them. Oh my God, wrapped it. They landed in the Pavka, right? They do the good old fast hug the zone, rotate to the hardship side twice, and it just works out perfectly for them. Neptura, what do you think about Alpha 7 getting chicken dinner here and now?
It is very needed. It was needed right here, right now, win to make sure they can do the best they can. They in that mindset to get on to the next 3 games. I really love how they played this. They took APG strat that APG were trying to use on the beach, right? But this played it so much better. Played it together. Didn't have any docking happening because you know, don't dock for that to happen. That's fine. And they just played it super compact, super opportunistic as well. I love what we saw from A7 here, Max.
For 7, playing passive early mid-game stage was great because they hold on to their resources, they keep everyone alive, and then they're just able to just pop off this around and get 17 eliminations, able to get the solo drive-by at the end, which right now seems to be like a method seen happening hot a few times. It just works out. What can you say? Solo drive-by with an S12K is massive, and here we go. The elimination for all of the players of Alpha 7. 77 damage taken by Obscure for 8 eliminations. It's so one-sided.
Wow.
This roster swap of Alpha 7, a lot of questions kind of up. Is it going to be impactful? Is it going to be a good replacement for Mafioso and Squad? I got to say, as of right now, the answer to that question is a massive yes.
Man, I'm such a Mafioso fan. You know, when you have Obscure putting up crazy numbers like this, I mean, you gotta know it works, right? I was a little worried there for a second. I love the fact that Alpha 7 held back Carrillo, right? They were holding him back, just waiting to see in case we saw EA try to do that rotate and take it. That 1v1, but Mormon gets knocked in return, and then Alpha 7 with the numbers get that chicken dinner. So it ends up working out for them. But I'm telling you what, Alpha 7, their rotates right here was what's got them that chicken dinner. So I was a little concerned with their performance so far. I think they were, what, in 10th place, Max? They got to jump up big time after this one.
They're going to be in top 7 100% this time around. They have to be up in the position to qualify for the grand finals. Alpha 7, they bring in the heat. Bring in the slow passive rotate as we highlighted here. And just play it very slow. Wrap around Stolber, get into the beat area, take it away easily from Alpha 7. Like, it's just APG, not Alpha 7. Alpha 7 take it away from APG. And able to just position for themselves. Really good stuff as we go through replays of this game. But Pro, you know what? Maybe having a little bit of a tough fight there, but still looking positive that there's still going to be another game coming forward. But as replays now, that fight between Xavier, also happening, and then the E-Arena and R8 was so messy. And I think that we need to see more of a change here from Xavier because that was all over the place. I didn't like it it was all over the place.
I mean, the problem is, right, we've had major clashes between Xavier and R8 here. Well, actually, Thunder Talk and then R8 here. also Wolves in the game. Actually, the common denominator is just unable to hold a good defense against teams at compound. So it's definitely something they need to step up in that regard if they want to survive. They've got the survivability, they've got the position, they've got the idea. It's backing that up with that close range strategy is going to be a problem.
And that was crazy there in house. I mean, you saw, and let's take a look at this though before we get into that. I love this. We get rotations for this. Look at opposite, right? They let Blanca. We see a crazy rotation to the north of that circle, and they do this twice, and it just works out perfectly for them, Max.
Yeah, it was just such a good early rotate. Look, everyone still moving in on plane. They're already up north of Stolber, moving forward. During that time, looking at Orangutan dropping shelter, they did have a bit of a wider split giftings, but they're able later on in the game hold a really good position center to surround. While the arena of Severny, just making sure that DRX, GS Team, Wolves can compete with on the same level, and they're just able to zone them out fully. Big fan of how they played out this game. Unfortunately, no win, but I feel like in another world that would have easily been an E-Arena win. There would have been no surprise in my mind. So E-Arena redeeming what we saw in the first round was a bit odd.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a little bit separate from the rest of the town, right? So you're able to have some really nice angles for teams both in the town and when they start to egg as well. EA were just able to have a full range of when it comes to those angles and trying to keep teams coming out of the city.
Man, look at these rankings though. Alpha 7, 27 points. That's a game for them. EA, you know, they get and so they'll take that. R at 10 as well. R8, Max. I'm gonna talk about this team in particular, right? Because we saw them third party DXZ and Thunder Talk, right? At that warehouse. Their timing together, their synergy looks so rock solid, right? They do the push perfectly, and then all of a sudden we see Amori walk out of the warehouse, one and get taken out. How much do you think that is the team's results here?
It was terrible. I'm saying that worst fight we've seen so far. You talk about Amori, that was the prime example. They are in a very good spot. They pushed timing of the fight was absolutely on their way. Congrats to your MVP of the game. Always surprised. Not really. Let's move on to that fight, right? And they do it twice in a row. They almost give it clock over to X, and those little mistakes in a PMGC have no place to be. You cannot do this at this level. Unfortunately, it's such a bit. If we keep seeing this issue time and time again, they could miss out on the top 7. So we need to see that fixed ASAP. But you know what? For now, it is functional because on the leaderboard, they are only standing in first position.
Wow.
I'm not going to come up here, Hot Jukes. It's currently working out.
Yeah, I mean, it's working out great. Putting up tons of points right here. They're going to take. But you know what, guys? We're going to be right back after this break. Okay, well, what we are going to continue here really quickly. As you can see, we got our 8, you know, it's right here. The reason I think we're being so hypercritical, right, is because that just little loss there from a more necessary, right? They had such a dominant in that warehouse. For just to push together as a team, they wouldn't have lost them. Being, I think, a little nitpicky, even though they're in first place right now, right? Because I mean, look at what happened last year, right? 2024 PMGC, it's decided by just one singular point, right? So you just can't afford those mistakes here at this stage.
Yeah, it's something we really need to talk about after we get over to the break.
new racing experience. Wow, racing maps await you. The new racing template is online. Create your racetrack gameplay. Navigate the forest racetrack. Unleash your racing passion. Surpass your opponents. Become the king of speed. Unlimited speed. Ignite your passion for speed. Play WoW now.
I'm here with the men on a mission, none other than Revo from Alpha 7. A convincing win in match 3. But if we rewind a little bit on the first 2 matches, it wasn't up to the performance that we expect out of Alpha 7. What was going on?
Vocês tiveram uma vitória bem convincente, né, agora no terceiro jogo, mas nos 2 primeiros jogos teve uma performance ali mais na média, um pouco mais abaixo. O que você tinha a dizer sobre esse terceiro jogo agora? O que mudou para vocês?
Bom, eu acho que a gente começou um pouco devagar, entendendo como que estava funcionando o jogo, mas acho que isso é normal, depende, vai de time para time, e a gente entendeu agora como é que funciona o jogo e, claro, buscar mais vitórias e, se Deus quiser, ir para a final.
We started a little bit slower, but we are getting the feel of the game and all the tournament. So we played 3 matches, we feel great, and yeah, we're going to be the champions.
I mean, it's happening. One of the other top teams, too, is starting slow. APG, I'm calling you out right now. But with the addition that you guys currently have made to the squad, right? You got Gizao, you got Obscure. What advantages does that roster give you?
Acho que... Pode ir. Acho que o Guizão e o Obscure traz uma agressividade diferente para o Alpha 7. Eles são muito bons, jogadores excelentes. O Obscure, mesmo sendo suporte, ele tem um frente absurdo. E, bom, acho que é isso. O Guizão também é excepcional e acho que é isso. Eles trazem uma agressividade muito diferente para o Alpha 7.
So yeah, they bring a lot of aggressive play style to our team. And Obscure, he plays really well. He's the support, but he's killing everyone. So yeah, we feel very good. The Guizão as well, really nice player, and we feel really comfortable.
Would you say that there's potential that Gizao could become a better player than you?
Eles já são.
They already are.
Ooh, okay, now going into the last 3 matches, what are the expectations? I know in Miramar, there's a chance that you might be able to have a hot drop.
So yeah, for the 3 maps right now, you're having the...
Bom, acho que sobre Miramar a gente não tem muita preocupação. Se a GS for cair lá, pode cair. Eu gosto de trocar tiro, então pode vir pra cima.
So yeah, we're gonna drop in Miramar, and JS can get to us. We're gonna shoot him back, and yeah, it's gonna
to fight.
I know you do. I know Max is currently just shaking his head saying no hot drops. Obrigado, mano. Boa sorte. Thank you so much. And back to you guys.
Hot drops. No, please, no. You just won the game, right? I mean, but hey, you know what? Didn't sound like they were going to avoid it at all here, Max, man. What do you think about that?
Look, my analysts are terrible. It's so bad. My viewers. I'm like, oh.
Do it.
It is entertaining for sure, but you know, GS showed potential changing it up. Going to Severny, I think it'd be Plane Path. They didn't drop this time around. Going up against definitely not a recommendation. 7, they dropped El Pozo every single tournament, right? So this is their mission. And even if they want to go for their secondary drop, unlike Erangel, they don't have a safe secondary spot because they would be dropping Impala versus Wolves. So what do you do? Unfortunately, right now, for them, there's not too many good options, but GS, you got to make a choice because as of right now, your 2 locations are hot drops, so you better be ready because you're going to have to take those 5 right away on Miramar.
Yeah. You know, my question is this you, yes, you know, obviously avoid military, right?
Yes.
Now, we know that Severny is their secondary drop location, but, you know, Military was still on that plane path, all right?
Yeah.
So they go to the secondary drop and they get the circle. You think possibly convince them that, hey, you know what? Maybe this hot drop business isn't good for us. Like, what do you think?
I hope so. I really hope so. Again, I'm going to go back to the point I made earlier is, you know, if it's not APG, then hot drop. If not, go for it. Like, it makes sense.
Yeah. By the way, of course, we got to give a big shout out to the Infinix GT30 official gaming phone of PMGC 2025, engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to be the one and outplay the rest on the global stage. So big shout out to them. That's how we get it done, guys. So, man, I'm telling you, we still got one more Erangel match here, right? I hope we just see some good old-fashioned good play from GS and Alpha 7, but let's go ahead and see what happens in just a few minutes. But you know what? The recap. We are here, right? Let's go ahead and take a look here at this one here. R8, I'll tell you what, from the get-go, this squad has just been straight aggressive, Max.
Yeah, I mean, R8 really liking what they're bringing to the table here for PMGC so far. Actually, you know what? For a quick second during these replays, I like one thing. So many people play games from Erangel. Of course, are they always making the full squad? No, it was KOP by Ara in the first Erangel. This last game in particular, Erangel can survive as a 3-man very, very late into the game, actually. Compete. I think these were a little bit, unfortunately, off their game, not really super precise on top of Arena, but you know what? Orangutan definitely performing way better than I initially expected entering on this first day of PMGC.
Yeah, I really love the way that they're playing this. They're building their confidence with some really good top 3 finishes. They're gonna and get those elims later on, but for a team that has no global experience, you know, speak of, it is exactly the kind of play you want to see from them. Were those nades slightly off? Yes. Was the slightly off? Yes. But you know what I love about that, Max? The timing wasn't off because they didn't hit it. The timing because it was a bad decision in the first place. It was not, oh, we got a little hesitant, and oh, we're not so sure. No, they were just didn't get it right.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be happening every once in a while, but you know what? There's always time for redemption here, as we see Ken getting eliminated a little bit earlier on in that game, followed up by the... Again, I love of these guys. They're like, we went out as like, hey guys, well, Black Strong in the next one. They're still comfortable in 3rd position in the leaderboard. Harsh on themselves. And then later on in that game, still feel like got too passive. They should have went a little bit more aggro on some of these fights to third party, though. Especially their fragging tool on this roster. You've got Soulless, you've got Etch, you've got Aaron. They are using their full potential here on these fights, and I feel like that's really hurting them so far in the rankings because they are, as of right now, in 16th position. Don't want to be there. That's not good.
No, not especially with how all these teams are playing. I mean, right? Wow. They started off as a little bit. Yeah, that's crazy. Mad Bulls mixed with 7. And that was actually a team I wanted to ask you about here, Max, because we saw them actually have a push onto Alpha. It was kind of like they were trying to commit, but they did that.
By the way, I just want to say I sent WoW because it was like 7. That's what, whoa, but no, that particular, I'm really happy Hot Jukes because this is an issue of commitment. Mad Bulls, you play passive edge and you stay out of nade range of Alpha, or you fully breach Alpha 7. No in between. Here they just send it slightly off the road. I think they were maybe things away from Alpha 7, which is, as you know, range for just pinpoint accurate grenades from Alpha 7, and they get instantly wiped out of the lobby. That is a big mistake coming out from Mad Bulls. want to see them adapt and just play. Even if it's a bad play, I don't care much. Just because otherwise, indecision, as we know, Niptura, is always the biggest enemy in a PC lobby like this.
Oh, absolutely. You've either got to go 0%, 100%, but 60%, 50% is always going to get you back in lobby. It's time and time again we've seen this. So, yeah, I think Mabels just need to make it and stick to it, and they'll do a lot better. We have seen a few really nice things from Mabels, but they just haven't been able to get that consistency throughout the match. I feel like they've just been like a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too incisive, and it's like, but Mabels are a really good team, and we know how they can really do. So I just want to see that confidence come from them a little bit more.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, Mad Bulls are currently sitting in 7th place, right? So that's at that cutoff. So they're not really in that hot seat so far, but they definitely need to start picking up things here, especially when you see a team like Alpha 7. So many. It's going to happen here, I think, consistently. Neptura, when we see a team get a good position like this, at this stage, we know they're going to get double-digit eliminations and the chicken, right? Yeah. Now that we got one more Erangel left to go, okay? Which team in particular do you think you want to see a chicken dinner from right here and right now?
You know what? I'm going to say, DRX. I mean, that's a good point. I want to say OG, though, as well, because they've had 3 top 3 finishes. I'd like to see them actually win on a round before a new map.
I think that's a good call, right? Because OG playing it very careful, I think, right? Very precise. They're just trying to extend themselves into the late game. We got a little bit of a word from 7 that build their confidence here, right? And I think that I get late game more often than not. That is doing that for the Max, man. So I like the strategy, but Niptura, I do agree with you. I think that a chicken dinner for them right now, I mean, that'll boost their confidence up big time.
100%.
Did you guys see these average eliminations of 9 right now? Over 9 average eliminations. I think on
Whoa.
that was, if I'm not mistaken. Those are crazy numbers. If they can maintain that the entirety of top 7, easy. It's done.
100%. I love that for them. That's great.
I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
Switch it shirts, getting ready, Alpha 7, they got on their faces now. They're not messing around here, Max.
I mean, yeah, they are ready. They're heated up right now. They're ready. They don't need to have those long sleeves anymore. The short sleeves, they're ready to go. But 25 seconds away from this game. Final Erangel of the day. If your best map is Erangel, it's time to make it work in your favor. It's time to get those juicy points on board, because otherwise you're going into a completely different game and you might have a little bit of a tougher time to get those points on board. So it's now or never on the grassy pastures.
All right, let's get it going. We're going to see another hard shift like crazy game. Let's find out right now. John Blank, take it away.
Thank you very much, Hot Jukes. Of course, we'll love to get stuck into yet another Erangel. We've got the 3rd and final of today. We'll see you again tomorrow, but for now, the last time around the green as we head on over in the skies. From North George over towards Lipovka this time, a little bit further north on the plain. Expect GS to be dropping out towards Severny, and again, no hot drop unless Alpha Gaming try and re-engage it. That would be quite a sight to see.
That it would. But we're getting straight into it now. Hopefully, we can see some of our teams start to step things up a little bit more. I think Alpha 7 had a very, very strong ending there from themselves. I mean, starting over towards Zaki, I don't like it, but it's working, so I can't complain too much. GS once again back over towards Severny on this northern plane path. APG going to be taking the long haul down towards the south side of the map. It is a bit of a journey for them.
Quite the way. If the circle favors them, though, maybe it'll all be worth it. Could always pop down south. We know how much some of you guys at home love those military circles. APG may be wanting them as well. Or they could fall short on a vehicle hot drop near towards DRX out on that west side. Everyone else touching ground now as well. 2 teams over in Yasnaya. Generally fairly separated right now. But no, we love those north circles here at the PMGC. We're going to continue that and continue to go north on the day.
Once again, GS benefiting from this northern shift on the circle. Zol currently getting chased down by Paragin. Likely going to lock him in position for quite some time here, but Paragin decides he's just going to send out. Look if he can find himself a weapon. Play from there. Doc's able to find himself a vehicle, but Zol's got to get in quick. Here comes the bash on the side, and finally APG gets to disappear.
Yeah, those close range little scraps. That was what we were worried about there. I thought it was going to be DRX, but no. Some danger on the off angle with DX Xavier. Both start with D and have an X in them, so, you know, fair enough that they got confused there. But either way, they will be able to regroup. They're going to be scrabble around Gatka for some goodies.
Yeah, these really can't go too north on this, so they're going to bide their time. There for a little bit longer. Yes, Naya is a little bit more packed than I expected it to be, with both GK and E-Arena playing this area of the map. There's been a few games now where Yasnaya has been absolutely empty. I think people are quite quick on the uptake here. R8 playing South George, still currently leading with 43 points, looking fantastic so far. Alpha 7 able to massively make up for the slow start on the day with 36 points now in second place.
And then we saw a little sub card as NC2 is in for Joker out on E-Arena. We'll see if that is a question of well, we'll wonder why that is. We're never entirely sure when we see those cards flash up, but that change has happened. It has come through. So we'll see how NC2 is able to fold into with the rest of the team. On a circle like this as well, it's going to be important to be able to be dynamic and communicative within that team, to be able to go and hold on that side that is going to be so controlled near Yasnaya, is where E-Arena are. So stopping teams rotating around and accessing that northern side freely is a team task. APG broke all the way south, Blank. Alpha are now in Sosnovka, so they did continue on the road.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised by it. I mean, I was watching as it happened. It's definitely interesting they would take that approach to head all the way down. Roji, yeah, I mean, 5th place, pretty good so far, 24 points. They are currently in the top 7. They will be moving through the Gauntlet with flying colors if they keep this up. I think that last game looked a little bit better for them. Overall, though, I think that from what I saw, like, the nades were good, the utility was not bad. It's just a case of, I think they understand it as well, and this is where I'm coming from, is that from what we've heard, they understand they need more confidence. It's the first time in quite a while we have seen a team like Orangutan in PMGC. So for them, I imagine it's a little bit of a daunting experience. You're playing against teams that you have not met in internationals in quite some time. I think for Orangutan, they're certainly giving as good as they can here. But I do think it'll take maybe a couple more games before those engines are fully warmed up.
Yeah, definitely. Still doing for orangutans, I mean, they're still in 5th place, so 24 points. That'll keep them ticking over nicely. Just need to keep up that pace. We'll see if that development towards that more elim focus is going to keep going well for them. If they can get that one further off the mark than it is. Gike on the northeast side. They have managed to move out of that east side of Yasnaya. That's where they dropped, and they have managed to move over those Stalba foothills and over towards the western side here. Arena making a move across the bridge instead, and Loxy gets clocked. There's no way he's getting away from this one. And Regnum Kaya again on a circle that should be fairly strong from them. I mean, if you think back to PMSL Europe, because we were broadcasting that, you guys maybe weren't watching, but they did like to move nice and early into this area. This was a bread and butter circle for them and a bread and butter set of rotates. They're falling short of the mark, though.
Yeah, just a little bit. It is unfortunate to watch as it unfolds. For Regnum Kaya, though, there has been quite a few times in previous tournaments where they start a little bit cold on these games. And then slowly ramp things up as time goes on. I think they're a team of very, very good at adaptation. I think day 2 is likely where we'll see Regnum Kaya shine a little bit more brightly. They're a team that very, very clearly understands rotates and how things are going wrong. And I think they adapt to different regions very well. I think here, though, there is plenty of teams that are just sending it very quickly. And I think it's something that Regnum Kaya is not quite used to.
Yeah, it's something that they are going to be looking for. I just ran some quick numbers, Blank, about 7th place. And a bit of napkin math tells me that if you're over about 110 points, it's going to be looking a lot better for you in terms of getting into that 7th place. So it's still quite a way to go for the teams, even towards the top. And there's a lot that can change, but doing a lot of work of the 3 days in that first day is always going to be good news. So for the top 3, top 4, maybe even top 5 here, it is a very good start to have in 3 matches already put a very significant dent into that metric, not least of which is, of course, R8, who are on board with a little bit of an underestimated team coming into this one, it seems, certainly with their performance in the first 3. The first 2, I think there was still maybe a question that they were performing strongly, but into this 3rd one that we saw from them before, I think they have started to really turn up the heat.
Yeah, I think for R8, it's certainly one of the cases where, you know, at 43 points right now, they're more than a third of the way there to securing a spot towards the Gauntlet. Again, you've got to compensate for those bad games that you inevitably will have, going down in 16 for 0 points, which happens more often than you'd like to admit for particular teams. Even some of our best squads, it happens as well. So I think for R8, if they can end the day around about 60 points, and they've still got 3 more matches to do that in, they'll be very, very happy. And I think that so far they've shown that a lot of their expertise is here on Erangel, but we've yet to see the performance on Miramar, so it could be that they get some great games there too.
Absolutely. It will be very interesting to see how this lobby takes on Miramar a little bit more further apart from one another generally, a little bit longer range engagements on average. Obviously, there will be close range engagements as well, but the distance that sits between you and Miramar generally a little bit longer, so an adjustment needed to be made. The Arena, with their substitute coming on in, leaving Mormon out to scout here, maybe will be severed on the rotate by Ulf, but at the moment, I think it's just Ketch on that forward position. And I think Irina have spotted it as well. Mormon will definitely know about it. As we love to go to Zaverni, it seems, on these circles. The spray down over towards Irina, going to make that regroup harder, but they're going to do it nonetheless.
Man, I thought Ragnarok was going to hit a couple more there. It's not meant to be, sadly. GS still sitting strong on the northern side of the map, with Regnum Kai underneath them, like you're saying. Strong central position to play in, but with only 3 players to do it with. This is the 2nd time in a row that Regnum Kai has suffered from being a man down early on. Yeah, that's more players been lost at the back of that vehicle there, John. DXAV down to 2.
They're getting torn apart on the approach. It is very unfortunate. And DXAV not really having the impact that we expected of them. Coming into this tournament, I mean, these are a tournament favorite team, right? DXAV, I personally had them in one of my top 3, I think, coming into this one. I don't think that's an official thing that I've put anywhere. But they definitely were up in towards the top 3, in my estimation. Their record this year has been really fairly solid. I think that in general, coming off of winning the SEA full region as well, their World Cup performance maybe not as illustrious, but generally a really highly performant team for a long time now, Blank. It is a bit disappointing that they haven't managed to find their feet so far, but as I've said before, there is still time to make this day work for them, right? Even on the 2 players here, it's going to be up to Miramar most likely.
Which is where DXAV usually shines anyway, so I wouldn't worry too much. I think for DXAV, they're a team that does very, very well in the central position where they can control area. Like, area denial is like one of their specialities. Right now, though, and I think a lot of teams are feeling this, is that it's very hard to push through these teams. Sightlines are everywhere. Teams are very vigilant. They are on a swivel at the moment too. So if you're trying to push for a central position, it's likely going to get shot at. Like, you can't just recklessly rotate through the circle anymore, like we just saw DXAV try to go. And because Mad Bulls or a team close by will just take shots and likely hit those shots as well. So yeah, I think for DXAV, there needs to be a more patient approach to these Erangels tomorrow.
And maybe that will develop. I think there's a lot of opportunity for all of these teams to be making it through towards the finals, sure. Top 7, of course, will be the easiest way to do it. But there is a little bit of leeway for them, right? They still have those group stages, those last chance stages, potentially, if they're able to get through there. So not getting top 7 here isn't the end of the road. And maybe that's allowing teams to be slightly more flexible with it. Maybe not the best idea, but certainly is definitely possible there. That's a lot of affirmatives in one sentence. Kara on the north side having trouble with Alpha 7, who, again, with their backs to the coast, finding a good fight.
I think the second time that Kara has really struggled versus Alpha 7 trying to make their way in. Again, this is kind of the opposite that we're seeing from DX Xavier, is that Alpha 7's rotates are quite staccato-like, where they'll rotate a little bit forward, they'll stop, they'll see if they can see any presence within the circle, take shots, hit those shots. I don't know if they can do to weaken teams around them is very, very beneficial to them. And slowly but surely, they work their way in towards a strong spot. So I think here on Erangel, Alpha 7's been playing these last 2 games very strongly. I hope that it continues during this match as well, because I've been quite happy with what I've seen since that initial Rondo game, which although wasn't the best match from Alpha 7 in the world, they still got some good placement points off the back of it. So it's kept them in the running at 37 points in second place.
That's what you need in the running at this stage to get towards those grand finals over in Bangkok, in the main city itself. Be lovely to see them there. I mean, for Alpha 7 as well, after coming off the back of PMWC, right? For Alpha 7, not even qualifying for finals, this is a real necessary redemption for them, right? It is necessary for them to step back up to that level of some of the best teams in the world, because we know that they've got it in them. And we know that there are some real firecracker players in there. Some slight changes to the roster coming on through, obviously. Obscure with Rizal as well. These slightly newer entrants to the team. We'll see what they can pull out the bag here. On the northwest side, they do have a chance, but the circle doesn't help them out here. It's going to push them down to the southeast edge. Gives Geek a pretty solid spot on that hill to the west of them. Going to be highly contested.
I think for Wolves, it's not a bad spot to play down towards the south side on the ridgeline. Your difficulty is that even though you hold this position, you still have to worry about a lot of the high ground off towards your west side. Alpha 7 is an interesting talk you made about them not even qualifying for the PMWC. And I think that they're a team that certainly struggles with this, which is if they don't have the hunger for the games, then they don't perform well. I think actually them not qualifying for the finals and PMWC was probably one of the better things that happened to them, because it lit the fire underneath them again. I think that they struggled with that for a long time, always getting second places. But I think that those second places actually were the things that kept driving them forward a lot of times. So it's one of the few teams I've been like, oh, they just need a second place and they can do well.
We'll roll up from R8. They've been fairly solid on their games so far. Prestige down, though, and getting flushed leads them into a 3 versus 3, actually, with the trade-off knock coming on through. Another flush over to Regnum Kai. We'll touch on that in a minute. But R8 battling now out in the open against Orangutan, and I-7 wins out that edge. Will find another knock as well as he steps out into the courtyard, able to find a second player from Orangutan, and they are cut down to 1. Not going to be able to win out this fight. Unfortunately, DRX will pick up the pieces as well, and the nades are good. Everything else comes crumbling down around their ears, and R8 make out like bandits. 4 elims, and they are down to 3, but they've done the work already. 47 points and climbing.
See, I can understand like the mentality from Orangutan is they need more points. They want to get more eliminations. I can respect that as a limit test for the team, but it is a horrible time to be going for that fight. Right, you need to look for that fight much earlier, where the pressure is on as the blue is about to close. When you got a minute out, so you got to pace the fight much. It's much more stressful for R8 where they got to pace the fight because they got to think about their future moves. But moving on to that position as the circle's pulling in creates this horrible situation for both teams, and I think it is one that's made so by Orangutan as opposed to R8 playing that spot. Ulf takes down APG again, which is a bit of a prank. A bit of an APG prank.
Yeah, 16th place for APG. Again, not what we expected coming into this one.
Can't count them out, okay?
They're so done. It's over for them.
You can't count them out.
I've done it.
They're,
what are you gonna do?
They're possibly one of the most annoying teams in the world when it comes to having no points. Because equally tomorrow they could have 70.
Oh, Alpha 7 really struggling on the roll-up. They've just been taken down by the Mad Bulls on the approach there. Really not great stuff there. They needed to try and convert on the northwestern side, get a couple more points on board. R8, similarly, now suffering, taken down by Malloy from Virtus Pro on that southern edge. Although Malloy doesn't look in the best of shape either, but the top of the table's blank. It's been really quite decimated right now. So a lot of teams with opportunities to jump up towards the top side.
Yeah. The Mad Bulls, I think it's the first time in a while that Mad Bulls hasn't been a bit of a cringe team name to utter. Because usually it's a team that in the past had some of the best players from the CIS region in it, doing fantastically well. They got poached multiple times, leaving only Zerich really is the star power on the squad, and even he started to fall off a little bit without the help from Effect to be his off-angler. But I think that the rebuild from Mad Bull is actually very, very good. Flip and Lemon work fantastically well in tandem with one another. Lemon has some of the best nades in CIS region. Flip is incredibly good. He's flipping good. And as well as Pusher and Tulika already have a lot of experience with one another anyway. I think they are an aggressive team, to be honest. But I think everyone's on the same page there on that squad. So I think that's fine.
You need to hold it out on the western side. DRX need to move forwards against Ulf and Mad Bulls towards their northern side. Malloy still that thorn in the paw of the DRX Lion. They'll have to handle it. I think you might just deny the point here at this stage. Look at the blue zone taking him down. The heal does pop through, but into stage 5, he does not have long to play this one. Maybe a backstab, maybe a little game changer on a fight. I don't think that Malloy is going to make it into the placements. That should be it. He will fall down. It is just a play zone point denial.
All right, Wolves going to try and make their way through. Thunder Talks as well as Geek playing on either side of the road there. Advantage goes to Geek being closer towards the circle. So Thunder Talks will have to push through them eventually or wrap. But even then, you need to take a shot set.
As we see the south side rotate, DRX, they managed to get rid of Virtus Pro. And they move over towards the Wolves, and a good knock on towards Coops in the backstop position as well. That's not going to be particularly flushable as Thundertalk try and cross the road and Ulf try and cross the road and Thundertalk deny them entry there and get a knock over towards Geek. This fight seems to be a little bit of a stalemate between these two teams, despite the number of nades and Molotovs being sent between the two positions. DRX are taking a lot of damage though. And they're going to have a real tough time rolling up. Doran for the spray down onto Soaz as he breaks on through. That crash line is good, and it's going to be held. Coops goes down 1 for 1. Hyunbin follows. QX set up on the hillside needs to come up big now because he's the last player to stand. The inside getting torn apart. Nobody's alive in the shack. The points are there for the taking, but nobody's ready to do it. A sliver of health on the high ground as well as DRX last hope now, trying to keep things going, but Soulless bombards the position time and time again, stopping the Wolves from flexing out, and then it's going to allow the heal on the high ground.
Damn, well played, Eagles. Actually able to make it happen. Hold down the fort for the time being. Yeah, this is where life gets very difficult for Thunder Talks, I was talking about earlier. You know, the circle being on Geek's side, it's just going to make their life so much easier now. For Thunder Talks, even pushing far over towards the north, yeah, you can get behind that lip on the very northeast, but even then you have to deal with GS. So we'll see how Thunder Talks plays for now. Either they push north or they expend a lot of utility here in the next 5 minutes.
Maybe not even that long to live, though. 5 minutes is a long time in PUBG Mobile. And it might even see us towards the end of the match here. GS on this northern side. Mounting up now, playing with 4 players alive. They are leaving 1 player still in Severny, trying to keep those building high ground positions under control, maybe an off angle. So they roll up towards Paragin's shack. One of the last players, I think the last player, in fact, for DX Xavier. He's going to try and fend them off, but posting a nade through will do the trick. Just need to land it on the mark. Doesn't quite connect. That one does, though. He's not the last player for DX Xavier. It's actually Levi's off across the road. You can see there on the minimap, but yeah, it's not going to be... It's not going to be able to get that one back up. And GS move in to the shack position on the north.
I think if you're Wolves right now, yeah, they're doing it at this very moment. They're going to try and push over towards Mad Bulls as well as EA. This fight has been raging on for quite a while. Unfortunately for them, Mad Bulls are able to pick their player up, as are E Arena. But I would say that E Arena is now in one of the worst positions in the world. Sandwiched between both Mad Bulls and Wolves. Egos goes down, so despite his valiant defense down on the southeast side, he will not regroup with the rest of the team.
Going to find it difficult. Mormon finding it difficult to stay on his feet as well as the nades pour in from the high ground for Mad Bulls. Big pressure on the southwest side. And they march ever forward, seemingly inexorably, but there's teams that will try and stop him here. NC2, no substitution play for him. Unfortunate as they meet their demise. Wolves trying to move up on the lip of the bunker, but he's backed off from the off angle as the spray down is good. Mad Bulls making their way closer and closer. The last player from DX Xavier, Levi's not getting stuck into that one. Doesn't want to give the game away just yet. Let Thunder Talk go for the crossing first and try and ladder up on the placements because GK have to hold.
I mean, it's a good time for Thunder Talks to do it. I mean, wrapping all the way around the building, trying to get to a side that doesn't have many windows. Unfortunately for you, this building has all the windows. Nate goes through, Kevin goes down. There's Saf out as well. Ragnarok last left inside the building. The Vikings are looking to decimate against Ragnarok itself, but Nerzed's still in the fight.
Oh, he's able to stand up though. Ragnarok still with a little dying hope here for Geeke. Able to find a knock. Thunder Talk suffering on this crossing, sitting. Needs to get rezzed here. The player on the back as well needs to try and stay alive, stay safe. And Ragnarok can't quite weather the storm. Unfortunately, the Thunder was just too strong. As AJ crawls across, he gets clipped. And it's Thunder Talk down to 3.
I mean, a very, very difficult push for Thunder Talks. I mean, that is not an easy crash to go for at all. I think they played it quite well. Good smokes. The wrap around the building and the vehicle as well is extremely confusing to play up against for Geeke. So I genuinely really did like the play there coming through. Ooh, a 3 MG3 with a sniper suppressor in there as well, which seems kind of cruel.
You know, put it on a DMR maybe, if you're lucky. But yeah, the MG3. Still a pretty big boot if you're able to pick it up. We know Maxman loves it. His favorite weapon, I think. Pretty sure. Haven't checked in a while. I have to double check that one. But either way, a huge amount of firepower and the level 3 refresh on the armor and the helmet, which is maybe even more important in that difficult position. It's just a question of getting there. With 5 teams remaining, DX Xavier likely going to be the next team to have to move with their solo player Levi's out and across the way, over the road. Everybody else just about in, or at least close to being in. You can see Thunder Talk have access to that hillside on their left, on the south side of the circle. And they'll be able to rotate there, hopefully fairly successfully.
So 11 Elim game, it's nothing to be scoffed at. Same with Mad Balls as well, slowly climbing up the rankings. Yeah, so knows that Levi's is here. Don't think. Oh god, Mad Balls knows is here as well. Yeah, that's rough. That's very rough. The ground being peppered with holes in between him. Just trying to make the mad dash. I don't think he's getting out of here. There's a lot of ammo being expended onto him though.
So yeah, big commitment on the ammo front. You're right. From Esso, might need a resupply from the rest of GS. And Levi's, I mean, he's still got a gun. He's still dangerous. He's still got damage to put out, I'm sure. And the fact that he's across, that is big for him. For survival, Mad Bulls can't push down towards this side because they're so entrenched against the team underneath them, against the Wolves hiding out in the shelter.
A little bit unfortunate for Thunder Talks right now. they had to use that high ground in the building to pick up a knock to try and push over towards. And as a 3, you sort of need to get an opening knock onto a 4-man squad. Wait, Levi's is still alive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And he's safe from the south because of that fight on the bunker.
Pretty amusing. Now, what is Thunder Talk's move then? I mean, they can try and wrap on Mad Balls, but again, it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. GS knows the location of Thunder Talks right now, and it's hard to push down towards them. So yeah, King's going to try and scout out over towards Mad Balls. And he's coming back. And he's going for it again. And he's coming back.
I mean, it's indecision, but it's so difficult to make the play. GS, they know that Levi's is here. Wolves going to take shots as well from the mouth of the bunker over towards GS on the approach. They give the gauntlet up over towards Thunder Talk, who are all too happy to pick up these points as the knocks start to come through thick and fast. GS are suffering, caught in the crossfire. The fact that it's not unlikely that they go down before Levi's now for DX Xavier is crazy. So Thunder Talk aren't doing too well either. Goodness me, this is getting mad.
Jafar's on the edge of the blue right now. Does go down. Icon's able to get DS3 back up again. But overall, for Thunder Talks, it's still not a terrible game. I think they'd rather end up in a top 4. Sighting getting picked up at the same time, so they should get themselves back up towards the 3. And a wraparound from King here over towards the Mad Balls. Sort of has to wait for a team shot here, honestly. That's a long nade. That's a very long nade.
They're trading nades here, and now actually Mad Balls are flowing around and over towards the Wolves, who have been doing so much damage to GS in the meantime. The Mad Balls looking to keep this one under control. All things considered, this is their game, but Levi's moving up to the tree now. Spots a player, he gives the position away. Now the Mad Balls are going to know he's here. They're going to know there's danger on the flank, and they are going to put some ordnance out his way. You can see the nades already cooking, and Flip gets taken down because of it. Pusher Low gets taken down as well. No way are the Mad Balls crumbling under the face of Levi's. Thunder Talk may be able to take this one away. My God, this is getting crazy now. I mean, it was crazy before, but what? My God, what a close down.
They're to the top, towards the top side of the bunker there. There's a little bit of chip damage, but not quite enough. Wolves are now out, so the bunker is completely clean. Singh moves around the side, where the blue is pushing. Tulika has to wrap around the eastern side of the bunker, but Levi's is there, getting up towards the top 2, potentially, if he could just take Tulika out. But Sighting is on the hunt.
And they will be able to find him now. The last player for the Mad Balls is there, and Thunder Talk want that top spot for themselves. They crest the ridgeline, and they contest that first place towards the end of the day.
I think that's as dominant as we've seen China in quite a long time, honestly. I think for Thunder Talks, they have looked really good today. I'm extremely proud of this team. I think the combination play has been fantastic. The teamwork has been fantastic. Overall showing has been really good to see. Same with the Mad Balls. Honestly, though, I think that they look dismayed here, but this is the best Mad Balls have looked in many years.
It is great to see a lot of teams coming back off of an off season, off of an off period of time. It is great to see this resurgence across the board. We are going to be heading over to the analyst desk now to figure out just what happened at the end of that one.
Thunder Talk, huge right here on eliminations. They did it very, very precisely there. And for a second, I thought we were going to see a little bit of a symbiotic relationship right there, right? With we had what was it, Mad Bulls? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm sorry, my brain just went crazy right there. But we saw a crazy symbiotic relationship, and we just Thunder Talk come up and get the chicken dinner right here. They landed in a great rotation. What do you think about Thunder Talk?
Thundertalk are timing to perfection in this game. Am I right? I mean, I think it was really, really nicely done in the terms of like had a few teams remaining. We had levels over in that shelter area, but what to me is the difference in their that Mad Bulls pushed a little bit too early. Wolves ended up pushing a little too early onto Mad Bulls, so they were fighting, and then Thundertalk come in. Perfect timing, just move in, sweep it, actually get a 2-1 going to get rid of Xavier as well, just control the zone.
You can look at this replay here for the final blow of this final wrangle of day 1 for PMGC Gauntlet, and yeah, as you said here, the timing they've was perfect. It was beautiful to see how it was played. Clearly, step between Wolves and having that fight happen way too early. They talk to move that position from the eastern side over to the southern western edge, taking a high ground position, and as you hear, finding that final player of Levi's, and of course to look at and get the easiest win here. 18 elimination chicken dinner here, Hot Jukes. An absolute banger from the PL team that had some mixed feelings about this team entering in this tournament, and oh my goodness, these damage and elim stats for all of these players are through the bloody roof. Hell yeah, more of that, please.
Absolutely insane. Yeah, you know what's so crazy? I was a little surprised we saw start throwing those nades down that walkway right there onto Baton, because all they had to do was just stay on top of the hill, let the Wolves be down there for a little bit of while in shelter, and then once everybody was gone, fight each other for first and second. Red Bulls, they were getting towards that end circle, like, you know what, let's take Thundertalk and the rest of it there. We're just like, nah, let's just shut them down right now, and that's exactly what they did, Neptura.
Absolutely. I love what we saw coming to them. It was just such a nice come back of that. I mean, it was a really, really good win, but it's those things where it was based on the mistakes of others, right? And that's not to downplay Thundertalk at all, but do believe we just had a little mistakes coming on through there and get back and forth. But I want to say that Thundertalk coming through, we were all surprised that they had 17 eliminations, but focused on other teams while we're sitting in that compound, just chilling, moving things away from Nox on rotation, just make sure that they control the space around them. That they were able to get such a big win coming off the back of that. It was just really, really nice to see, Mike.
Yeah, I'm really happy about it. And I think a lot of people, myself included, looking at the PL teams, Weibo were going to be the banner men of that entire region right now. But no, Thundertalk, that I kept calling is PMW as a very passive team, just unwilling to commit to big fight, try and wrap up games with a ton of eliminations. Finally, this is the change-up we needed to see from Thundertalk, and you know what? It is perfect to do it here first day of the tournament, because again, the performance like this, Hot Chicks, the elimination chicken dinner, chances are you're going to be looking for keyboards.
Oh, they're going to jump up big time. You know what? Speaking of changes, right? A little change of pace. I want to talk about OG, right? We've seen OG play things very calmly and collected for the first few matches. This one, right? They started to do a crazy push onto R8. Unfortunately, they were taken out. But what about that push here, Neptura?
I think it's really nice that we're starting to see more of the aggression that I was used to seeing from them. I think it's nice that they're starting to spread out and spread their wings a little bit. Unfortunately, they go up against R8, which is not really the team you want to go up against necessarily. If they had known that it was maybe a different team like that, it would have gone a little bit better. R8 are just having such a great day so far that it's gonna be difficult to go up against them. I mean, more along the lines of a Kara or an Ulf even might have had more success. Especially Kara, because what we're seeing is completely different to how we're used to seeing them play, because they play edge, and so far today we've seen them play just edge, no center whatsoever, and I feel like it might just be throwing too much. I'd like to see them actually go back to center and see what happens.
It's a good change of pace for sure. I think it's good to have a little bit more variety in your play style going into a gauntlet like this. But looking at the replay on the map feed, Thundertalk just again sweeping onto the eastern side every single time. 20-point game, setting the record for the biggest chicken dinner point-wise of day 1 of the stage. Can they keep it up? Possibly. The Mad Bulls, despite us being a little bit critical, engaging on that fight towards Wolves a little bit too early, you complain when you get a 20-point round from that. Pretty good zoning. I do think they felt the pressure of so they were going to have to move eventually, so they tried to be a little bit more proactive, which I can respect to some extent, but you're just opening up the gates for the other teams like GS Team, like Thunder Talk to try and wrap it up and take the win. You so still a really good performance, but those slight PMGC lobby cost you the game, and in this case, that could be what happens.
Yeah, and that's a great game for them regardless of the situation. It's just those few extra points could make such a big difference in the long run. Yeah, look at this. 1,200 damage, 194 healing, and 7 eliminations. This is, I think, the game that Thunder Talk desperately needed here, Max.
Definitely. A lot of people actually in the chat and also on cam were telling me, hey, no, AJ's looking really good and stuff, team. But look at Silly. He's been performing amazingly and so well, in fact. They're standing in first position on the rankings. 53 points, 20 place points total over the course of these 4 matches. Their average is through the roof and amazing in the process. But now, Nipcho, the question is, when you have 53 points, how comfortable are you to actually remain in top 7 until the end? Because that's a really big point lead. Wait, that's a 33-point lead. And Bulls in 8th? They're super comfy. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, I think
that's a big points, but
it is. I think it's a little too early to say they're super comfortable just yet, but that's a darn good start for them. And coming out of the woodwork, I feel like, I think, Thunder Talk, based on previous performances we've seen from them in the global stage, I certainly wasn't expecting too much out of them. And 3 in, I'm having to change my opinion 100% because this Thunder Talk is who like a year ago.
Yeah, 1,200 damage from City. I mean, that's gonna definitely right here. That's all it takes. One good chicken dinner and rocket launchers, up these leaderboards. So hopefully we see a little bit more of this. And now to start going into Miramar, that's going to shake things up quite a bit. But one thing that we are starting to see is a little bit of that point gap, at least from first all the way down to 8th place. So these teams that are on that second half of the leaderboards, I think come Miramar, you read something up here now.
It really is kind of only a point gap being created in literally just 4 matches here in GC. And this is a very strong lobby, but the fact you have a 33-point lead between first and the cutoff in 7th position, 8th position, also, is really a big statement. These top tier teams from your Thunder Talks. I wonder if they can maintain until the end of the Gauntlet stage. But yeah, sitting popping off. King is up there. By the way, quick little piece of information. He was on Nova Esports when they won PMGC Season 0 and Season 1 back-to-back. If they are able to go the entire way and with PMGC, he would be the only player in the world to have won 3 PMGs, which would be a massive flex in your Instagram bio. I'm just saying.
The ultimate flex. By the way, there is in the 3 players that have previously won a PMG. King has the most champions, and that is right. That was in 2020 and 21. Next, got Silas, who's with Regnum Karia. He won in 2022 with S2G. And Ziol from Alpha Gaming, they ended up winning in 2023 with IHC. So a ton of talent, right, in this lobby right now. Alpha, right? They are underperforming big time in my eyes, Neptura, right? Is this, typical of what you kind of expected from them? Are you a little bit worried? What are you thinking about Alpha Gaming right now?
I mean, I think worried in one sense that the other teams are doing so well, so consistently. APG might fall behind a little much. On the other hand, this is very typical of what we've seen from APG. Like, they do this all the time. They will just not get anything done the first 1-2 days and then come back, 5 points in the team they are. So I'm not concerned, but I think other teams might just take advantage of them. And in PMG, that's not the event you want that to happen to you.
I mean, Blank said it perfectly during the cast, right? It's the APG prank, okay? It's real. Day 1 is always the APG prank. Wait for day 2, day 3. That's when the real APG is going to surface here in this song. Trust.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, because I saw that last game push on and Oof shut them down immediately. Yeah, this is a prank. You're right. I got pranked once again, right? Yeah, I hope it's a prank, right? Come on, right? Show us what's going to happen. don't wait till tomorrow. It happened right here in Miramar. But you know what? We've already done with Aaron today. We're done with Rondo. We saw hot drops back. Max, talk to us a little bit about drops. We can see here in Miramar.
So we have a few hot drops that could be happening. I'm just going to list them out real quick, okay, so everyone knows what to expect. Northern side, La Coperia, D Xavier versus Madballs could be happening. El Pozzo, it's Alpha 7 versus GS Team, or if GS Team go into Impala over to the eastern side, it would be GS Team versus Wolves. Teams in GK, D Xavier, and DRX, San Martinez RA versus E-Arena. And now the big question mark I have about interesting hot drops that might or might not happen is going to be Orangutan actually dropping around Chumacera versus Alpha Gaming. Got to be a little bit careful because Alpha Gaming is unwilling to share on the stage. But they do have a new drop location in La Bandita, and I think this is a very positive change for Orangutan. I wonder if they're going to commit to that secondary drop, or if they're going to go hard from Chumacera and try and contest it away from Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, I agree. The other thing I would love to see is there's no one up in Ruins right now. So I would love to see Orangutan if they decide that, hey, Chumacera is not that great. Maybe they don't want to go to La Bandita. Ruins would be another great option for them because part of both of the hot drops nearby as well.
Welcome
if they
back
really
to a quick
wanted
report
to.
with the
So
7WG.
that'll be another
I'm
option.
the man that has been able to get 2 MVPs in PMGO and PMWC. But starting today, welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm here with a man that has been able to get 2 MVPs in PMGO and PMWC. But starting today, I mean, you guys are struggling. Only 4 points after 4 matches. What's going on with the squad?
За, өнөөдөр танай багийн хувьд болохоор 4 тоглолтод зөвхөн 4 хоноо авсан байгаа. За, ер нь өнөөдөр яг яаж эхэлж байна вэ?
Мэдгүй тэгээд болдгоо тэгээд үзээлээ. Болохгүй л байна.
Currently, like, I don't know, nothing is working on our plan, so I can't really say much.
Are you looking to make changes going into Miramar, considering that there might be a hot drop there as well?
Miramar дээр хамт баг бууж байгаагаас болоод танай багийн зүгээс ямар нэгэн өөрчлөлт оруулах гэж байгаа юу?
Тэгэл байлдан да. Hot drop-о ер нь аавна. Одоо ямар ч баг байсан тэгэл байлдан да. Тэгэл үзэндээ хаа.
Even in the Miramar, there is a chance for hot drop, but still, we will go for the fight and try to win our spot.
All right, well, I'm hoping if there is a fight, you guys end up winning it, because right now it's not the performance we're expecting out of APG. Back to you guys.
The look on his face. It's got me sad. Because when we deserved, he said, you know what? Hey, the fight's coming, we're ready to fight. And then Seven was like, come on, dude, right? I mean, these guys do not mess around here, right? Because if hot drops, they live for them.
Yeah, I have never seen a stubborn team in all my days. This team were like, hey, lose 1-2 games, but y'all best be prepared for that third time, because it's not happening. You are going down. Kind of spirit we would love to see in any team, but when you're not doing so, maybe, like, I don't know, do something else. But listen, first Miramar, first hot drop, let's see how it goes. You know, they're going, hey, we got this drop to military on a wrangle. We're not going to stop now.
Come on, let's see drop action. We heard it from Revel earlier. He said, you know what, GS, come on down. We're going to fight this. We just heard it from APG. You know, they're ready to fight for a hot drop. How many hot drops are we going to see? John, you tell us right now. 1, 2, 3. I want to know.
I think 3 total.
I think
that's my answer.
0.
Ooh, okay. Well, technically, every team that's dropping in is going to be real hot because it's Miramar. We're in the desert. We're heading over to the dunes once again to see how these teams take on this map. Miramar on the menu. La Coperia over towards Impala on the plane path flank. If you guys want to keep track of the map throughout the whole of this season's PMGC, you can, of course. There are public map feeds available. You can head on over and keep track of where every team is at all times, which is a very valuable piece of knowledge. You can do a little bit of analysis if you want. We'll be doing so. We're using our map feeds as well at the moment. Nobody getting too stuck into it though with each other.
Well, I'm going to address the allegations right now. Okay.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of talk on Insta about orangutan. Okay? And Max Man's getting a lot of hate right now, okay? The thing is, if I'm talking about orangutan at 22 minutes into a game, this is already a good thing, okay? Because there are some teams I haven't been able to talk about at all because they're dead most of these games in the first 6 minutes. So the fact that I get to talk about orangutan 20 minutes in, that's already kind of based for an Indian team, okay? Let's all chill out. Let's all just have a little chill out.
So just to clarify what Blank said, he said orangutan are so bad and he hates them as people.
I don't think I said that.
Well, let's head over to the stage with 7 to calm things down. What have you got for us, 7? Oh, maybe
it's in 20 seconds.
Okay,
15 now.
It's going, we'll cover right now. But yeah, of course, orangutan doing some pretty solid stuff. Let's head over to the stage for realsies this time. I promise it's not an Alpha Gaming prank.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This time I'm joined by none other than OG, AKOP. Boy, what a performance you guys are putting up here in the first 3 matches, backing it up with great placement points, but the eliminations aren't quite there yet. But you're building up that confidence.
Yeah, we are building the confidence and we are looking forward to grab some eliminations too. Some situations are holding us back, but we make sure we will show the dominance performance like we used to show in India.
Well, I'm happy that the placement points are there, but that fragging power, what do you feel like you need to be able to adjust for that fragging power to come through?
For now, we are absorbing the atmosphere. We are studying the teams, what are the teams doing, and we are looking forward to have a team meeting and what are the mistakes we are doing that not getting us the elimination we wanted. And yeah, you will for sure see some double-digit elimination in upcoming matches.
I'm going to take that as a promise. And for everybody in India, I'm pretty sure this is pretty much a light of hope. The performance is there. I'm hyped up for you guys. I'm hoping that the fragging power is going to come through. And honestly, great start, even though the elims aren't there yet.
A little bit of a false start on their promises of fragging power in that previous match, but here on Miramar, hopefully they'll be able to do a little bit more. They are center on this circle, Blank, over towards La Bandita, over towards that area of the map. We'll see if they can get the business done and stay in that top 7 spot for that direct qualification to the grand finals.
Indeed. Have a look at what's happening elsewhere on the map right now. Got DRX down towards Puerto Paraiso. And we're getting pretty much a Minas Generales central finish at the moment, which is not the most horrible position on the map in the world. I mean, up much further than dropping down towards the southwest side, which is difficult to play in, honestly. And R8 in San Martin. I actually want to see a little bit more of R8. Very much enjoying the gameplay so far. A little bit risky at times, though. Cheeky shots coming through from DS3.
It's interesting. He swapped over to the M249, was playing on the pacing that was assumed of him, dropped those shotgun shells out the window, and then immediately swapped to hop out for the spray down. You could see that the plan was to break whilst he was reloading, right, up into the wall. But that little weapon swap really very timely and well read. So nice stuff coming through from GS, and they'll take a scalp of Alpha 7 for their prize. Reckon Kaya surviving as 4 this time. Hopefully they can continue to do that, as they were getting clipped quite a lot on Erangel in these last 2 matches. E-Arena, in the meantime, on the north side now, making their approach through the areas up towards the city, up towards Truck Stop now. As you can see, they're moving forward, still with their substitute in. Joker out, NC2. He played in that last match, wasn't quite able to go the full distance. We'll see what they can do now.
Kind of just taking a look at where some of these rotational paths are going to come from, because I think at the moment Mad Bulls has a okay path inwards, but a lot of the central spaces are already taken up right now, John, which is difficult. It's difficult to work with, especially moving through like such open area with the fields, etc. GK on our screens versus E Arena. Just spraying it, honestly. NC2 will win out the engagement. Kind of got sick of the shotgun there a little bit, didn't he?
It's like, brother, that's not. You're not an alarm clock. Be quiet. He sits him down. And pushes him back. There is an answer. So both Irina and GK now have lost a player. So GK try and move forwards as two. Mormon with the side angle there could potentially get some shots in or nades in through those open garage doors, but that truck really playing spoiler to a lot of his sight lines. So the regroup, I think, probably necessary here. The third player from GK off in the distance, about 200, 300 meters away. It's a kind of a non-factor unless they look to regroup.
Yeah, I think for right now, this is a bit of a weird fight where E Arena is going to struggle to remove themselves from this engagement. Inside this building, you got Nerzed hovering off in the distance as well. Definitely a frustrating one for E Arena, but over towards Truck Stop anyway. It's likely that both teams are going to be leaving here for quite some time. How close they are. Aaron finding a shot over towards Prestige. Not flushed yet, though, so there's still a chance to get their player back up on their feet. Thunder Talk, nice and central as well. Looking to put even more points on the day here, which is impressive.
Always a good idea to put more points on the cards. Nerzed moving up. Playing closer. The fight being shunted around the truck stop. Unlikely for teams to impact this fight as well. It's a little bit too far flung. Maybe the Mad Bulls could be here in a minute or two, but it's more likely that they're going to make their approach elsewhere. Very isolated fight. Not out of the question to fully disengage from this, from actually either of these two rosters. They are fully split linearly, but Nerzed really the sticking point of this fight, up on the hill with oversight on this one.
Yeah, it's the main issue. Again, it's only two players underneath, so Kevin as well as Saf G can't get really too aggressive, but you are in a bit of a deadlock right now between both these teams. Mad Bull's coming through from water treatment. Most teams are just in position. Again, we're waiting for stage 2 here on Miramar. Biggest shift available. Send down towards. See where these next circles will end up. And it's between San Mats and Picado as well as Minas. So again, this is a lot of fielded area, a lot of open area. It will mean that this fight needs to end soonish, though.
Does have a little bit of a ticking clock on it. I mean, for Nerzed, does he regroup? Do they push through as 3? I'm not sure. I think it's probably a better idea just to... I mean, you could potentially just try and hold that fight out and try and play the longer game. Regnum Kaya, though, on the middle, having a bit of a clash, actually, with Ulf as Silas keeps Loxy safe. They don't want to be losing players early, not again, especially on Miramar here. The 2-2 split for Regnum Kaya. The high ground position for Zed Wolf, controlling Thunder Talk a little bit, making their run out just that bit harder. Scarface, he's trying to move in, but no, they're not going to find anything. Silas gets the res.
Again, for Regnum Kaya, it's definitely a case of they really don't want to start another game on 3 players. That would be tremendously bad for them. Just having one game go their way would be fantastic, especially from the position they're currently in. They're just the west of Thunder Talk. And being able to be in this position means that they have a good chance for an end game, a late game, being only on 18 points right now. Pumping those points up a little bit more would be ideal. You know, getting towards a 40-point boundary at the end of the day is typically what you're really looking for here.
Yeah, getting 40 points on a day would see you fairly safe towards the 7th place position and higher. Around that 110 boundary is where I'm expecting the points to end up here for 7th place. And that will be what they're going to be looking to try and convert on your right. So a lot of work to do in these last 2 games, earning 22 points for Regnum Kaya. In the meantime, plenty of other teams looking to try and break that boundary as well. Alpha 7, very nearly there and very nearly losing a player as he sails over the ridgeline for Alpha 7. They will stay alive just that bit longer. Of course, losing a player already. Going down to 2 would be pretty disastrous, especially with the chocolate block south side as it is. Virtus Pro bringing up the rear.
a huge amount of teams down here as well. You got Wolves, Alpha 7, Virtus Pro, like you were just saying, DX Xavier, who still need to regroup one another. You got Lambert still heading up. He's right on the south side, but his team's over towards the northeast, as you can see here on your screens. And you even have Wolves like littering this northern edge. So this is a very tough position to make your way out from inside of Los Leones.
Very difficult indeed. That push up over those hills to the north side of Los Leones. Treacherous at the best of times. Geek sending away. I think he's getting down that hill safely. I'm not entirely sure. As the circle pops up towards the north side, it helps out Kara over towards Graveyard, over towards R8 as well, who are looking to take that first place position back and keep it under control. Ulf as well being helped out here. So all of these teams to the north of the La Bandita crater having a good time with this shift blank.
Yeah, I think for Thunder Talk, again, it is a good spot for them. They're currently holding. Orangutan currently coming in from that south side.
Getting stuck in with Regnum Kaya as well, as it's a three-way fight between them, Ulf, and Orangutan. Regnum Kaya really suffering here. Looks like their day might be a bit of a downer, as they're down to 2 players. Ulf trying to keep up the spirits of European fans, but it's not really going well for them either, as it's just Scarface now remaining. Orangutan, they've lost 2 in the process of all of this as well, as their fight's not going as strongly as they would have liked either, but they still do have reservoir opportunities. As Scarface steps in, steps out, tries to go for the shot, bobbles the nade out the window. Will Loxy step on it? No, but he is going to get lit up from the off angle. That is Kara chiming in, and the nades are through as well. Scarface goes down next, and CEO gets a little bold, backed off the angle, but gets the points nonetheless.
No, I mean, at least you got the points on the back of it. There's a good nade, to be honest, where he bobbles out of the window. It's not cooked or primed, so it forces Loxy to move around the side of the wall, but only to get shot out by other teams. So an interesting maneuver. OG took control of that northern side, just on the western edge of La Bandita here. Currently trying to push their way through Wolves. Don't really need to force this engagement, considering they're further north than Wolves right now. And Kara's playing a slow game over towards the northern edge of the circle around the mines. Give me. NC2's not likely to get back up here, is he?
No, he's pretty donezo right now. Arena are in the 4 corners of the map at the moment. Very, very spread. Looks like a survival play. I mean, it looks like 10K can regroup to Mormon, and maybe they'll play on us too and have not terrible time over towards Minas Generalis, but yeah, that's going to be rough. I was looking at the Wolves' position there. I don't think they need to push, but as Alpha 7 and Virtus Pro, that this fight, actually, in fact, on our screens right now, that once it concludes, they'll be sending up around the edge of this crater, right? Most likely towards the Wolves' position. The circle, if it goes all the way north, they can divert around it, but if it pops down south, they need to take this fight, and I think that's go time. It's whoever can get there first sends towards the Wolves, but maybe they want to stay on the outside and third party the other person, whoever makes that move. It's a difficult spot on the south edge.
Very much difficult spot. I mean, Alpha 7 and Virtus Pro now struggling play against one another. Wolves also will just play on this edge for a little bit longer. La Bandita really is always this difficult terrain piece where it really causes some of these rotations to go right. Because if you are one of these teams on the south, like, you're forced to play a western rotate now. It's really hard playing an eastern rotate because you have little to no information on that north side.
Yeah, it's difficult to get those scouting on the far edge. Virtus Pro mounting up closer. You can see they are setting themselves up at the top of the hill to potentially roll down towards the Wolves, but they've got to be worried about Alpha 7. I mean, do Alpha 7 go all the way around? Do they go wide? Or Virtus Pro going to take that option? Maybe they're going to crash in towards Alpha 7 here.
I mean, they don't... I think if you get a crash over towards Alpha 7, there is a potential that you're able to get something done here and slowly make the push on the east, but this is a really tough push up towards Longhouse.
Ooh. Feels like Milky Way may have wanted to go a bit further, but actually drops short, uses the car as cover, nades now. The opening salvo for Virtus Pro. A lot of damage done towards them, and that nade nearly takes him down. Luckily, the health ticking back up keeps him going. And Malloy for Virtus Pro is not here with them, still moving out around, moving up to the Labadita crater edge. But in the meantime, the rest of his team rides on in. Revo tries to hold the corridor, looks for the shutdowns, but it's not working. None of them can find a shot. Malloy was here to play, but he wasn't needed. Alpha 7 swept aside, and Virtus Pro, the ones to tear them to shreds.
I mean, I'm surprised they were able to make that happen, honestly. I was very surprised they were able to make that happen. It's an incredible push from Virtus Pro, especially over towards Longhouse as well. I mean, leaving that door open and then grouping up and getting naded out is pretty ridiculous. Now, Virtus Pro looks down over towards OG. They're at the pick of one, but a quick pick of the vehicle will get one of their players back out again to safety. And now stuck inside Levadita, a little bit rough now.
That crater. Will be potentially a difficult place to leave in the Labadita south side. Arena trying to keep their two players in. Trying to find a little slice of respite, but I don't think it's going to be too easy to do so. You can see Orangutan lighting them up. DX Xavier sending them away. No room at the inn, and it's into the crater with them. It looks like Orangutan might actually be dropping down to fight them, to meet them. They will come off of that ridge side and move into the angle, the oversight there. But will that give Virtus Pro too much ground? Will that allow Virtus Pro on the south to move in where they weren't allowed to before?
Yeah, I think for DRX, they're holding the two-man split down this way as well, just to prevent teams from making that rotate over towards the eastern side. I think you are Virtus Pro. You're just kind of looking for these teams trying to leave out through from Labandita. Good shot over towards Mormon as well. We'll find one. Not likely to end up in a flush, but that does mean that their push out towards that eastern side is now covered by the fact that flush res needs to go through. Little Talk just playing this game out really easy right now. I'm also very surprised that OG was able to make this cross. It was a decent one underneath the purview of Virtus Pro. I mean, they did have to leave a couple of players behind. This was crazy, by the way. This is crazy. Like, DRX held this angle for so long, and then as they leave, Virtus Pro makes the push. It's like you either need to commit or not commit. Not one or the other.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not worked out for DRX in that situation. Wolves, though, actually moving back up and maybe trying to backfill on this rotation for Virtus Pro. I don't think I had this on the cards at the moment, but the Wolves are making this rotate, and it might pan out. Malloy now caught alone. The rest of Virtus Pro have found a little bit of isolation from him, and there's no way he's getting back up. The Wolves clip the wings of Virtus Pro, make it all the harder to move over this Labandita crater here. It is a couple of real crazy rotates coming through on this south edge, and I'm loving it.
It's such a hard place to rotate through as well. It's very hard to make happen. I mean, Wolves make a late rotate back down towards the south side to push through. Virtus Pro still ahead of things, but are losing players, hemorrhaging as they go. TX Xavier are waiting, and Virtus Pro kind of sense there's something in the midst there, and we'll just back it off.
That is a strong backing off as well. They do make it to a shack, but you've got to imagine it's going to be a question of does the circle go to it, and if not, it might just be done for. Or they're going to move again. I wouldn't put it past them. DRX now trying to make their move as well, but the Wolves have the ridgeline. And it's not going to be easy at all to make their way out this direction. And a little bit further they have to go as well, as DRX will be consumed by the blue here. Wolves making their way across the crater ground and over towards that north edge of things, playing up towards the oversight, towards DX Xavier, towards that high ground that they held.
For TX Xavier, I mean, it's an okay spot, right? It's fairly central, but it's just it's a nade hole, right? People are just going to be throwing. As soon as they start to get close there, it is so easy just to smoke that area out and then just toss nades in. And then Dig Xavier's done for. It's going to keep them protected for quite a while. I might even give them the chance at an end game finish here, but it's not likely to end up being a win. DRX always seem to be moving at the wrong time. Virtus Pro just slightly ahead of Wolves. It's sad for Virtus Pro that they made this rotate only to fall prey to a very similar rotate from Wolves later on. GK will go down. His Mad Bulls pushing through once again. I think Mad Bulls have had a lot of success today. I've been quite impressed by them.
They have had some solid engagements. They're in third place. That is undeniable. 39 points so far today. Now they want to try and find DRX and GK, or whatever remains of them, rather. As Nurzed actually breaking out far, all the way to the back of the compound here. Probably going to be fairly safe for this. Until, that is, Mad Bulls actually get across the way. Because they are going to have to push through this one. They are going to have to move towards the circle, which sits southwest of them right now. Probably over towards DX Xavier. That's where they're looking.
Nice shot from Flip towards Soez as he makes the jump. And Mad Bulls can continue down this way. It's so open over on these fields. Pretty much there's a big task ahead of a couple of teams here. OG have to deal with E Arena, which shouldn't be too difficult playing out on that eastern side. Thunder Talk with APG, R8 maybe moving up over towards GS. But mostly Kara is kind of controlled right now by GS on that western side.
Oh, you nearly found something special there. Was able to take one down and nearly a second, but not quite. Nurzed falls. DK are eliminated. GS in the meantime. As we hop over to the northwest side near Kara, near R8 as well, who are regrouping to third party this. If GS take a knock or two, R8 are going to be able to overwhelm this. You need to be careful. Icon stepping forward. CEO and Lewis trying to play off one another, playing on the windows. The CEO stepping in. Jafar goes down, goes low. R8, now's the time to push up, but they're not really in a position to do it. They haven't fully regrouped here. It might not matter though, because GS still have got more to deal with. Kara on the outside, giving them a run for it. Icon steps in, but can't quite find him. His CEO just fails to get back behind the corner and falls to it.
GS still holding on here. Kara, I'm surprised that they put up a little bit of a fight here. They were stuck in, but GS did a really good number on them. In the meantime, APG is scrapping Thunder Talk on the other side of things. You can see that in the picture on the bottom right. APG do finally come out on top. But it is, I believe, just Doc remaining there. With a full squad wipe over towards Thunder Talks in the end. Wonderfully done. And not an easy push either. Surprised Thunder Talk lost that one. I thought at the very least it would have been two players from Thunder Talk still up, but APG still got it in them. Nice nade from ESO again over towards Marth. R8 loses another player.
That is far from ideal. That flush comes through, that puts them down to 3. They did have an opening to try and third party up to the north, but they were more concerned with maintaining that south boundary. And that may be the right play in this situation. You can see they just give that fight the slip, and now they're going to allow all those teams on the north to get stuck in amongst themselves. Kara and Mad Bulls will have to conclude. GS as well. Everybody stuck up there now. Going to have a tough time, but it's DX Xavier with one hell of a position, and they're going to have to hold a push now, Blank, because someone's going to go for it.
Yeah, again, for DX Xavier, like I said, this is going to be a hard hold. A very, very hard hold for them. You can see nades already starting to be sent over by the Mad Bulls. But equally for anyone else, like, even if you take down DX Xavier, you're still having the situations like, where do you play after that? Kara not giving up too easily on the cross out. R8 able to continue to hold here. They had information earlier from Marth going down, and with GS all now locked in this one position. Nades galore from either side, from Kara, from R8. Goodness me, that is damage pouring on.
That one looks good. No, it's just short. They continue though the bombardment. It seems like they're bottomless on the nade pockets here, with more pouring in, but Mad Bulls finally humbling them slightly, stepping them back off the angle as the nades bobble over the fence. CEO trying to weather it from the Mad Bulls as well. Oh, it is really difficult to make any sort of movement on this north side. Pusher for Mad Bulls on the off angle there. Actually looking to regroup, it seems. Play up and towards the rest of the team. A CEO, nice position, will get taken down. It's Lemon to claim the point, and that is now 6 teams remaining.
Just the 6 left now. OG actually making it over towards the northeast side here. Good wraparound from San Martin. And La Bandita. Now looking over towards DXavier, but Flip finding that shot over towards AKOP. A little bit of a difficult scenario to head themselves into. R8 putting more points in the back pocket, up to 50 now. And Madball's not too far behind. OG attempting to reset on this one, but still 7 elims on the game. Pretty damn good stuff. 32 points total.
That's how you want to do it. A little elimination refocus there for OG. Now they have to push in against DXavier. This is a really difficult bunker to hold, though, because nades do so much against you. You can see... Oh, okay. I'm surprised that one didn't tag on. A little bit of cover found somewhere. Some concrete outcrop helping them out. Still got a couple of nades to play with. Doc on the off angle. Looks like OG know about it, though. They are wary of the angle. Nobody really on that south flank other than him to find it. And the shots are connecting. But Wizcott is looking good to try and find the knock. The Doc repositions. Oh, he steps back into the spray line and nearly goes down because of it.
Wizgod going to send straight back up again. Knows he needs to pull the pin on the grenade now because he has to keep DXavier at bay. Another strong grenade over the top. Lambor last remaining alive inside of this bunker. And now they look further towards Levi's. And again, more res is coming through. They see Mad Bulls off in the distance. OG looking for even more on this game. Up to the top 4 now.
Mad Bulls are the bigger threat for OG right now, but he's just launching a nade over to Levi's. Doesn't connect there. Some cover still found. That is a crazy push, you're right, but somehow goes unpunished. Mad Bulls more preoccupied with getting those reses. There's 3 players still alive here. The Molotov sent to the sky for Aru. Trying to slow, and he pushes. The nades continue to roll over the top. That looks like it sits under him. No, it's not going to go off in time and won't be able to connect either. Somehow DXavier surviving these nades. Everything being put their way. They're stepping out. They're moving.
They're just keep them at bay, though. This is the big thing right now for OG, is that as long as they can keep DXavier stuck inside these tunnels, it makes their end game a lot easier. They just need to control R8 on the sidelines, but you just hope they don't put too much attention here. If they get that done, now they know they need to move in. This is a good setup of vehicles from DXavier. There's a player behind, hidden away, looking for the flush. Wizgod goes down now. AKOP needs to find Paragin, who's been holding a cheeky angle for so long, and Levi's will finish them off. Dear me, what an angle from Paragin underneath the vehicle. That is a sneaky maneuver.
Oh, you just never expect it. That is so brutal for OG. Paragin makes it work. And now DXavier have time to... Nope, they're not going to get that third player up. Okay, they didn't go for that res. The Plazo was pushing. It is this last stage. And Mad Bulls now with an option to maybe take a chicken dinner here on our first Miramar. Levi's the last stand, and it will be the Mad Bulls to take it away. Disaster strikes for OG. Paragin under the bumpers was able to take him down, but DXavier weren't able to get out from underneath the vehicle either. And it is Mad Bulls who will be able to move on through. A brilliant close down to that game.
Yeah, very, very good stuff coming through from the Mad Bulls. Honestly, really, really well done from them in terms of control recently. I think as an aggressive team, they've been playing it very well. For DXavier, coming out on top in that engagement was very astonishingly good. And I think it only really became apparent later on there with the way they set up the vehicles inside of that bunker, making it a little bit less prone to the nades being thrown over the top. I think OG's rotate up from Labandita was fairly strong, but difficult to make work there versus DXavier. Almost had it. If it wasn't for that spot that Paragin held, they would have easily transition from there.
Light it up. Gotta do it. Light it up. Light it up.
it worked out well.
Yeah, and I think it is impressive to see that one happen. I was very, very pleased with the way that game panned out, because it was set after set of very, very difficult rotations coming through from teams to deal with, especially on that south side for First Pro, for Wolves, for DRX. These are all tricky rotations to figure out. Even for OG, the way that they've navigated through Labandita, that is not an easy position to play in, because they dealt with E-Arena shortly afterwards. But an international level like this, I'm expecting teams to be able to do that, but I didn't expect every single team to be able to navigate that position fairly well. So it was quite impressive and a fun game to watch. And also, it's one of the first times in quite a while I've seen someone effectively play out that bunker where DXavier were playing jump.
I mean, normally you just see those nades land straight on top of you and you're straight on down, but that vehicle position, that was that's just pretty crazy.
It really was. And I think this is, oh dear me. I don't think this is the final blow, but it was definitely the final blow for OG. That's for sure. Really, really tough stuff. I mean, to be fair, OG plucked up the courage to actually push in towards the bunker, which they needed to do. But yeah, that's a rude angle. Absolutely a rude angle to play.
Yeah, it needs like a perfect approach on the vehicle as well. It's very inconsistent to be able to get that set up, as we've highlighted before. It's just incredible, and you can't blame OG at all for going down to it. They've also got 7 elims on that match, so again, a couple more elims able to find that focus. As we take a look at the stats here for the Mad Bulls on their win, and they will be able to be fairly consistent across the board here. Tulica a little bit lower on the elims, but still keeping up with the damage. Flip as well, but yeah, great stuff for them. Coming through a really tricky spot on the north side of that circle too.
Yeah, again, I think this is a team that just works. It is funny the way this team has been brought together as well, because Tulica, been picked up by several different teams within Europe as well. Pusher, similarly, Lemon, Flip. They've all been on several different teams in the past and kind of been like the player that's been dropped, or the 2 players that have been pushed out. And they were like, you know what? To hell with it, let's just make a team together. We can be successful from there, and they have been. And it's nice to see the revival of Mad Bulls from that as well, which is definitely the coolest thing for me, because Mad Bulls was a name that you used to say in the past, and it was a fearsome name. Let's take a look at some of those highlights from that last game, because there were definitely quite a few, but there was also quite a few moments where you're out in the open, and it's a tough position to play. But these initial shots from E-Arena, from GK, taking shots over towards them, holding them position. It is surprising watching that earlier on, John, from Truck Stop, and then seeing where E-Arena actually ended up.
It's interesting we're seeing Regnum Kaya on here as well. It feels like they have really been dropping the ball today. And they are not having a good time of things. Maybe they'll be able to resurge. But at the moment, it's not looking good for their 7th place chances. They did come into conflict with plenty of teams out for blood. You see the frustration on Silas's face there. Very disappointed with his performance and the performances of his team as well, you'd imagine. Yeah, look at some of the oversight that OG had onto all of these scraps around the Labandita crater. That south side setup rotates was really quite wild, I think, with Bloods Pro, with DRX, with the Arena, all making, with Wolves, making some really interesting choices.
Yeah, it's a tough game to play in, honestly. And especially with all that open area towards the end, it was really a case you had to clear out a lot of teams. And we kind of predicted it quite well that DXavier were going to be one of the last teams to fall as well, just because that spot, although tremendously treacherous to play in, does give you a nice spot to work with going into the future, and at least secure yourself a high placing off the back of it.
That's always important to get up into those top spots. There's the Mad Bulls celebrating their chicken dinner there, rightly so. Very nice stuff coming on through. So we take a look at our match rankings as well here. 22 points total for the game. 12 elims found. A really nice result for the Mad Bulls. That north side paying out dividends for them on their position. But in 2nd place there, 14 points for OG.
Yeah, really wonderful stuff. And I mean, only getting 5 placement points as well. I mean, they get 3rd place. They don't quite pick up the 2nd there because of DXavier. but still a really strong game. 9 elims off the back of it, 14 points total. I kind of liked what we heard about in the interview between Seven as well as AKOP, where they were talking about that realistically what they were doing in those first few games was, and it makes a lot more sense to me now as well, where they're trying to figure out the rotation. They're trying to figure out these teams because they, unlike a lot of our other teams here, haven't had the chance to play in a lot of these other international tournaments, figure out how different teams play from several different regions. So for them, this is quite an overwhelming experience, I imagine. But to kind of get a grasp of it and then move into a much more what feels like a comfortable flow state come match 5, it's definitely a nice thing to see.
As our MVP for that match was Lemon from Mad Bulls, doing the most healing and surviving the longest, obviously, in the winning team. But yeah, a big heal game coming on through for Lemon as they able to pump out plenty of damage as well. Nice stuff coming on through.
Indeed. He had the most healing, apparently, out of anyone in the world, somehow. Player data there, 332. That's the highest that has been occurred. 673 damage total. 1,000 damage for AKOP, actually gaining the old Kalaris accolade of respect. Getting over the 1,000 damage mark. With only 3 elims is wild, by the way. So he was just taking cracks at everyone inside the lobby. Not quite finding the elim, but certainly giving out a fair few bruises and cuts in the process. Lambor, the face does not match the punch right now. He looks afraid to go to bat with me. But, you know, he still did 611 damage, so he's a fearsome boxer nonetheless.
Absolutely. Don't want to come across him on the dunes of Miramar. I mean, for OG, right, their position on the north side of the Labadita crater, they were holding out Wolves, they were holding out E-Arena, they were holding out all those teams to the south, taking pot shots as well. We saw them flexing out, doing a lot of work. Not necessarily getting the most in response, but probably a lot of those elims were taken away by maybe other members of his team, right? There were 4 other elims on his team. It'd be interesting to see what the general stats for OG were, but yeah, a great result, and he's living up to the interview talk, which often doesn't happen. You know, a player will say, "Oh yeah, you know, we'll get better, we'll be more elimination focused, yada yada yada," and you think, "Yeah, right, okay, pull the other one," but no, he's living up. It's good to see.
Yeah, well, I mean, he didn't really. I think the cool thing was that when he was speaking, we hear a lot of generalizations during interviews as well, where it's case, "Oh, we'll do better, we'll get more elims, etc., etc." I don't think he did that too much. Quite clearly, like, identified where they were weak and what they need to improve on, what they were doing quite well. And I think that's very important for a team, because those are things you definitely need to identify in future to improve. And I think I would have been a little bit more harsh if it was the case that they came into the rest of the day and they hadn't really improved on any of those things. But again, it's nice to see from what we saw earlier, which was, you know, still decent rotations, but a little bit more of a passive performance, to this, which is now quite aggressive at times. And also they look a lot more comfortable. So it's nice seeing the evolution from them. Similarly with Mad Bulls over the years, it's a very similar story.
Yeah, that sort of reforming of that team, as you said, that coming back together of players who had dropped out of teams or been replaced on teams, having a good result in this game. And I think that, to be honest, certainly at the middle of this year, generally this standard quality of play was not the best, I think, overall in the PUBG Mobile scene. But it feels to be improving here. I'm feeling a little bit bigger of a breath of life being sent back into the old dog. It's good to see.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back when the match is ready. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. And welcome back to the stage. We're here once again at PMGC, waiting for the final game to start. We have some technical issues on our side, which are being fixed as fast as we possibly can get them fixed. So we'll be waiting just a short time longer. I think John's still here, I believe.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. I'm all here.
Yeah, he's all here. He's still chilling.
Yeah.
I'm feeling like Scarface too right now.
Yeah.
I'm not actually sat like that. This is a posture check time, if ever I saw.
Hydration and posture check before the last match of the game. It's always important when you go into the desert, staying hydrated. You can really get away from it. Yeah, very important. Alpha 7. Sorry, Alpha 7 Virtus Pro. The orange gave me the slip.
No.
maybe I'm not all here. Goodness me. Yeah, Virtus Pro. Definitely not Alpha 7. And definitely, currently, kind of neck and neck with these two teams. In terms of their performance today. I mean, the early Alpha 7 today, maybe not.
Yeah, there's... Honestly, today, Virtus Pro has been playing fairly well. I think there's been moments where I have been slightly questioning some of Virtus Pro's positioning. I think that there's multiple times where I'll see Virtus Pro make a rotate, and although it's fairly decent, some of the execution at times is slightly lacking. I think when you watch a team like Alpha 7, when they have a plan in mind, they're able to usually execute on it fairly well. I think Virtus Pro, despite them being so damn good mechanically, there is times where I'm somewhat unimpressed by positioning. I think that's the best way I can put it. And it's difficult for me to talk like this because it's like, well, Virtus Pro is doing very well. It's very well in their region as well. So I think it's more a case that I'm just expecting more for them. I haven't quite seen that yet.
It's not been as loud as other teams, no. But there are those little glimmers every now and again.
Yeah, I mean, they've been at least consistent,
they're impressing
right?
Across the board.
Yeah, they've been consistent, which is the thing you want to see from a team. And I think that less can be said about Alpha 7 in that circumstance. I think when we have seen Alpha 7 play at like a high height, it's like, wow, that's impressive. I know why they made that movement. I know why they made that rotate. I know why they sent that off angle. For Virtus Pro, it feels slightly messy, but I don't know. Sometimes they're thriving in that chaos a little bit. But it looks like we are going to be heading in towards our final game of the day, and it will be Miramar.
Indeed, it will once more into the desert for the end of the day. Match number 6 of the Gauntlet stage. We're heading in our plane on the south side over towards Puerto Paraíso. Let's see where our teams get stuck in. Are they going to be able to make it all the way? Are they going to get a vehicle wedged on a tiny little box and be able to find a little cubby hole in the final circles? Well, only time will tell. Let's see what's in store.
It's a very southern-leaning play map here. Kind of difficult to work with, especially around Chumacera. I mean, a lot of teams are going to want to send north off the back of this one. Monte Nuevo, El Porto, La Cobreria. I don't think we'll see any teams picking up Ruins. It's a pretty trash drop. Virtus Pro will head down towards Valle de Mar. Maybe even a Minas del Sur split. We'll see. But Puerto Paraíso is where this plane path will end. This is actually one of the hardest plane paths to deal with in the entirety of Miramar. If it goes even further south than this, it's just hell to play around with because you have to cover so much space over towards the north side that a lot of times you're struggling for vehicles where those spawns, those drops are taken by other teams. Suddenly your initial rotation is kind of blended up a little bit.
Yeah, it's easy to get caught up in the thrill of it all. That Impala drop's looking a bit dangerous, though. I think Tulica might think better of it. Go back with the rest of your team, mate. You've got Puerto Paraíso to go to. But no, he wants to get stuck in. In the meantime, Orangutan scrapping it out over in Chumacera at the moment. They found Reefus. I think that's the only player in that location as well. Going to be difficult to get this one back up for Alpha Gaming. And a nice little pickup. Keep that ball rolling for OG. They are currently in 4th place. They're going to add that extra point to the tally, make that 40. Nice, clean round number. And that's where we said we wanted to see teams at the end of a single day, right, over that 40-point threshold to look safer to going towards that 7th place.
Yeah, Thunder Talk's in a really good position right now at 57. OG just breaking that barrier of 40 is perfect for them going into tomorrow. They just need to keep up this kind of pace. I think for OG, coming into the first day and getting 40 points is a really, really big deal, especially for India in general, because typically what has happened a lot of times is that when we've seen India in international tournaments, a lot of times they play catch-up second day, just because they haven't had enough international experience by that point. So OG actually picking up 40 points here is a massive change within the scene for them, and will be very beneficial for them going into tomorrow. Our rate similarly at 55 points. I don't think many teams saw that one coming, but that's extremely potent. If Mad Bulls can get another strong Miramar finish now, it's all but settled that they'll pick up that top 7.
Yeah, it's got to be fairly. We're looking more and more likely as time goes on. We'll put it that way. As we said, towards the middle of the day somewhere. Can't remember exactly where. I'm expecting that bubble on 7th place to be around 110 points. Could be a little bit more, a little bit less. So getting up to 40 points will give you 120 points on average. And that's when you're going to start to see yourself nice and safe. So the further you go over that metric, the better. But at the moment, Alpha Gaming, they want to get off of last place, I think is really the name of the game for them right now. Because it is not where they want to be. And losing a player early is not how you start that one out. Bad news bears for Alpha Gaming.
It's so hard to talk about this team in general, just because they change so often. I mean, overall, today's gameplay has been pretty poor. Let's be honest, right? I think everyone can agree that Alpha Gaming hasn't played fantastically well today. And I think that it's a sad. Wow, that is a very nice shot. What the? Okay. With the scar as well. I mean, it's really impressive. Actually insanely impressive at that distance. Yeah, I think everyone can agree today that Alpha Gaming has not been playing very well. But they chop and they change so frequently in terms of their performance metrics that it's very hard to talk about them in a bad light without going tomorrow and then a lot of Mongolian fans getting angry at me because suddenly they have 80 points. Because that could easily happen.
Yeah, that's true. But at the moment, they're definitely not getting 80 points. They're down to 2 players now, Top and Ziol, isolated from one another. And it looks like OG are sort of aware of where these players start and where they drop. Spots Ziol on the ridgeline. WizGod, nah, he doesn't want to take that fight. The rest of his team's got it under control. Tanky, ooh, not so strong this time on the flick. Ziol may actually get the flush there, but is actually going to be able to pick up a buggy because of it. This is going to be a get out of jail card for him. WizGod decided just not to take the fight.
Yeah, I mean, he actually delivered in the taxi. I think that's it's an annoying maneuver for OG right there. I think you have to assume that he's going to take the vehicle, though, once it lobs down the hill. I don't think he's going to take another fight. So I think for OG, the mistake there is just not pushing harder as soon as they lose the first player. But again, if you're down to 3, they want to be careful. They don't know where the off angle is as well. You just a little bit more patient with it. If you're happy to play on with 3, give up the 1 elimination. That's fine. So I think OG can just continue on here. It's a little bit frustrating losing that buggy, though.
And that is not an ideal turnaround for it. We have, I believe we have an interview coming up soon, which will be nice to hear from 7WG down on the stage. The guy has all the best info. I'm going to guess it's with the Mad Bulls. We'll see if I'm right as we head over to 7WG on the spot.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm here with the team that's hot. Mad Bulls, Tulika nonetheless. Great back-to-back performances. 2nd place finish and then a 1st place finish. How are you guys feeling?
Ну, отличная битва. На 4-й карте 2-е место, 5-й карте 1-е место. Как ты себя чувствуешь? Как команда вообще чувствует?
Отлично. Приятно играть глобальные турниры, когда у тебя хорошая команда.
very good when you have nicely teammates. Very good when you have nicely teammates to play global tournaments.
That's great to hear. Now, with this momentum, what are you looking to do here in this last match?
Сейчас какие планы на последний матч, шестой последний матч игрового дня?
Каждую игру мы стараемся забирать топ-1, каждую игру играть как последнюю.
So every match they will try to get, play for win. So 6 match plan is also play to win.
All right, I like that. I like that confidence. Thank you so much, brother. Back to you.
Hey, that's one of those, yeah, we got to play well answers. So there you go from Mad Bulls.
Could I give a 100%? 100%?
Yeah. I'm going to give 110%.
Give 100%.
I'm getting loads of points.
Yeah, just lock it down, lock it down. Pretty good teammates.
Got to try really hard.
Get those wins. That's what I'm talking about. Again, is the difference between OG's interview with AKOP and that interview with Tulika, which is a generalization game. You know, I much prefer to hear the real thoughts. But I suppose, you know, being able to play with your friends on a massive international scale is probably quite fun.
Ooh, a nice little shutdown there. It
They
is Alpha
hunted him
Gaming going
down too. Yeah.
Entirely. Yeah, they really were out for blood there. Chumacera is being claimed by OG right now. Seems fairly successfully. And it looks kind of like Alpha Gaming having a real tough time on like all of their drop spots on Erangel in military base getting contested, although they did push GS away from that one this time around. It's gone pretty poorly for them on Chumacera. And we'll see if OG can make it into the next circle.
I actually... It's the first time it might be a case of like, I think the Alpha Gaming just might not make it through the Gauntlet stage, and they'll be forced to play out the rest of the tournament. Just because I'm not feeling it right now. I really am not feeling it. And I think that tomorrow there's potential at like a 22-point game for them, but even then, it's not enough. Sitting the team down from Regnum Carrier. What a play that was. The 180 flick. Dear me.
My man with the pump action doing so much on the inside, and now Loxy has to turn around or run away. Tail between the legs. Regnum Kaya sent dizzy by the pump action. That is crazy. That's a bit of mistiming from Regnum Kaya, it has to be said, though. Allowing that to happen, you need to step in at the same time, take those angles together.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff. I mean, a quick fling in the concrete, smooth sighting. Went poorly. No second date for Regnum Kaya, that's for sure. Alpha 7 now looking over towards ESR. I mean, DBS. The gun is consistently getting nerfed, but still seems to be able to one-shot people at mid to close range. I mean, so PUBG Mobile team, let's take a look at that one again, please.
His DBS doesn't work like mine, I swear. Mine's completely different. They nerfed mine, they haven't nerfed his. It's insane.
Yeah, your DBS so small. His DBS so big.
It's so big, man. Like I just can't, just can't handle it.
No,
Wolves.
you can't.
Don't say it like that. Thunder Talk. Going to be holding on to those concretes on the inside. Having a good time of things now. The Regnum Kaya got sent to the wind. Backed off. A 19-point day for Regnum Kaya. Looking closer and closer now. And again, it's a similar story to Alpha Gaming, who are currently not in last place. The tiebreaker somehow won by Alpha Gaming. What can Ulf do?
Yeah, well, I think 25 points, it's not a bad finish of the day. And especially for North America. All right. You know, Hot Jukes was joking. I actually don't know if he was joking at the start of the day about Wolves, so being his #1 pick. But I think this is a significant improvement for North America.
Yeah, not last place.
Yeah. I mean, Alpha Gaming's last place, which is also an insane statement to make. Oh, Ulf is. Never mind.
Yeah.
How is Ulf last place? Did they lose a point?
No, they're both on 12 points.
Yeah, I know, but I swear that Ulf was above APG just a second ago.
Yeah, but look, I have no idea.
Yeah, it's got like
as
a
to what's
minus
happening on
point.
that. I mean, Ulf, yeah, so Ulf had 11 elims and 1 placement, which is why they're losing the tiebreaker right now. But if they get 1 more point, they just win it again. APG got 1 point out of their fight. In the meantime, GS and DRX up on the ridge side, and DRX having a tough time of things, but it's definitely going to be able to be, it's resable. It's super resable here. Virtus Pro get the point though, which isn't great for DRX. They're not happy about that one, but they're happy that they can survive for a moment longer. ESO though wants to change that. Is the DBS going to find the range? Not quite chewing through him as he wants it to, as 4 players roll around the ridge, and they are going to take him down. ESO not so lucky there.
I mean, great. To be honest with you, I mean, I'm glad to see the DBS not come through once again. No, it was so good before, but you know that is the problem with the DBS at the moment. It's just a little bit inconsistent, much like DRX right now. As Virtus Pro continue to bully this team, starting to flow over towards the top side. Voston finding 1. Milky Way is down, but Aragon, Malloy, and Moston are still up and available and could look to clean out this. Jafar is just spraying. He is just spraying and praying, and it's working.
I mean, fair enough. He does get taken down by Voston from Virtus Pro, who are moving out now of Tierra Bronca. On the northeast side, they'll move up to this ridgeline. Not too much in the way of obstacles for them for the next step, but DXavier are just further on down that road, closer to the center of the circle. And we know that Virtus Pro can do some pretty crazy things on the rotates. See what they're getting up to in the future. OG, being very careful on these dunes, on these defilades. Wanted to get out of the blue zone, playing on the northwest side. They are playing as 3, though. So a bit diminished in terms of firepower this time around. They've got 4 elims already, though, so not the end of the world. We saw the taxi delivery from a tanky over the top. A little bit too overzealous. It felt like WizGod just didn't take any shots. And that wasn't best communicated to the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think it's one of those cases where a tanky went a little bit early, and then you have a case of the rest of the team not knowing where the off angle is in dock, so they just don't want to push it and rather just hold on to 3 players and just get more consistent points the rest of the day, which I think is fair. I think that is fair. It would have been nicer if a tanky didn't take the buggy with him. That's for sure.
Yeah, that is kind of the big kicker, right? It's you take away one of your vehicles and you give it away to the enemy team, who you probably could have flushed. Maybe that's why they were on the hunt so vehemently to try and close that fight down. With Alpha 7 not making that 40-point mark on this day, with their game closing out on 38. That's not what they wanted to be, but it's still very solid. Oh, DXavier. They found a little caltrop in the middle there in the form of the remnants of Regnum Kaya, but they will stay alive. I don't think anyone's going to third-party this, so they'll be able to get the reses going. There are shots pinging out their way, but for now, it's fine.
Yeah, I think for Alpha 7, we also got to take into account that I think around 20-some points is from 1 match today. So although the scoreline doesn't look terrible being in 5th place right now, the consistency factor is not great. You know, that is the bad part of showing for Alpha 7. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, I think they've been able to get their points like consistently throughout the day. They have been not major points, but they've still been consistent points. DXavier, similarly, they're going to pull the same old here. And it is nice that we get to talk about DXavier in a central position here on Miramar, because I think the Miramar is probably DXavier's favorite map. And it is because there is so much more space, so much more room to rotate through, that a lot of times you can make these crazy rotates direct center and get away with it because there's just no sightlines looking at you because the map is just that much bigger. So for DXavier, I'm hoping to see a strong game here from them, because especially in open zones as well, DXavier favors those types of maps too.
I don't think you can rely on Miramar, though. I don't think you can't rely on one specific map in that way, not in these shorter sets of tournaments. I mean, 18 matches, it does start to get towards average performance stages on 18 matches. But when you're looking, especially towards the last chance, especially towards the very, very quick stages that could really get away from you, it starts to get difficult, man. Like, you just don't have as much opportunity to play consistently. You do need those big games wherever you can take them. So
I do
relying
think
on
that,
single maps is not viable.
Yeah, I do think that it's not such a bad thing, though, because I think that teams that are good at Miramar are few and far between, whereas teams that are good at Erangel are like a dime a dozen, right? So I think if you're quite good at Miramar and are able to recreate that frequently, that's okay. That's going to get you a lot of points, because it's going to be the amount of teams that win like 3 times in a row on Erangel, it doesn't happen very often. The amount of teams that get top 3 times in a row on Erangel, that doesn't happen very often as well, because it's constantly changing. You might have a team that's slightly more consistent than the other, but if we're able to get like top 3 twice a day on Miramar, fair enough. I mean, that's decent points for you.
Yeah, I think especially when if you're talking about beating bubbles, right? That's where I think that's definitely very impactful, right? Where you're talking about, as you say, getting top 3 in 2 Miramars a day. That may be enough to just get you to 7th place, kind of off the back of whatever you can get from the rest of the matches, even if you're sort of an average performer there. So yeah, absolutely. I think when it comes to talking about a top team, though, it is a big worry if you can't perform at that same level on all of your maps, because if you want to be a world champion, you do need to have that sort of credential in your back pocket. It's not about getting 7th, getting 4th anymore. It's about getting 1st.
I mean, you say that, but Alpha 7 kind of won PMGC purely off Miramar.
Okay, well, there's always exceptions. If you're getting 30 points every Miramar, sure. The arena
Well, they
seems to
were
be
getting
delivering
30 points, but yeah, anyway, we'll carry on. We'll have a discussion of another day.
If you get 45 points in Miramar, then sure. Thunder Talk making it real difficult for the arena right now. They are down to 1. Maybe able to get a res and back up to 2. R8 suffering as well as the Mad Bulls want more. R8, they started very strong, and now they have that 1st place taken from them. That 2nd place now as well, and it looks like they're not going to have too much longer to defend that 3rd place either. Because OG, you know that they're going to want to try and chase that down. A bit of a gap there, but Tulika wants to start points back into the back of the buggy. Not going to find it though. Mori gets out of there for R8. Last player to stand.
Yeah, Mori dipping off into the distance. I don't want to play with this one too much longer. We're already down to 10 teams, 34 players as well. Surprisingly. This is quite a quick game. 20 minutes though on the clock. And with such a open field around us, yeah, it sort of makes sense that we are going to have a pretty rough end game for a lot of teams. Amori spots over towards Tulika, who's currently using the buggy to get some high ground performance. Wolves getting ripped to pieces. Sorry, DXavier getting ripped to pieces by Scarface alongside with Ketch. DXavier down to the 3. Oh my god. Like they sent in the porcupine. They were just getting shredded.
I mean, Ulf still have 2 players as well. They didn't send the backlines in. The first wave did damage. There's an opening there, but the healing's going to be coming through. I don't think Ulf are going to move, though. Kara in a similar position on that western side. Have got 4 players.
Stop this.
I mean, he's got literally no tires on the buggy. He's drifting like an ice skate.
I don't know
He gets behind some
what.
cover.
Yeah, just shoot the grenade out the air. That's how you do it.
He's got no meds.
Yeah, I really wasn't entirely sure what the plan was there. Like, make the most noise possible in the slowest vehicle available. Is that what we were trying to accomplish there? Interesting. Thunder Talk with one of the few compounds available. Wolves could head down towards the northern compound there, and you can sort of play out this game in tandem between Thunder Talk and Wolves. They don't really have to fight one another. You can. I think this is one of the few situations I don't see players in PUBG Mobile do this enough, is that you can play this position as basically neighbors, and you help each other until the end, and then you must battle. But you guaranteed second.
Yeah, I mean that. That might be enough for this stage, certainly. PK taking shots out towards the forward point of Virtus Pro. As they are 2-2 right now. Or actually, no, hang on a minute. Are they? Yeah, they're just 1-2 as Malloy is on his lonesome out there. Does have that foothold, though, closer to the circle than either of these two other teams. And one of them is going to have to move first. We'll see who it is. Mad Bulls might actually try and backfill this. We've seen crazier things today. That's a big opener as Aragorn take it down very, very low, but survives. Ragnarok trying to break forwards. I wonder if Malloy is going to be able to stop this one from doing too much damage. It's going to be Voston, though. Ever on the swivel, doing work, doing bits for him. Zed, next up on the road to go down, and that will be Malloy to take that one. Yiki are sending out one by one. It is not ideal. Certainly not the best way to do things.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Aragon still taking shots over the top here. Virtus Pro, again, quite a messy team, but there is a method to the madness with VP. And that is undeniable at this point.
Ooh, Kara slicing through OG on the western side. To little to no resistance. And Kara happy to have the points from the bottom of the tables.
They'll do the trick for now. I mean, definitely need to get more points on the board, but I think if you're able to get like 20, 25 points, you're at least able to have tomorrow. Like, there's potential to bring that scoreline back up. Because although I say for Mad Bulls, you're able to end the day with 70 points all but settled, there is that outside chance that tomorrow and the day after, Mad Bulls get 0 points both days. So what I can do now, regardless of what position you're in, is only going to give you a little bit more for the next few days. So if this is hurrah for today for Kara, you know, you could even set yourself up with 30 plus points if you're able to get a chicken dinner here.
I mean, ball from Kara's position as well. It's going to be difficult though. Red Talk, who at the top of the tables, they've already got 6 elims, 4 players, all alive, max HP. I mean, that's going to be a difficult challenge to take them down. The question is, will Thunder Talk have to leave? Because Kara have got the outside track, right? They've got that outside ground covered. The ridge lines that they hold, really nice for the run-out cover. You can see they have some man talk with that terrain to play around and vehicles, or as sparse they may be, to muck around with. Ulf, I think, taking shots up to the north, though. That's going to make it trickier, but Ulf have to move with that circle pop.
Well, there you go. See, Koos is playing the building on the north side. It's like he was listening to the stream or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's a good spot to play. And then they're going to hold down towards VP, and anyone wants to rotate up towards the north. Yeah, I think they're going to regroup back on Koos now, though, which is the smart decision. Leave 2 players down below. Just take shots at Virtus Pro as they attempt to leave. But you're accelerating the game now massively with this circle shift. Towards the dead center of this circle is just this small hilltop you can see right here in front of the Mad Bulls, which is very, very difficult to play around. But you can at least isolate some fights in terms of the sightlines. That's as best as it's going to give you. But it still, again, is going to be pretty open pitch warfare.
At the moment, I'm looking at where that 7th place is going to end up, Blank. And Virtus Pro, they're already, I believe, going to be jumping up to at least level with Alpha 7 on a tiebreaker with the placement point they have yet to technically earn on this match, despite being guaranteed at least 1. If they can survive a little bit longer, that could go up to 2. Grab an Elim, maybe. That's what they're looking for, and get over Alpha 7. DX Xavier, actually in with a decent shout of getting quite far into this one. Even if it's a tough time. Eren for Ulf. Last to stand, drops the smoke, but no more Mad Bulls to actually worry about on the run out. The blue zone, though, that's a bit more of a worry. See the damage it's doing. Goodness me. Grenade actually coming from Virtus Pro over towards Mad Bulls. They may be able to pick up that point here and now.
Okay. Let's see what they get done off the back of VP's push out, but it's pretty good. Takes down Flip, at least. But Wolves are still getting more points off the back of this one, and teams are parting ways with their players. Left, right, and center. That's a nice nade. Little bit short on the pitch.
Does get spotted. Not too sure who that's from, but I think it's the Wolves. There we go. Virtus Pro You can see they will get locked in at 39 points now. Alpha 7 now, potentially at risk of dropping out, but very unlikely here. Unless, well, the Wolves jump up nice and high, but it will be around that 40-point boundary today. To be 7th place. DXavier with the 1 Elim. They've been quiet in the shack for a while now, but they're going to need to do more to hold off Kara on the western side.
DXavier still sat strong with inside the shack. And again, you know, getting themselves a nice shot from Parajan. I mean, that is a very, very difficult angle to make work, but that's going to delay in a nasty way as well, John.
Definitely difficult terrain to be moving through now. Kara, CEO, looking to heal before the move. They don't have a lot of time because the zone's going to start to close in 3 seconds. Poser's ankles have been spotted. He's dodging out the way and Nate's sprayed out. They aren't quite connecting with it in any sense. When they go out wide, a lot of ammo already expended on the spray down towards the player behind the buggy, and they're up close. They haven't been knocked yet. There's still time. Levi's down first, but there's the trade from Nate. 1 for 1. The Wolves move in as well. Marceau moving into the high ground on the off angle. Just Paragin on the inside, but the burn is on. It's Coops to do the damage, though, as the Wolves claim the lion's share of the points here.
I mean, Wolves just getting a lot done off the back of this, but Kara, 7 Elims on the game, up towards a top 3. That is a really big result for them. Not quite the chicken dinner that maybe they were hoping for, but it's still very, very good. Thunder Talk looking for the second chicken dinner of the day. The Chinese team who came in today looking fantastically strong with some very good coordination, now looking to drop down a shower of thunder upon the Wolves.
And we'll see if they can convert. Really solidify themselves at the top of the tables. The Mad Bulls wanting to get pushed aside here with Thunder Talk already claiming enough points to surpass them. How much further can they go to lock in their top spot? Kara as well looking to finish their day on a high after a lack of point scoring so far. They'll want a little bit more. And the Wolves, they've been fairly middling today. An entrant from every angle of the tables to close us down.
They know towards the walls now. Kara off in the distance, still attempting to lay down a curtain of smoke to keep them sails safe in between. You can see here so much utility being expended, but most teams now lacking on those smoke canisters. Kara taking damage. CEO last left alive. A little bit of damage done, but Wolves now stay alive with all 4 players. Nasty nade on the outbreak from Thunder Talk. Coops goes down, and now a 4v2.
A reality check from the top of the hill as Thunder Talk able to find 2 almost immediately. Sighting now in the smoke, running around. Higgles on the off angle looks to give them a good fight, but no, Thunder Talk too much. As the Wolves fall at the final hurdle. They can't keep it going, and it will be another chicken dinner found for the team from the PEL.
Thunder Talk, just an incredible team today. And I mean, that started off with sightings 180 on the Pompey. Extremely fun stuff. And I mean, holding the heart just a little bit there because it did get hectic towards the end. It's going to get a little bit more hectic with some interviews later in terms of what went down today. But before then, we're going to head to a quick break and we'll be back shortly.
And there you go, the final blow. The Thunder Talk were able to stand tall at the end of the day. A nice even distribution on the damage, on the damage dealing across the board, on the elims as well. A really solid performance from Thunder Talk. Not the loudest, but certainly the most impactful today.
Getting towards that position on the map is very, very good overall. I mean, being on the low ground as well is even better. Gives you a lot of freedom to roam, and by the time they needed to come out, they had a lot of control over the map. And I think that's the thing, is that they didn't decide to stay inside that building for too long. They actually proactively removed themselves from there and started to push down towards the other teams a little bit earlier than I think most teams would do. And that gave them a lot of advantage over both Wolves as well as Kara, because by the time Kara's fight wrapped up between them and Wolves, all the high ground was available to the guys on Thunder Talks. And I do think that nade over towards Doran was the thing that just dropped off the entirety of that fight for the Wolves. If that doesn't hit, maybe it's a little bit more of an even combat. Yes, they have the high ground, but still really, really crazy nade over towards Doran. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the last game, John.
Yeah, it was certainly pretty flashy on some fronts there. Obviously, with the Wolves doing a lot during that game. Started off well for OG. They were able to get a lot of points extracted out of APG. And their day-to-day for OG has been a really remarkable one, I think. It's maybe, I'd say it's definitely not what we expected coming into this tournament, considering, you know, that the Indian region in general has not really seen the global stage in a very long time in this way. PMWC didn't go particularly well for them, but the fact that they've come up here and they've done really, really well, getting over 40 points in their first day, is going to be a massive confidence boost, not only to OG, but for the fans at home, to the region in general. I'm hoping that we'll see more from them. Unless they're being nasty, then they can go away.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that if I'm coming from purely from an esports perspective, I think it's very, for the players in particular, who I care about the most here, I think it must be very pleasing for them, because I think most of the time when India comes to a big international tournament like this, they do really struggle playing catch up. I said that in the past and I'll say it again now, because the first day is always the most rough for the Indian squads, because not being able to play with a lot of these international teams doesn't give you that experience. But the fact that they come into this one and it looks like they've really done their homework, that's impressive to me, and I have a lot of respect for that. Similarly for Thunder Talk, they're another region that doesn't get a huge amount of this international experience, and they play on a slightly different realm, right? To come into this international tournament and still do extremely well is very, very, very good on the first day, and from there you can only develop on that, which is so cool.
I'll tell you what else is really cool. I'm liking these graphics, right? This new addition is good. You could track where the teams rotated, where they stopped, where they were playing. It's Valdemar held for a long time down in the southwest for them as they're heading on in, and that rotate over towards the circles towards the end. I mean, all coming in from the west is interesting, that we had all of our teams rotating in on that west side.
Yeah, I think that it's one of the things where you don't really want to come up through El Azhar anyway, because if you see here on the northwest side, that's where the majority of the cover is. You come up through El Azhar, you're having to push through roads. Like, no one really wants to do that. I mean, here potentially you have a team that plays down towards the south side, and that's where Virtus Pro set themselves up to go to. That doesn't work out. It goes over to the northwest. So you can clearly see like where things go wrong for teams and what decisions causes those things to go wrong. Again, there's that neighborly play style I talked about earlier. Wolves have to be the first to leave because Thunder Talk close to the circle, and then they move out just as that fight takes place. So it was overall a very, very cool end game, and ends just usually how it does with that particular circle. I think we've seen that circle multiple times, and it's always the same ending, no matter what.
Yeah, it's always nice to try and extract as many points, but generally tends to go the same way. 20 points total for Thunder Talk there at the top of the tables, with 10 elims found on the chicken dinner. Really solid way to close down the day. They're very close to that bubble already, Blank. I think that tomorrow's games should see them nice and safe. Some solid performances from other teams too.
But Regnum Karya, Alpha 7, I think Regnum Karya more than Alpha 7 here really need to step things up. Same with Alpha Gaming. I think a lot of people are disappointed in Alpha Gaming's performance, as with Regnum Karya. I think Korean fans will be also pretty upset with DRX's performance. I think that they're a really, really strong team, but they have not been showing up here whatsoever here in the Gauntlet. It is something to remember, though, is that the Gauntlet is exclusive to our most elite teams throughout the year, and I think that does need to be stressed, because you're almost looking at like almost a PMGC grand final lineup right now, right here in the Gauntlet, because even if these teams don't make it through, they'll still be playing out the rest of the tournament to try and make it back into the grand final. So let's say we ended it here, these 7 teams all made it in, you might see some of these teams face back up against our top 7 squads here at the top. So again, it's interesting the way this works, because we'll go back over towards groups where things might be a little bit less intense, but right now we're starting with a very, very intense portion of the tournament into a little bit more relaxed, then back into that intensity with the grand final right at the end there, John.
I mean, I'm going to give you a little bit of a hot take here, Blank.
Okay.
So here in this stage of the tournament is where you can be a 5th place team and make it to the grand finals, right? If you go to the group stages, if you then go to the last chance, you're not getting in that way. If you're a 5th place team, like generally you earn 5th place because of, you know, whatever reason, you do need to be getting through in this gauntlet. So I think for the teams around that bubble, it's actually more important for them than the teams that, you know, have really terrible days. So like an Alpha Gaming, for instance, if they continue to play as blandly as they have today, then I still have some confidence that they can just go, oh no, we're really good, and be incredible again. But if you're looking at the middle of the tables, and I'm talking about maybe like Wolves, for instance, it's really important for them to qualify here and now. Otherwise, they may not get another opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. And I totally understand that. I think this is if there was a time to qualify, it's right now in the Gauntlet. It is such a fantastic opportunity for a lot of teams. But I think you're right with some of our teams towards the bottom of the tables as well. If they don't perform and they continue to not perform, and then we see them drop down time and time again, they go to last chance, you know, it's likely they just don't make it through the last chance. But there are some teams like Regnum Karya, like Alpha 7, like Alpha Gaming, where, yeah, you can sort of excuse them on the fact that they might go to group stage and they're just absolutely dominating their group. Like that's certainly a possibility.
Definitely is. MVP for the day, of course. It's exciting for Thunder Talk. We saw him do so much. Top elites, top damage, very nearly the top survival time. I'd be interested to see who was top survival time. It may well be another Thunder Talk player. But yeah, fantastic stuff coming on through for the representatives from the PEL. They have incredible performance so far today. It is a question of perseverance. How much more can they put up, and how much more do they need to put up? Well, I'm not entirely sure, but we're going to head to an interview down on the stage. We'll see you guys later.
It's been such a long time since I've been able to say this. I have somebody from NA, USA to be specific, Wolves Esports, Doran. I mean, what a great way to finish. You guys did start off a little bit slow. What was the biggest struggle in day one?
I think our biggest struggle was like we didn't know how the teams are playing. We didn't know the lobby, but from tomorrow we'll adjust that and play our game.
Which team was the biggest surprise out of day one?
I think the biggest surprise of the day one was like TT, the way they are playing together, taking the zones, and they are always in the end game. You know?
All right. Well, I mean, you guys were able to finish strong, as I said earlier. What have you been able to learn just throughout the day that you need to adjust going into day two?
I think what we need to learn and do tomorrow is like be more aggressive when we have opportunities in the games.
I mean, you guys were able to do that. You were able to jump up all the way from 9th place to 5th place. I'm excited to see what you guys are going to be able to do in the second day of the Gauntlet.
Doing a great job. End up in the top 5 in that fit. Very happy with them. Top 7 is the goal for all these squads, guys. And Aussie day today. I mean, I am definitely, I'm going to agree with Dora there. Thunder Talk, Tin Dinners, Neptura. I know these guys.
Oh, absolutely. So are everybody who has been a fan of them, supporting them today, because going into it historically, when they do very, very well, right, in their region, then they come to global, not so hot sometimes. But this is a completely different TT to who we're used to seeing, and it's so nice to see. I think we've got to a point where in some ways, like we said, we are more of the team that everybody relies on to do well. And
Yeah.
TT are coming back and going, hey, actually, no, we are back. We don't want to keep losing. We don't want to keep, falling down. We're not doing some win day. And it's really, really nice to see them doing that.
Yeah, I mean, the era of China was over after the back-to-back PMGC wins from Nova, but no, it's slowly coming back to that point, right? And now with Thunder Talk, so they've been doing absolutely amazing today. We'll have to see on the leaderboards, of course, how high they are, but I believe currently they are sitting pretty in that #1 spot. Followed up by Mad Neptura, a big because, of course, looking back at CSA, they had some really good moments. But from the CIS region here, Mad Bull's putting on, in particular, that guy putting up numbers every single match. So today has been a day of pure and raw surprises, and I'm here for it.
Wow. Man, okay, overall, guys, make sure you streams all the socials as well for all the announcements. Day 2 and up in just a short bit. See you guys then. See you soon.
to play. Locked in, drop down, become a memory. No time to wait, so don't hesitate. Keep fighting till they know your name. Falling, plan of action. Win or lose, there's no abstraction. Take them on, it's all at stake. The time has come, so see